Chapter 1. The farmer Yan Xing, a recent graduate, has just secured a position at a small company. Each day, he rises early and toils late, navigating the urban landscape in pursuit of a livelihood, all the while dreaming of the day he can afford a modest home in the city and perhaps even find a girlfriend. Yet, the monotony of such an ordinary existence was abruptly altered when he discovered he possessed a peculiar ability. On that fateful day, Yan Xing donned his helmet and rode his electric scooter across an expansive, desolate field that a gentle breeze caressed him. Verdant trees swayed, and the air was infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers. The breathtaking panorama of the vast grassland stood in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers of his city life, presenting an entirely different allure. However, how did I end up here? What is this place? The suburbs of the city should not resemble this overgrown wasteland. Moreover, what are those two ragged foreigners wielding pitchforks in front of me? Their clothes were tattered, nearly reduced to mere rags, caked with dried mud. Their faces bore layers of grime, and their hair was disheveled, as if they had rolled in the dirt. This place was utterly devoid of civilization. Had he stumbled into a robbery? Yan Xing, struggling with his rudimentary English, cautiously inquired of the two peculiar foreigners. "Hello. Good day. How do I get to Erling Bridge?" He was uncertain if they could comprehend him. The two foreigners appeared somewhat intimidated by his wheeled mount, yet one of them bravely brandished his pitchfork, only to quickly retreat in a notably cowardly tone. He barked, "Hey, do you have any food? Quickly, hand it over." Seated upon his scooter, Yan Xing maintained a facade of calmness, though internally he was in a state of panic. He had yet to remove his helmet, gripping the throttle tightly, prepared to bolt at a moment's notice. This was all too strange in the bustling metropolis of Zhahai. It was inconceivable that such a vast stretch of unclaimed land still existed. He was certain he had been on his way to work, but suddenly everything around him had shifted, leaving him and his scooter stranded in this field. Had he traversed time and space? Upon realizing he could understand their foreign dialect, Yan Xing's conviction deepened. He had indeed crossed over to another realm. Facing two hungry-looking individuals, he felt the odds were overwhelmingly against him, despite their emaciated appearance. Their pitchforks posed a tangible threat to a defenseless Yan Xing. Fleeing seemed perilous in this unfamiliar territory. He needed to bide his time and not act recklessly. Being jabbed by a pitchfork smeared with excrement and unknown substances would be humiliating, if not fatal. Food? Yes, yes, yes. Yan Xing rummaged through the storage compartment of his scooter and produced a plastic bag, retrieving 2 hamburgers to offer them. "I am merely a passerby, harboring no ill intentions. Could you please lower your weapons? You appear quite intimidating." Before he could finish, the aroma of the burgers, a delightful blend of bread and meat, compelled the 2 men to abandon their pitchforks and rush forward, snatching the offerings from his hands without even unwrapping them. The close proximity intensified the tantalizing scent. They devoured the hamburgers in a frenzy, their primal satisfaction echoing in unison as they experienced this culinary delight for the first time. The soft bread, the crisp salad, and the succulent chicken leg enveloped in lettuce, all igniting their taste buds in a euphoric explosion. However, this indulgence only heightened their hunger. With their eyes fixed on Yan Xing, they seemed to plead for more. The intensity of their gaze unnerved him. He shook the empty bag, indicating there was nothing left. "That was my entire breakfast. I've given you all I had." The 2 men continued to stare, and Yan Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Surely they wouldn't resort to cannibalism? Just as he prepared to rev the engine and escape, a sudden chime resonated in his ear, accompanied by a message that materialized in his consciousness. "The 2 farmers hold you in great esteem and wish to join your ranks. Do you accept?" What is happening? Who is speaking? The unexpected turn of events bewildered Yan Xing, leaving him utterly flummoxed. Farmers? These 2 individuals before him. They looked more like beggars than farmers. Moreover, what merit did he possess that could inspire such admiration? What did they mean by joining his ranks? This must be a joke. "The 2 farmers hold you in great esteem and wish to join your ranks. Do you accept?" The message appeared again, accompanied by a voice. This did not seem like jest. Given the desperate looks on the faces of these so-called farmers, it appeared that refusal would not be an option. With no alternative, he acquiesced. Accepted. As soon as he made his choice, another message emerged. "You have gained the loyalty of 2 farmers. You have earned 2 experience points. You have gained 1 point of reputation. You have been promoted to hero. Please check your personal attributes panel for relevant functions." What is this attribute panel? As the thought flitted through his mind, a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Yan Xing, human race. Level 2 occupation. Night Lord attack. 2 defense. For intelligence. 2 knowledge. 2 heroic trait. Popularity. Increases the attraction of human farmers and enhances governance efficiency. Inspire. Boosts the morale of subjects and allied forces. Heroic skills. Basic training. In a designated training area, upgrade low-level troops to higher ranks, with training costs correlating to the level. Basic leadership provides a limited yet constant boost to the morale of subjects and troops. Stackable with heroic traits. Basic offensive tactics enhances combat effectiveness of troops for better performance in offensive operations. Skills magic. Charge increases speed by 50 for a short duration. Each 1 speed increase raises attack power by 1. Charge impacts the target, causing a repelling effect. Prayer gradually heals oneself and the target. Bloodlust increases one's and allies' attack power at the cost of a certain degree of defense. Provocation challenges a target, raising their enmity towards oneself. Sky split slash, shield bash equipment. None achievements. None reputation. One gazing at his attribute list, Yan Xing was utterly bewildered. This felt strikingly akin to a video game. Could someone please explain this to him? He looked up at the azure sky as a black crow cawed overhead. The gentle breeze continued to blow, the lush trees swayed, and the fragrant floral scents wafted around him, albeit mingled with a pungent odor. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the 2 farmers now crouched beside his electric scooter, affectionately caressing and kissing it. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 2. Gold. Upon hearing Yan Xing's reprimanding tone, the 2 farmers immediately ceased their adoration of the scooter, swiftly retreating to kneel before him. In melodious voices reminiscent of bards, they proclaimed, "Great and generous knight, you ride a wondrous steed across the wilderness and have come before us. Your garments are resplendent, your helmet formidable. You bring forth the most delectable sustenance, bestowing it upon us, the lowly, grateful for your bounty. We pledge our allegiance to you, to become your subjects. Provide us with food and protection, and we shall offer you our tribute." Yan Xing listened, incredulous. He had purchased the electric scooter for over 1,000 yuan. How had it transformed into a miraculous steed? And as for providing food and protection, surely their true aim was to find a gullible benefactor to feast upon daily. Tribute. They were so impoverished that they were on the verge of losing their very trousers, yet they dared to speak of taxes? Had they ever even seen a banknote larger than 10 yuan? Yet, Yan Xing's train of thought faltered as he beheld the 2 farmers kneeling before him, reverently extending their filthy hands, within which lay a gleaming gold coin. Copper, perhaps. He could hardly believe that 2 destitute farmers would possess gold. However, the golden coin glimmered under the sunlight, captivating him, reminiscent of the lavish gold bracelets worn by affluent ladies in the city. The hue was undeniably striking. This must be a jest. Yan Xing gingerly grasped the coins from their hands. They clinked together, producing a melodious sound. Weighing them in his palm, he found them surprisingly heavy. Examining them closely in the sunlight, he found himself unable to discern their authenticity. Yet, the intricate design and inscriptions were undeniably exquisite. The obverse bore an emblem of a knight's lance and shield surrounded by a wreath of thorns, while the reverse featured an abstract representation of an angel. Both sides were inscribed with words he had never seen before yet could recognize. Blessed gold of the gods. Now he was even less certain of their authenticity. Hey! Yan Xing addressed the farmers. Is this truly gold? Yes, noble knight, replied the slightly taller farmer. This is the blessed gold, a token granted by the laws to every human farmer for their weekly tribute to their lord. The divine gold can only be utilized by the lord, who may purchase territorial supplies through the established laws. It is also the lord alone who can convert divine gold into ordinary gold for daily transactions. It seems these 2 golden coins are indeed gold coins. They are roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin, weighing approximately between 15 to 20 grams. Calculating with 15 grams, the current market value of gold is nearly 500 yuan per gram. 15 grams multiplied by 500, goodness, 1 coin is worth 7,005, and 2 coins are 15,000. I only spent 10 yuan on 2 hamburgers with a coupon. This business is incredibly profitable. Moreover, I heard from a tall farmer that they will provide me with 2 coins every week. That amounts to 15,000 at a time, totaling 60,000 in a month. Why bother going to work? I could simply indulge and support them, collecting rent punctually each week. Ha. Yan Xing wished to laugh heartily towards the heavens, yet his laughter caught in his throat. Retreating, it was evident that this place was not his original world. Earning 60,000 a month was of little use here. Looking around at the desolate wasteland, collecting 2 coins weekly held no significance. To gather 2, one must eat. Yet he could only submit the gold to his subordinates. What purpose did that serve? While gold may be valuable, it cannot be consumed or quenched his thirst, and he couldn't even find a charging station for his electric scooter. Yan Xing regretted giving away the 2 hamburgers. If possible, he truly wished to use the 2 coins in his hand to buy them back. However, it was too late for regrets. He had to face reality at that moment. He recalled what the tall farmer said. The Lord can use this sacred coin to purchase territorial supplies from the laws. Let us see what can be bought first. At the very least, a knife for self-defense would be prudent. What are the laws? With a flicker of thought, Yan Xing's attribute panel appeared in his vision. To his astonishment, alongside his character attributes, there were other selectable display pages that truly resemble the game. Yan Xing intended to click on the territory option, but upon seeing the subordinate option, he immediately clicked on it. Inside, there were just 2 solitary names, Farmer 1 and Farmer 2, accompanied by their attribute descriptions. Farmer, Human Race Tier 1 unit. The productive labor force of the Human Race faction can be upgraded to Tier 2 Combat Unit Militia, and further to Tier 2 Elite Unit Tax Collector. Attack, 1 defense, 1 damage, 1 stamina, 1 talent. Taxpayer contributes 1 divine gold coin as tax to the Lord weekly. Under the supervision of an excellent tax collector, they can pay even more taxes. Observing the farmer's attributes, all ones, Yan Xing felt an immediate sense of superiority when comparing them to his own hero attributes. As for the farmer's talent of being taxpayers, uncertain if he could ever return, Yan Xing lost interest in the newfound gold coins. He might as well check what options were available under the Lord section. However, before he could click on the Lord option, an inconspicuous button in a corner caught his attention. Exit. What does this mean? Could it be to exit the game? Compelled by some unseen force, Yan Xing clicked exit. In an instant, the desolate wasteland and the 2 newly recruited farmers vanished from his sight, replaced by a narrow alleyway. Towering buildings flanked either side, with piles of uncollected garbage at the base. Ahead, a hair salon was shuttered for the night, while a child in a school uniform, nearly late for class, hurriedly dashed past him, backpack in tow. Through the gaps between the buildings, a descending passenger plane briefly revealed its massive silhouette. Yan Xing confirmed he was back in the city he called home. This alley was the route he took to work. He had truly returned. At that moment, Yan Xing sat astride his electric scooter, 1 leg propped on the ground, unable to believe the experience he had just undergone. Yet the tangible weight in his palm quickened his heartbeat. Slowly, he opened his hand, and there lay the 2 coins, quietly informing him that his journey had not been a mere illusion, that he had not only entered a game-like alternate world, but had also brought back gold. From now on, he would receive 2 coins every week. An income of 60,000 a month could lead to a life of indulgence in this city of extravagance. If he saved a little, buying a house would no longer be a dream. He was truly on the verge of prosperity. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. He took it out to answer, but before Yan Xing could say a word, the voice of his department head bellowed through the receiver. Yan Xing, do you no longer wish to work here? You not only dare to be late, but you also have the audacity to ignore my calls. Do you see how many missed calls you have? Do you know you're still in your probation period? I can have you pack your things at any moment. Chapter 3. The Golden Goose. The caller was surnamed Yuan, responsible for managing the company's marketing department. In truth, it was a small company with merely a dozen employees, and the entire business department, including the supervisor, comprised just 4 people. Yet, Mr. Yuan, taking advantage of his familial connection to the boss and his modest experience, acted quite arrogantly within the company. As a newcomer, Yan Xing not only had to complete his work, but also endure the supervisor's incessant pontificating about various life philosophies. He distanced the phone from his ear, waiting for Mr. Yuan to finish his tirade before he said, "Old Yuan." The term Old Yuan only served to provoke him further. What do you mean by Old Yuan? You think you can call me that? Even the boss refers to me as fourth uncle. You young people lack ambition and respect for your elders. How can I entrust the company's heavy responsibilities to you? Little Yan, you are new to the company and to society. There is much you need to learn. Xing promptly switched his phone to silent mode and stuffed it into his pocket. Let Mr. Yuan rant on. He wondered what had traumatized him in the workplace to become such a person. Regardless, the Lord had no time to listen to his philosophical musings. First, he needed to convert the 2 coins into cash, and then unravel the mysteries of that game-like world. As for work, if Mr. Yuan managed to convince the boss to fire him, so be it. He couldn't sacrifice a potential income of tens of thousands for a mere few thousand in salary. Xing tucked the 2 coins into his pocket and revved up his electric scooter, driving along the alley. Although the city air was far less refreshing than the wilderness of the game world, Xing felt a sense of joy as he anticipated his new life. The only dissatisfaction he harbored was, this electric scooter was painfully slow. He longed to count his money quickly, as he thought of accelerating. That inexplicable voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Skill, charge, activate. The electric scooter, previously cruising at a steady pace, suddenly surged forward, the seat pressing against him with a forceful push. The wind whistled past his ears. The scenery on either side rushed by in a blur. My goodness. Xing was astounded that he could unleash a skill from the game world in the real world. It turned out not only had he brought back the coins, but he could also utilize skills. This was quite the game changer, and he loved it. The Knight's Charge skill could enhance speed by 50% for a brief period, propelling his electric scooter to new heights. Like a galloping steed, he zipped through the streets, screeching to a halt in front of a gold shop. Xing retrieved the 2 coins from his pocket, their gleaming surfaces catching the light, shining even brighter than the gold within the shop. Blessed gold from the divine. This gold, imbued with special powers, could not be altered by external forces. The patterns and inscriptions on it could potentially invite trouble if word got out. Fortunately, as the Lord, Xing possessed the ability to convert divine gold into ordinary gold. Gold conversion. A stream of light swept across the coins, erasing the patterns and inscriptions, transforming them into smooth little gold ingots. The color returned to the normal luster of gold. Now, selling them would pose no issue. Xing parked his electric scooter and entered the gold shop, presenting the ingots and expressing his desire to sell them. Such private transactions of gold involve no overly complex procedures for the shop. After verifying the authenticity and weight of the gold, it was a straightforward exchange of cash for goods. Before long, 18,000 yuan was deposited into his mobile wallet. The 2 coins weighed more than he had anticipated. At the entrance of the gold shop, Xing sat on his electric scooter, gazing up at the towering skyscrapers. Feeling immensely fulfilled, he found himself increasingly longing for the 2 farmers he had recently acquired. The 2 farmers could contribute 18,000 yuan in taxes weekly. 20 farmers would yield 180,000. 200 farmers would generate 1,800,000. 2,000 farmers would bring in 18 million. Beyond that, he dared not imagine. In that moment, Xing resolved firmly. These were indeed golden geese. He needed to return to the game world as soon as possible, recruit more farmers, and become a tycoon of golden egg production in the city. Of course, he must ensure that the recruited farmers were well fed and cared for, comfortable and healthy. Thus, the money he had obtained could not be squandered on personal indulgences. A shrewd businessman must understand the value of investment. One must think long-term. Consequently, he drove his electric scooter to the suburban second-hand market, reluctantly selling his beloved scooter for a few hundred yuan. Then he turned around and spent several thousand on a nearly new second-hand agricultural tricycle. He also purchased pots, pans, plates, tables, and chairs. He acquired several camping tents, along with large bags of flour, rice, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and a pig's hind leg, vegetables, meatballs, wide noodles, sesame sauce, and lamb hot pot, gas stoves, liquefied gas, nylon ropes. All sorts of miscellaneous items filled his vehicle to the brim. Finally, he downloaded a comprehensive guide on wilderness survival onto his phone. Xing resolved to bravely venture into the gaming realm, eager to uncover treasures and amass wealth. He was determined to recoup the substantial investment of over 10,000. After completing his purchases, Xing drove his agricultural tricycle with a rhythmic chug-chug from the outskirts of the city into the mountainous region. Upon discovering a deserted grove, he plunged into its depths. Upon logging in, the scene transformed instantaneously. The grove morphed into an expansive prairie. The sun blazed brightly in the sky, while layers of white clouds floated gracefully. The ground was adorned with patches of yellow wildflowers, their delicate fragrance wafting gently with the breeze. The air was untainted. A stark contrast to the polluted atmosphere of the city. and one could easily imagine that even the air here could be a lucrative commodity. "Ha, my lord, my lord." Two farmers, having accepted Yan Xing's recruitment, emerged from a nearby grass clump. Upon seeing the agricultural tricycle he drove, their expressions turned ecstatic. They rushed forward, kissing the tires and exclaiming, "Great knight, my lord, you have conquered a mount far more powerful than your previous steed in such a brief span of time. It possesses a body of steel and limbs of wheels, 3 of them. You ride it with such valor. We believe that with such a mighty mount, you can challenge the fiercest dragons at the world's end." Are there dragons in this world? It seems perilous. I mustn't be too boastful. If I can survive, I shall. Hey, you two. Yan Xing commanded with the authority of a lord to his only 2 subordinates. This steed of mine is called the agricultural tricycle. Not only can it engage in battle, but it can also transport goods, making it a rare and valuable mount if you work diligently. Once I acquire a new mount, I shall reward you with this agricultural tricycle. Now, muster your spirits and unload the goods from the back. Let us establish camp and prepare a hot pot while discussing our grand plans for territorial development. Upon hearing that their lord might bestow such a magnificent mount upon them, the 2 farmers immediately knelt and cried, "The Lord is wise, the Lord is benevolent." Before fervently unloading the cargo, the tricycle's cargo capacity was ultimately limited, and Yan Xing lacked the funds to purchase more items. In a short while, the 3 of them had transferred everything to the ground. Yan Xing then guided the 2 farmers in erecting the tent and moving all the goods inside. The tent was made of waterproof material, ensuring that even rain would not dampen the supplies. After a flurry of activity, a modest camp was established. Next, Yan Xing set up a table in the center of the camp, placing a gas stove upon it. The gas tank was connected, and a pot filled with water and hot pot base was set atop the stove. Yan Xing turned the knob on the gas stove, and with a pop, a blue flame leapt forth. Magic! The 2 farmers, witnessing the flames spring forth from the stove without any visible fuel, immediately prostrated themselves, declaring, "Great Lord, you are a magnificent sorcerer. Your power allows you to command the fire elementals at will, compelling the noble fire spirits to boil water and prepare meals for you. We take pride in being your subjects, and we believe your territory will soon flourish, eventually becoming a renowned city. Your name will be sung by generations to come. My lord, please tell us your family name and your family creed. As your subjects, it is our duty to uphold and pledge loyalty to these tenets." Chapter 4. Lord Yan Xing's word is his bond. What unsophisticated bumpkins. Thankfully, it is just the 3 of us in this remote wilderness. Otherwise, I would be utterly embarrassed in front of others. Rise, rise. It is merely a trivial skill. Your lord possesses many talents. Yan Xing encouraged the 2 farmers to stand, guiding them to sit around the table. As he distributed utensils, he said, "Your lord's name is Yan Xing, which signifies that my word is my bond. Henceforth, Lord Yan Xing, my word is my bond shall be the creed of my family. Now, what are your names? I wish to know." Yan Xing was indifferent to these matters, speaking casually. However, when he inquired about their names, the 2 farmers exchanged glances before responding in unison. "My lord, we are commoners, without names." "No names. How do you address one another?" "There are only the 2 of us here. Names are unnecessary." A silence enveloped the scene. Indeed, with only the 2 of them, names seemed superfluous, but Yan Xing passionately proclaimed, "As your lord, how can you be nameless? Moreover, this place will undoubtedly prosper, and it will not remain just the 2 of you. Come, come, I shall name you." Yan Xing pulled out his cracked smartphone, intending to use a naming application. Alas, there was no signal. Unable to connect to the internet, he would have to rely on his own naming prowess. The 2 farmers possessed Western features, so their names should reflect a Western flair. Yet as Yan Xing's subjects, they must also bear an Eastern essence. "You," Yan Xing pointed at the taller farmer, "you shall be named Josipa." Then he pointed at the shorter, stockier farmer, "And you shall be called 80. Overjoyed to receive names from their lord, the 2 farmers wept tears of joy, immediately prostrating themselves and exclaiming, "Long live our lord," while kissing Yan Xing's mud-caked shoes. "Enough, enough. Rise and partake in the meal. Your lord has important matters to discuss with you." Yan Xing instructed Josipa and 80 to stand and sit down. At that moment, the water in the pot boiled, and the hot pot base dissolved into the broth. The bubbling water released an enticing aroma, causing the 2 farmers to swallow hard. Yan Xing gathered vegetables, meatballs, and meat, disregarding order, and dumped them all into the pot, pouring a bowl of liquor for each farmer. Eagerly, he asked, "In a moment, once it is cooked, we shall eat. I wish to inquire, where can I recruit farmers like you, who can contribute taxes to me weekly?" Josipa and Adi stared at the ingredients in the hot pot, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, they dared not be dismissive of their lord's inquiry. Josipa replied, "To report to you, my lord, we are the lowest of farmers, and our knowledge is limited. We only know that a lord's high reputation and the prosperity of the territory can attract wandering folk. One can recruit the blessed farmers from the farmers' huts in the territory or in the wild. Moreover, there is the natural process of childbirth. As long as there is food and drink and protection, our kind possesses a strong ability to reproduce. Another method is to seize farmers from other territories. Additionally, because human farmers possess a tax-paying talent that no other race has, they are often plundered by other races." Josipa's reasoning was astute. He could be cultivated. Yan Xing, having played strategic management games before, quickly grasped the recruitment methods Josipa described. First, it was essential to develop the territory, utilizing high reputation and prosperity to attract wanderers. Where these wanderers came from would depend on the game's mechanics. Second, constructing recruitment buildings for farmers would allow the lord to periodically recruit farmers from these facilities. Third, natural reproduction would serve as a standard means of population increase. Lastly, there was plunder, since human farmers were the only race endowed with a tax-paying talent. This trait escalated their value to a strategic level. The development, order, and expansion of the territory consumed an immeasurable amount of wealth. Yet, human farmers could generate a divine coin in taxes each week. Who wouldn't covet that? Naturally, they became a coveted strategic resource. At that moment, Yan Xing suddenly recalled something and promptly opened his attribute panel, his gaze fixated on his hero's specialty. Hero specialty. Popularity increases the attractiveness of human farmers, enhances governance efficiency, inspire, boosts the morale of subjects and allied forces. When Yan Xing first encountered this specialty, he had dismissed it, even scoffing inwardly. With the farmer's basic attributes being so paltry, what good would it do to recruit more? Given the knowledge he currently possessed about this world, where dragons and magic existed, farmers were merely background NPCs, hardly worthy opponents. Regardless of how many farmers one possessed, could they even serve as a snack for the formidable foes? However, upon realizing that farmers were the only race endowed with a tax-paying talent, Yan Xing's perspective on his own specialty and the way he viewed Josipa and Adi shifted dramatically. This talent was a divine skill for generating gold through recruiting farmers. The hot pot began boiling anew, the amalgamation of various ingredients creating an even more tantalizing aroma. Yan Xing diligently ladled generous portions of food into bowls for the two farmers before raising his bowl of liquor, proclaiming in a spirited manner, "Today marks our first encounter. I am grateful to you, my two brothers, for your willingness to follow me and embark on this venture together. Yan Xing, do not indulge in grandiloquent words. Let us speak plainly. As long as you remain loyal and work diligently by my side, I guarantee you will feast well and drink heartily every day. Should anyone dare to bully us, your lord shall personally handle them. Come, let us toast this bowl and deepen our bond." Josipa and Adi raised their bowls in unison, exclaiming, "Lord Yan Xing, my word is my bond." Yan Xing was taken aback by the fervor of his spontaneous family creed, laughing heartily. "Indeed, Lord Yan Xing, my word is my bond." The three of them together emptied their bowls of liquor. The initial sip of the potent high-quality liquor caused the farmer to cough repeatedly, prompting Yan Xing to cheerfully beckon, "Eat, eat, eat. Indulge in plentiful food and drink. There is more than enough." With delectable food and fine wine consumed, and under the influence of alcohol, Josipa and Adi became less reserved. They answered Yan Xing's inquiries without hesitation, gradually revealing the general landscape of their world to him. The stretch of wild grassland they occupied was part of the Gale Heights. To the south of the Gale Heights lay the Silver Mane Duchy of the human race, ruled by Duke Trollolop Griffin. To the east was an inland sea, connected to the outer ocean through a narrow strait. The west was home to the savage orc tribes, while the north housed the snow elves. The coastline where the Gale Heights met the inland sea featured a significant elevation drop, making direct access to the ocean quite challenging. Consequently, the Gale Heights became a critical stronghold surrounded by the three races of humans, orcs, and elves. Whoever claimed the Gale Heights would gain a strategic advantage over the other two races within this region. Airborne armies and mage groups held the high ground, making it difficult for their opponents. Due to the immense strategic importance of the Gale Heights, frequent battles erupted among the three races vying for control. These conflicts resulted in significant casualties on all sides and fostered intense animosity among the factions. Presently, the majority of the Gale Heights was under the control of the Silvermane Duchy. The savage orcs and snow elves maintained only a few outposts in the west and north, hoarding heavy troops and depleting their resources to fortify their defenses. In doing so, they aimed to prevent the complete occupation of the Gale Heights by humans while preparing for another fierce struggle for control. The commander stationed at the Gale Heights for the Silvermane Duchy was the renowned Marquis Lam Anderson, known as the Storm Marquis. He led the human forces in the contest for the Gale Heights against the orcs and elves, adopting a radically different strategy from that of his predecessors. Instead of hoarding resources and troops to determine the outcome of the war through a few decisive battles, he invested his family's wealth into constructing a swift route connecting the Gale Heights to human territories. This route facilitated the rapid transportation of supplies, allowing the establishment of the first human city in the Gale Heights, Storm City. Subsequently, Marquis Anderson adhered to the principle of avoiding direct conflict with the orc and elf races. Even covertly instigating discord between the two, he discreetly centered his efforts on protecting the transportation line from Storm City, continually expanding the construction of human cities and gradually encroaching upon the lands of the Gale Heights. By the time the orcs and elves realized Marquis Anderson's strategy, it was already too late. He had established a cluster of human cities to the south of the Gale Heights, creating his own economic, agricultural, and military training systems, significantly reducing dependence on support from the Silvermane Duchy. In contrast, the orcs and elves continued to rely on their previous wartime strategies. The Gale Heights' unique topography rendered the surrounding areas treacherous and made the construction of efficient roads exceedingly difficult, leading to inconvenient transportation. Thus, their attempts to seize the Gale Heights relied heavily on exhausting substantial manpower and resources from their rear, utilizing narrow paths or aerial transport to gradually accumulate the necessary military forces and supplies at their few military strongholds. Their efforts were painfully slow. Neither the orcs nor the elves possessed the capacity for a prolonged war against the humans in the Gale Heights, forced instead to watch as Marquis Lam Anderson gradually consumed the territory. Currently, both races could only maintain military outposts on the fringes of the heights, and they needed to cooperate to some extent to ensure their continued presence in the Gale Heights. Josipa's understanding of the world was limited to the Gale Heights, and he had no knowledge of the situation in other areas. In summary, the Gale Heights, where Yan Xing found himself, seemed somewhat isolated from the rest of the world, having developed a precarious balance reminiscent of a tripartite standoff. The dominant human race faced the necessity of uniting the orcs and elves, leading to a temporary stability in certain regions. Chapter 5. Destitution. Yan Xing did not anticipate the treacherous nature of his initial position, prompting him to glance around anxiously. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. The bright moon hung in the sky, stars twinkled, and a gentle breeze continued to rustle, giving Yan Xing the unsettling impression that something might be lurking within the nearby wild grass. The silhouette of a farming tricycle emerged under the flickering light of the fire, casting the shadows of three individuals upon the tent. Yan Xing quietly inquired of his two subordinates, "Is it possible we might encounter orcs or elves here?" The loquacious Josipa replied, "My lord, we are located in the eastern part of the Gale Heights, near the Lysian Sea, far from the orc strongholds in the west. Orcs seldom come this way. To the north lies a vast marshland inhabited by the Marsh tribe. These creatures, rolling about in the mud, never involve themselves in the conflicts among the three races in the Gale Heights, and the three races cannot overpower them in the marsh. Thus, the elves rarely traverse the marsh to reach here. Even the noble lords of the human race look down upon this place." "Why is that?" Yan Xing asked, perplexed. "If this area was free from the threats of orcs and elves, wouldn't it be an excellent place for farming?" Josipa explained, "Because there are no forests, no stones. There is no way to establish lumberyards or quarries to gather wood and stone nearby. Constructing a territory consumes vast amounts of timber and stone. If one cannot gather resources locally, they must purchase them from elsewhere. Although this location is not a primary battleground for the humans against the orcs and elves, it is not entirely safe either. Situated close to the marsh, Marquis Anderson is reluctant to provoke the Marsh tribe. Hence no city has been built here. Other nobles cannot receive aid from Storm City and are unwilling to spend their own funds to risk offending the Marsh tribe by establishing a city in this area. Yan Xing nodded in understanding. In summary, this stretch of wild grassland held little strategic value for human interests. Orcs would not traverse the Gale Heights aimlessly from west to east, and elves would find it difficult to cross the territory of the Marsh tribe to arrive here. Moreover, the resource scarcity rendered development and defense of this area relatively insignificant for the humans. Should they inadvertently offend the Marsh tribe, they would lose a natural barrier against the elves. Thus, this wild grassland became a precarious balance within the tension of the Gale Heights. Influenced by various factors, for the time being, the only potential threat to this area was likely the Marsh tribe from the north. Yan Xing then inquired, "Will the Marsh tribe come here?" Josepa responded, "The Marsh tribe certainly remains active within the marsh. However, their werewolf patrols occasionally venture here, but they do not linger for long. Due to the formidable strength of the humans in the Gale Heights, the Marsh tribe would not easily trouble any humans they encounter. However, if they come across human farmers, they will undoubtedly plunder them, as they envy the taxes we contribute each week. Indeed, wealth is the root of all evil. Who wouldn't he covet farmers that produce golden eggs with a mere offering of food? Now, with 2 farmers in his possession, should they encounter the Marsh tribe's patrols, they might very well become their farmers. Eat, eat, eat. With this lord at your side, no one shall take you away." Yan Xing warmly encouraged his subordinates to indulge in food and drink. Having witnessed Yan Xing's mount and magic, both Josepa and Adi felt a surge of confidence in his abilities, and they freely enjoyed the feast. Meanwhile, Yan Xing's mood grew heavy. Though this grassland felt somewhat secure, it remained situated within the tumultuous Gale Heights. With the Marsh tribe nearby, the future was fraught with uncertainty. Despite being a heroic knight of the human race, his combat prowess was not significantly superior to that of the 2 farmers. The camp had no fortifications to defend against attacks, rendering it an unsuitable place for farming. Yet, he was a stranger to this world, and Josepa and the others were equally unaware of the circumstances beyond the Gale Heights. Blindly relocating would be tantamount to courting death that he needed to swiftly fortify the camp's defenses while simultaneously enhancing his own strength and that of his territory that, of course, he did possess certain advantages. The ability to transport resources from the real world using a farming tricycle and to bring back gold and skills from this realm into reality signified that he could act as a merchant between the 2 worlds. Profiting from the price differences, wasn't this the very purpose of his return to this game world? Moreover, armed with the backing of a real-world online platform and a global commodity supply chain, lacking timber and stone, this lord could still construct buildings with steel and concrete. The future blueprint appeared promising, yet the present remained challenging. The territory was utterly destitute, and Yan Xing himself was no better off. Figuring out how to navigate the current predicament with limited funds and resources was an urgent issue that required resolution. Even constructing a wall around the camp using bricks and concrete would necessitate some financial resources. What Yan Xing lacked was money that he decided to explore the options available in his lordly privileges to see if there was anything that could assist him. Yan Xing's consciousness delved into his personal data panel. Finally accessing the territory management section, a plethora of categories and subdivisions awaited him. A vertical tree of territory construction and upgrades laid out a vast system of territorial development before him. Yan Xing studied the territory construction upgrade tree for quite some time, drawing from his prior knowledge of strategic games, until he grasped the essentials of developing a human territory. The foundation of a human territory revolved around the cultivation of farmers. Once recruited by a human lord, farmers automatically gained the status of territory citizens. In addition to contributing a divine-given gold coin as tax each week, they could produce various goods through labor. With the trade of these goods generating territorial tax revenue, the lord could utilize these taxes for territorial development. Depending on the scale of the territory, the lord could earn a certain amount of divine-given gold each week. This method was the primary source of divine-given gold for other races, which also explained why other races coveted human farmers. Even within the human realm, farmers serve as resources plundered among the lords. Thus, while the human lords reap benefits from the farmers, they must exert every effort to protect their farmers and attract more to their domains. This brings into play the prosperity of the territory and the goodwill of its people. Territories with high prosperity are highly attractive to wandering individuals and will also draw farmers from less prosperous lands. The goodwill refers to the level of support the common folk have for their lord. In territories where goodwill is high, the populace tends to remain content and settled, rarely contemplating departure. Conversely, in areas with low goodwill, the inhabitants feel a lack of livelihood and security, compelling them to seek escape by any means possible. Prosperity and goodwill are complex phenomena influenced by numerous factors. However, as long as the Lord effectively addresses the essentials of the populace's clothing, food, and shelter, and barring any natural disasters or calamities, the territory's prosperity and goodwill should not plummet too low. Clothing. Yan Xing purchased several sets of durable garments, and soon had Josipa and 80 change into them. Food. The two were enjoying their meal, with provisions sufficient to sustain all three for a month. Shelter. Although the canvas rainproof tent may not be the best, it suffices for temporary habitation. Travel. Wherever they wish to go, their lord himself would personally operate the agricultural tricycle to transport them. The service in this territory is quite commendable. Thus, Yan Xing is not overly concerned about losing the goodwill of his people. As long as Josipa and 80 are satiated with hot pot, he need not worry about their thoughts of escape. Now, he must consider how to fortify the territory's defenses and military capabilities. Chapter 6. An unexpected mission. Currently, Yan Xing's territory possesses nothing in the construction options. There exists a series of gray icons indicating buildings that do not meet construction criteria. The only structures possible to build are residences, roads, wells, lumberyards, and quarries. There is also a village assembly hall, which requires a population of at least 10 to construct, with only 3 individuals in his territory. Yan Xing need not even contemplate the creation of a village assembly hall at this time. Josipa had just remarked that a lumberyard and quarry were unnecessary to build, as there was nothing to harvest. The remaining residences each require 100 divine gold coins, along with 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of stone. A village road, 100 meters long, costs 100 divine gold coins and 3 units of stone. A well requires 100 divine gold coins and 1 unit of stone, with no guarantee of water. Is this extortion? After reviewing the construction costs of his territory, Yan Xing was utterly astonished. He had just received 2 gold coins and was secretly delighted at his newfound wealth. Yet, a single residence demands 100 divine gold coins, which translates to 900,000 in the real world. What kind of luxurious villa are they expecting to build? Moreover, constructing 100 meters of village road costs 100 gold coins. Digging a well also costs 100 coins, without any assurance of water. Have they lost their minds over money? This is merely the divine gold coin requirement. As for the wood and stone needed later, even if Yan Xing had money, he could not procure them. Fortunately, this is the Lord's system pricing, where buildings are directly generated from the consumption of divine gold coins and materials. Although the expenses are high, the results are swift. If one is unwilling to spend this money, it is possible to construct through normal means, provided they meet the quality standards recognized by the Lord's system, compared to direct purchases from the territorial system. Normal construction certainly costs less, albeit with a longer time frame and uncertain quality. Regardless, Yan Xing has neither money nor resources, making it impossible to buy from the system. Even if he had money, he would not want to be a fool. As a lord, what would it cost to buy some bricks and cement from the real world? Bricks are 50 cents each. With 100 divine gold coins, he could purchase 1.8 million bricks. Forget about building residences. He could easily enclose the land with a wall. Alas, he currently possesses not a single gold coin. A penny can indeed thwart a hero. This extravagant hot pot has cost quite a bit. Perhaps it is time for instant noodles instead. Other constructions such as magic guilds, arenas, opera houses, temples, and night training grounds are all buildings that need not even be considered that he cannot afford them, nor do they meet construction criteria. The village assembly hall is a prerequisite for all buildings aside from residences. Roads, wells, lumberyards, and quarries. To build a village assembly hall, one needs 500 gold coins and a population of 10. This is quite vexing. After reviewing the territorial system, Yan Xing realized that aside from adding to his frustration, he had gained little. Setting aside the 500 gold coins required for the assembly hall, he is at a loss as to where he could recruit the 7 missing individuals. Sigh. Drinking and feasting. As long as he can retain these 2 farmers, a modest prosperity can be achieved. Without any feasible solutions, Yan Xing chose to cease his contemplation, indulging in the hot pot's ingredients and drinking heartily. While the 3 were engaged in their meal and drink, 80, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly shouted towards the darkened area outside the camp. "Hey, Who is there? Yan Xing, feeling a surge of vigilance upon hearing 80's warning of an approaching presence, immediately rushed to the side of the agricultural tricycle. He retrieved a 1-meter-long steel pipe, which he had purchased as a means of self-defense. Meanwhile, Josipa and 80 brandished their respective pitchforks, striking a formidable stance towards the source of the noise. "Please do not harm us," came a somewhat aged voice from the darkness. Just beyond the reach of the firelight, followed by the slow approach of an elderly man leaning on a pitchfork as a walking stick, his emaciated form revealed a back bent from hunger. And he moved with faltering steps. Behind the old man trailed 2 half-grown children, clutching at his garment with trepidation as they cast fearful glances at Yan Xing and his companions, upon realizing they were humans, and particularly the elderly and weak. Yan Xing lowered the steel pipe and inquired, "We are all of the same kin. We shall not inflict harm upon you. Are you hungry? We have some food here. Let us fill your bellies first." Josipa added, "This is our lord. Yan Xing, he is a man of his word. If he says he will not harm you, he shall not. Come quickly and partake in the food. It is a delicacy you have likely never tasted before. A gift from Lord Yan Xing to you." Meanwhile, 80 silently ventured into the darkness with his pitchfork in hand. The aroma of the hot pot had already wafted through the air. The old man and the children, drawn by the enticing scent, approached, their hunger overpowering any instinct for caution regarding the potential dangers of the camp. Upon discovering that the camp housed humans, including a lord, the elderly man immediately knelt before Yan Xing with the children. "Please, Lord, save our shelter." Hearing the mention of a shelter, Yan Xing suddenly perked up. Just moments before, while perusing the territorial system, he had seen the option for a shelter, a recruitment building for human farmers. It can be constructed through the human territorial system, and random shelters may also appear in the wilderness. Shelters generate a certain number of farmers available for recruitment each week. What a stroke of luck. Just as I was fretting over how to gather 10 individuals to construct the village assembly hall, here comes news of a shelter. That I want that shelter. Yan Xing helped the elderly man and the children to their feet and kindly said, "There is no need for such formalities. Good sir, we are all of the same kin. It is only right that we assist one another in times of need. Please, tell me what troubles your shelter faces, and I shall immediately gather my troops and provisions to assist." Ding. You have accepted the quest. Rescue the farmer shelter. Quest description. A patrol team of swamp-dwelling wolfmen has discovered a newly established farmer shelter. They have seized the shelter and captured the farmers within. You have received a distress call from the escaped farmers, and you feel a righteous indignation regarding the actions of the wolfmen. You have decided to lead your army to reclaim the shelter from the wolfmen and rescue the abducted farmers. Quest rewards. Ownership of the shelter, 14 farmers, 100 divine gold coins, 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of wood. Quest failure. Reputation reduced by 100. When did I ever feel such indignation? Why must I fight the wolfmen? Yan Xing had initially thought that the farmers inside were on the verge of starvation, and that delivering a bag of provisions would suffice. Who would have guessed that the swamp-dwelling wolfmen had taken over the shelter? How, I wonder, did an old man and 2 children manage to escape? This seems quite implausible. Yan Xing realized that he had spoken too hastily. He should have inquired further before making any promises. Now, sending himself and 2 farmers to confront the Wolfman patrol team could indeed be life-threatening. Chapter 7. The expedition regret is no longer of any use. Yan Xing currently possesses merely 1 point of reputation. Should he fail this quest, he would lose 100 points. The reputation of a lord is critical to the development of a territory. With a tarnished reputation, who would come to seek refuge? Of course, if this is truly a suicide mission. Yan Xing would not concern himself with personal reputation. Still, it is essential to clarify the specifics. Only by knowing oneself and one's adversary can one determine whether to rescue or not. Saving lives is not a matter of haste. First, let us eat something and drink some warm soup. Then share what you have encountered with me, your lord. Yan Xing beckoned the elderly man and children into the camp, instructing Josipa, "Prepare more meat for the children. They are so thin. They seem nothing but skin and bones." Regardless of whether the farmers captured by the wolfmen could be rescued, Yan Xing had already come to regard this elderly man and the 2 children as his own. Observing their frail forms, he felt a pang of sympathy. First, let us fill our stomachs, then discuss the matters at hand. "Thank you, Lord." The elderly man expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he led the 2 children toward the hot pot. As Josipa retrieved food from the pot, 80 returned with his pitchfork and informed Yan Xing, "My lord, there is nothing else approaching in the vicinity." Only then did Yan Xing realize that 80 had gone to assess the surroundings. "My vigilance is still too low." Yan Xing silently chastised himself, while simultaneously considering that this quiet 80 might indeed possess potential. When Yan Xing returned to the hot pot, he found the elderly man and the child voraciously devouring the heaping platter of food before them. They were indeed famished and had never before experienced such delectable fare as anticipated. This grand medley of hot pot delights is cherished by all, regardless of location. After the elder finished his portion, Yan Xing instructed Gaospa to serve him another helping that he then settled beside the elder and began to inquire about their encounter with the werewolf patrol. The werewolves of the swamp tribe differed significantly from Yan Xing's understanding of werewolves as portrayed in films and television. Within the swamp tribe, werewolves occupy a role akin to that of farmers among the human race, classified as a first-tier species. However, despite both being first-tier beings, their combat prowess is worlds apart. The human race, having gained the farmer class as a first-tier tax-paying group, has simultaneously forfeited an entire foundational tier of military strength, while other races' first-tier beings may not be capable of tax contributions like farmers. They are all combat units, rendering their populace militarized. It can be said that there are both gains and losses. In this fantastical realm, werewolves are not a particularly formidable race. However, they can easily overpower farmers. A patrol of 10 werewolves could effortlessly subdue a dozen farmers in a shack, capturing them without breaking a sweat. The elder and child were fortunate to have escaped as they were not present within the shack at the time. Before dawn, the werewolves will take my kin into the swamp. They will imprison the captured human farmers and extract taxes from them weekly. Yet humans do not adapt well to the swamp's environment. They quickly fall ill and perish. Esteemed lord, please, I implore you, save my family, the elder beseeched once more. Yan Xing now understood that the shack was located to the north, approximately 15 kilometers from the camp he had established, and about 20 kilometers from the swamp region. This meant that his camp lay 35 kilometers from the swamp's edge. This distance is neither too far nor too close, but it is only a matter of time before the swamp tribe discovers it. Therefore, avoiding conflict with the swamp tribe is the optimal strategy for handling disputes with them. Furthermore, the patrol occupying the shack consists of 10 werewolves. Even though werewolves are first-tier swamp beings, they are not something he and a few farmers can confront directly. Yet, they are merely 10 werewolves. With a bit of ingenuity, perhaps it is not impossible to reclaim both the shack and the captured farmers. As for the method, it would be prudent to first observe the werewolves and the geographical layout of the shack before devising a plan. Have you had your fill? Yan Xing inquired of the elder. Do you have a name? After finishing another plate of food and releasing a satisfied belch, the elder replied, I am full. Esteemed lord, we humble folk do not possess names. How can it be that they have no names? Once the territory expands, a dedicated official must be appointed to bestow names upon these farmers. Making a mental note of this future task, Yan Xing said to the elder, I shall name you Laoans. Having eaten to his heart's content, he declared, Now, let us take action. We shall seek out the werewolves and reclaim my farmers from the shack. Upon hearing that Yan Xing intended to lead a rescue for the shack and his family, Laoans immediately stood up, leaning on his pitchfork. I will lead you and your troops to the shack, my lord. At this moment, Gaospa expressed his concerns to Yan Xing. My lord, there are 10 werewolves, though you are indeed valiant. They are still 10 werewolves. Gaospa repeatedly emphasized the presence of 10 werewolves at the shack, clearly lacking confidence in Yan Xing's upcoming endeavor. Yan Xing, brimming with unshakable confidence, replied, 10 werewolves, nothing more. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 werewolves, they would merely be akin to worthless dogs in my eyes. Gaospa, you shall remain at the camp, safeguarding our belongings and children. Prepare provisions for a dozen, and await our triumphant return. Laoans and Eddie, arm yourselves and accompany me into battle. This time, I shall ride forth alone toward the north. I shall not return until the shack is liberated. The 3 adult farmers raised their pitchforks in unison, proclaiming, Long live Lord Yan Xing. Lord Yan Xing, your word is law. The 2 children, engrossed in their meal, clumsily echoed, Lord Yan Xing, your word is law. Ha ha ha. The rallying cry of the people and the spirit of encouragement truly invigorate the morale. With a sweeping gesture, Yan Xing commanded, to battle. Naturally, marching into battle cannot rely solely on foot, so Yan Xing procured 2 stools and placed them in the back of the agricultural tricycle. inviting Eddie and Laoans to take a seat. Eddie, apprehensive, protested, fearing to sit upon the Lord's newly acquired beast of burden, which seemed beyond the reach of humble folk like them. Yan Xing, with a swift kick to Eddie's rear, bellowed, "Time is of the essence. Sit as commanded." Once Eddie climbed into the back. Clutching his pitchfork while seated on the stool, Yan Xing seized Laoans, who was kissing the tricycle's tire, and tossed him into the back as well. Yan Xing took the driver's seat of the agricultural tricycle. Gripping the handlebars, his gaze fixed ahead, the moon shone brightly, casting an air of ominous intent all around. Donning his helmet, he turned the key, sending electric currents from the battery to the motor, releasing the handbrake. He activated the headlights, engaged reverse gear, and gradually backed out. After signaling left, he shifted to forward gear and, with a flourish of the throttle, he drove the agricultural tricycle, leading his troops swiftly into the night. Gaospa, clutching his pitchfork and accompanied by the two children, gazed after Lord Yan Xing's departing figure for an extended moment. Chapter 8. The werewolf patrol. The agricultural tricycle rolled forward with minimal noise. As Yan Xing navigated the bumpy terrain of the wild grassland, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with the tricycle's headlights illuminating the ground ahead, swaying with the undulating landscape. At this moment, beneath the unknown starry sky, Yan Xing had lost his sense of direction. Fortunately, Laoans was well acquainted with the terrain and guided the army directly toward the location of the shack, evoking a sensation akin to the Big Dipper is high. And Gushu wields his sword by night. After a swift journey of nearly 2 hours, they arrived near the shack. Yan Xing suspected that the werewolves possessed keen senses. Thus he drove the agricultural tricycle in a wide arc before coming to a halt at a safe distance downwind on the eastern side. He then, along with Laoans and Eddie, stealthily ascended a gentle slope, laying low on the reverse slope, gradually merging their bodies with the surrounding grass. The night was further quieted by the chorus of chirping insects. Upon reaching the crest of the slope, Yan Xing peered through the grass and clearly saw a bonfire flickering 200 meters ahead, illuminating the shack. The shack was constructed from shrubbery and dried reeds. Low and drafty, and even the werewolves of the swamp tribe were reluctant to take shelter within. Most werewolves lay on the ground around the bonfire, asleep, while 3 stood at a distance, keeping watch. The captured human farmers were bound together with vines, seated within the werewolf's perimeter. Yan Xing retrieved a pair of binoculars to scrutinize the werewolf patrol. The werewolves were not significantly taller than humans, resembling upright wolves with hind limbs, while their forelimbs were agile enough to grasp objects like human hands. Most wore crude reed armor and wielded bone flails. Their equipment, though simplistic, was vastly superior compared to the tattered rags and pitchforks of the farmers. Moreover, Yan Xing noticed a particularly imposing werewolf, larger in stature and clad in half-plate armor, wielding a flail with a spiked iron ball instead of a bone head. From Laohan's descriptions, Yan Xing recognized this larger werewolf as an advanced type, a second-tier being of the swamp tribe, likely the small leader of this patrol. This foe would be formidable, indeed. The presence of even one large werewolf among the patrol, let alone the 9 others, meant that he and 2 farmers could not hope to confront them directly. Yan Xing was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Even bearing the title of lordly hero, he was merely a first-tier novice. If the enemy were just 1 or 2 first-tier werewolves, perhaps after downing half a bottle of liquor, he might muster the courage to engage. However, even under the influence of a whole bottle of Dali, he would not dare to challenge them. Eddie and Laohans were not reliable allies in this confrontation. Thus a direct assault was out of the question. Cunning was required instead. Slowly descending from the slope, Yan Xing whispered to them, "You 2 remain here and keep watch over the werewolves. I shall procure some weapons to deal with them. Remember, no one is to act recklessly until I return." Eddie and Laohans nodded. "My lord, we will remain still," sighing at the weighty responsibilities of developing his territory. Yan Xing returned to his agricultural tricycle. Mounting it, he accessed his personal attributes menu and selected Exit. In an instant, Yan Xing and his tricycle reappeared in the little grove from which he had entered. The reality of the outside world had transitioned into night. And upon exiting the grove, he beheld the dazzling lights of the city not far away, rendering the moon pale and obscuring the stars. Yan Xing drove the tricycle back towards the suburban area, its engine humming steadily, eventually stopping outside a delicatessen on a commercial street. "Boss," he called out as he entered, "I'd like 40 pounds of braised meat, please." A glass partition separated the counter from the kitchen. where several simmering pots bubbled away, heated by small flames underneath. Within the pots, chunks of meat soaked in rich, aromatic broth, their glistening reddish-brown hues tantalizingly appealing. The owner of the delicatessen, a plump, middle-aged woman, approached with a wide smile upon hearing someone order such a substantial quantity of braised meat at once. "Young man, are you improving the meals at the worksite? Let me tell you, my braised recipes are passed down through generations. Make sure you enjoy it at least once, and you'll be thinking about a second helping. You should buy that kind of braised meat. Andy will help you choose the most tender and flavorful." "Huh? Boss, I could smell the aroma of your meat from afar. It must be authentic braised delicacies." Yan Xing sweetly complimented the lady boss, then glanced at the 20 or so varieties of braised meat behind the glass window and declared, "10 gene of pig head meat, 10 gene of pig intestines, 10 gene of braised pork belly, and 5 large hocks. Give me as many as you have." The 5 large hocks alone would weigh more than 10 gene. This substantial order could earn her small shop over 2,000 yuan. Seeing such a rare big customer, the plump boss beamed with joy and swiftly began weighing the meat for Yan Xing. Yan Xing promptly took out his phone to make the payment and then added, "Could you please deb one the meat with bones and chop it into pieces to mix together?" The plump boss, hearing this unusual request for the first time, inquired, "Young man, how do you plan to eat the meat mixed together in small pieces?" Yan Xing showed the successful payment notification on his phone and replied, "How we eat is not your concern. Just prepare it as I asked, and put it all in a large bag that I still need to buy some other items. Is there a shop selling dried fruits on this street?" Complying with the customer's request, the plump boss refrained from asking further. Since the payment was already made, how the customer wished to mix the 4 types of meat was entirely his business. In response to Yan Xing's inquiry, the plump boss said, "There is a shop selling dried fruits. Just go out and turn left. There's a dried fruit store less than 50 meters away. They have all kinds of dried fruits." "Thank you, boss." After confirming the location of the dried fruit shop, Yan Xing stepped outside. After a while, he returned to the braised meat shop carrying a large bag of nuts with round shells. The plump boss had also prepared the meat, neatly chopped and mixed in a large plastic bag, and kindly assisted Yan Xing in transferring the substantial amount of meat onto his agricultural tricycle. With such a quantity of meat, it would surely suffice for those werewolves. Yan Xing placed the dried fruits into the tricycle's cargo area and waved goodbye to the smiling plump boss standing at the entrance of the braised meat shop before driving the tricycle back toward the small grove he had come from. He accessed the game world's template and chose to enter. Yan Xing drove his tricycle back down the slope from which he had departed. Upon seeing the Lord return, Eddie and Lohans cautiously approached, immediately catching the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the cargo area. "My lord, what have you brought all this meat for?" Yan Xing responded, "Of course, it's for those werewolves that I never take advantage of others in battle. Let us feed these werewolves first, and tomorrow morning we shall engage them in a decisive battle." Chapter 9. Lord Yan Xing's Integrity. What? Hurry up and get to work. Yan Xing retrieved the dried fruits he had purchased and instructed the 2 farmers. "These are called macadamia nuts. You 2, crack open the shells to get the kernels inside. Then use stones to crush the kernels and sprinkle them over the meat. Be quick about it. I'm waiting to deliver the food to those werewolves." As he spoke, Yan Xing demonstrated by cracking open a macadamia nut. The shell of the macadamia is hard and smooth, making it tricky to open. However, the vendor had thoughtfully pre-sawed a small opening on the shell. Customers merely need to use a small iron tool provided by the vendor to easily access the nut inside. Yan Xing opened a macadamia nut, took the kernel out, and popped it into his mouth. It was crisp and fragrant, truly a delightful snack. He then handed the extra iron tools to Lohans and Eddie, instructing them to peel the macadamia nuts. The Lord would do as he pleased, while the peasants merely followed orders. Since the Lord intended to feed the werewolves before fighting them, it demonstrated his strength and integrity. A true knight indeed. Yan Xing's confidence instilled great assurance in Lohans and Eddie, prompting them to squat down and begin their work on the pile of nuts. Farmers possess remarkable dexterity. After cracking open 2 or 3 nuts, Lohans and Eddie quickly mastered the technique. They extracted the kernels and crushed them with stones to sprinkle over the braised meat. However, the tantalizing aroma of the meat tested their restraint, and soon Eddie could no longer contain himself, asking Yan Xing, who was lying nearby, "My lord, this meat smells too good. Can we have a taste?" Yan Xing, reclining on the grassy meadow with a blade of foxtail grass in his mouth, gazed up at the starry sky, which was so dazzling it could easily captivate anyone. Hearing Eddie's craving, Yan Xing spat out the grass and said, "If you want to eat, go ahead. With so much meat, how could those werewolves possibly finish it all?" Upon receiving Yan Xing's permission, Eddie seized a piece of fatty meat with skin and stuffed it into his mouth. The fat melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, making him involuntarily swallow it whole. Next, he indulged in a macadamia nut, marveling to himself, "In less than a day of following the Lord, I've tasted the most delicious things in the world." Nearby, Lohans also munched while working. Yan Xing, meanwhile, grabbed a handful of macadamia nuts and climbed to the hilltop to keep watch over the werewolves near the shed. The werewolves were still asleep, but the guard duty had changed, indicating that the vigilance of this werewolf patrol was quite high. Yan Xing remained hidden in the grass, hoping that these werewolves were similar in physiology to their close relatives on Earth. Macadamia nuts are a highly nutritious delicacy, beneficial for humans as snacks. However, if dogs consume these nuts, they can suffer severe poisoning symptoms: weakness, depression, vomiting, tremors, loss of bodily control, muscle spasms, and mental disturbances. Mild cases may lead to fainting, while severe cases can be fatal. Wolves and dogs are kindred spirits. Although the werewolves' names include human, they appear as upright canines. Thus, let's feed them macadamia nuts first. If that doesn't work, I shall return to purchase some lime powder. After a while, Eddie quietly called from down the slope, "My lord, we've finished all the work." Yan Xing descended from the slope, finding that the two farmers had peeled and crushed all the macadamia nuts, mixing them into the meat without fear of the werewolves picking them out. "Well done." Yan Xing praised them and instructed the two farmers to load the large bag of meat into the tricycle's cargo area. He then took his seat in the driver's seat and stated, "I shall now deliver food to those werewolves. You two stay hidden and do not let them discover you." "Yes, my lord. We will hide very well." Yan Xing drove off, taking a detour toward the northwestern side of the shed. This area was coastal, and at night, the wind blew from the northwest to the southeast, just as Yan Xing and the others concealed themselves on the eastern side of the shed. Their scent would not be carried by the wind into the sensitive noses of the werewolves. Upon reaching the northwestern side of the shed, Yan Xing unloaded the large bag of meat from the tricycle. Opening the bag wide, the aroma of the meat instantly wafted through the air, carried by the wind toward the shed area. This scent was extraordinarily stimulating for the olfactory senses of canines. All the werewolves still asleep nearly simultaneously opened their eyes, leaping up from the ground, directing their attention toward the source of the enticing aroma, noses twitching eagerly, saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. However, their alertness kept them from losing their rationality to eye in the high winds of the grasslands. They were hunters in the presence of human farmers, yet potential prey in the face of anything else. Yet, the aroma was undeniably captivating. The werewolves turned their gaze toward the leading werewolf, the head of the patrol team. "All werewolves stay alert. Keep an eye on the farmers we've captured." The large werewolf growled softly, pointing out two others, saying, "You, and you, go check in that direction. Be cautious. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately." "Yes, leader." The two werewolves, named, cautiously approached the direction from which the aroma wafted, their mouths still watering. The vigilant large werewolf continued to snarl, warning his subordinates. He understood the immense allure this scent held for the werewolves and sensed that it carried some treachery. He had to persistently remind his subordinates to maintain their composure, even as his own saliva dripped down. Not long later, the two dispatched werewolves returned, bringing with them a bag made of an unknown material. Meat, a large bag brimming with cooked meat. As werewolves, meat was their staple food. But they had never encountered meat that exuded such a rich aroma. The scent of meat filled the entire shed area, tantalizing not only the werewolves, but also awakening the bound human farmers, who could not resist salivating at the delicious scent. "Oh, whoa!" The werewolves howled, encircling the bag filled with meat. The large werewolf dashed to the bag's side, baring his teeth and displaying a fierce demeanor to drive his subordinates away. "Fools! Do you think so much meat would just be lying around for us to find on this grassland?" the large werewolf warned. "Someone must have placed this meat here for us to discover. They've likely laced it with poison. If we eat it, we will die." The large werewolf's warning brought some clarity to the others, yet the aroma of the meat continued to lure them closer. The swamp-dwelling werewolves, being uncivilized and barbaric, had difficulty suppressing their desires. Moreover, food was scarce in the swamp, leaving most werewolves in a state of semi-starvation, making them even more susceptible to the meat's alluring scent. The large werewolf stood guard beside the meat, while several younger werewolves attempted to inch closer. The large werewolf growled a warning, displaying his fangs as a threat at that moment. An older werewolf addressed the large werewolf, saying, "They are still young. They are too hungry. I propose we find a farmer to sample this meat. If he meets a fatal end, the young werewolves will surely be struck with fear." Chapter 10. The assault of all forces. The elder werewolf recognized that such a standoff was not a viable solution, for the young werewolves possessed a dangerously low resistance to this level of sustenance. Should he show even a hint of leniency, they would undoubtedly rush forth to devour the flesh. The suggestion from the elder werewolf was not without merit. Witnessing a human succumb to poison would instill a sense of dread in these creatures. "Go, fetch a human farmer." A farmer was swiftly brought before the elder werewolf, who brandished a handful of meat before him, commanding, "Eat." The famished farmer seized the meat and devoured it in mere moments. Craving more, he was abruptly knocked to the ground by the elder werewolf's powerful kick. The elder then bellowed at several young werewolves, "Keep your eyes on him. If he still breathes when the moon is directly overhead, I shall allow you to feast." "Yes, chief." The young werewolves exerted immense restraint over their appetites, fixating their predatory gazes upon the farmer who had just consumed the meat, eyes gleaming with a feral hunger as if they wished to tear him apart. The fate that awaited the farmer, should he perish, would be to be consumed by the werewolves, skin and bones alike. The food was scarce in the marshlands, and those of lower status among the werewolves had even lesser access to sustenance. Many werewolf infants were slain at birth, and some elder werewolves were cast out from the pack due to their perceived lack of value. While the werewolves could resist the allure of ordinary food and persistent hunger, the meat they had discovered today was simply too enticing. As night fell, tranquility returned, yet not a single werewolf could find rest. The elder werewolf vigilantly guarded the bag of meat, while the others gazed at the moon above, occasionally letting out a howl. As the night deepened, the moon gradually traversed the sky. The human farmer, wide-eyed, looked around at the werewolves encircling him, bewildered by their intentions. The moon inched closer to its zenith, and the pack grew increasingly restless. The farmer showed no signs of poisoning. In fact, he exhibited not even a hint of toxicity. At this moment, even the werewolves who had initially managed to restrain themselves began to cast longing glances at the bag of meat, saliva pooling in their mouths. The elder werewolf could not fathom why the farmer had not succumbed to poison. He only knew that if he continued to deny his subordinates the meat, these envious werewolves would surely turn on him. Moreover, upon observing that the human farmer remained unharmed, the elder was unable to resist the allure of the meat any longer. "No poison? Then it can certainly be consumed. Very well. This meat is safe." The elder werewolf's proclamation ignited a cheer among the pack. The werewolves immediately converged around the bag of meat, and once the elder had taken a handful and consumed it, they all lunged forward to seize the flesh. Having returned to the eastern hillside, Yan Xing, through his telescope, exhaled a long sigh of relief upon witnessing the werewolves finally indulge in the meat. Let them eat. Let them eat. The more they consume, the better, lest the poison not be potent enough. Now, we simply await dawn when my lord leads the charge to confront the werewolves. The bag of meat, coupled with the added dried fruits, weighed over 50 pounds. Even if 10 werewolves gorged themselves to the point of collapse, a substantial amount of meat would remain in the bag. The werewolves, with no more space in their bellies, sat on the ground, reveling in the rare satisfaction of a full meal. They savored the lingering taste of the succulent meat, occasionally licking their greasy fingers. They had never encountered such delectable flesh before. The meat was tender, juicy, and its flavor lingered, leaving them yearning for more. In stark contrast, the roasted meat they had consumed prior was merely a stench-ridden, unyielding mass. How delightful it was! Yet, why did they feel so weak? Their stomachs churned, a sensation of nausea looming. And why did the world seem to spin? Thus, the night passed as the sun rose in the east. It gradually illuminated the expanse of the grassland. Yan Xing, who had lain on the hillside throughout the night, rose to his feet. He brushed off the clinging grass from his clothes and kicked the drowsy Idi and Laohans awake. "Get up, let us board the vehicle. We shall march into battle alongside my lord." The bleary-eyed Idi and Laohans quickly scrambled into the back of the tricycle. Clutching their pitchforks tightly, Yan Xing took his place at the driver's seat, maneuvering the war chariot up to the hilltop before sounding the horn as he charged down toward the nearby shed. Beep, 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 beep. The spectacle was truly grand. Yan Xing, fueled by determination, drove the agricultural tricycle close to the shed, leapt down with a steel pipe in hand at that moment. All the bound farmers stared in awe at Yan Xing and his extraordinary steed, while the werewolves lay splayed haphazardly on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, yet their pupils were vacant and their bodies rigid, occasionally twitching as if in a seizure. The effects of the drug were undeniably potent. It was well worth the Lord's investment in feeding them so much braised meat. Now, the entire shed area was devoid of any capable fighters. Yan Xing brandished the steel pipe, kicking this and that, exuding an air of invincibility. Simultaneously, he called out, "Lads, quickly free my subjects, and bind these werewolves tightly with the ropes I have brought." Within the vehicle lay bundles of nylon rope, slender yet sturdier than the hemp ropes the werewolves used to bind the human farmers. There was no fear of the werewolves breaking free. The farmers were successfully liberated, and a notification of task completion appeared. You have completed the quest. Rescue the farmer's shed. You have received the quest reward. Ownership of the shed, 14 farmers, 100 divine coins, 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of wood. You have gained experience, 2,000. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have gained reputation, 100. Yan Xing acquired ownership of the shed, the original 14 farmers, including Laoans, now formally belonged to Yan Xing. 100 divine coins dropped at Yan Xing's feet, and approximately a cubic unit of stone and wood materialized around him. Following this notification, another prompt appeared. You have engaged in a fierce battle and achieved a glorious victory. You have gained experience, 1,400. Your level has increased. You have captured 9 werewolves, including 1 elder werewolf. You have gained reputation, 100. Based on your outstanding performance with 0 casualties in battle, bonus experience awarded, 1,400. Your level has increased. You have received a weapon, werewolf chain mace, intimidation against werewolves 1. You have received divine coins, 100. Another shower of coins fell at Yan Xing's feet. Simultaneously, the quests, battles, and additional rewards propelled Yan Xing's hero level up by 4 ranks to level 5. Yan Xing, human, level 5 profession, Night Lord attack, 7 defense, 115 intelligence, 7 knowledge, 7 hero trait, popularity hero skills, basic training, basic leadership, basic offensive skills, skills magic, charge attack, prayer, passion, contempt, rift slash, shield strike, equipment, werewolf chain mace achievements, none reputation, 201 chapter 11. Popularity. The feeling of leveling up was exquisite, a refreshing sensation that coursed through him from within. Yan Xing also sensed a transformation within his body. His bones cracked and popped, rendering his already tall stature even more robust. His muscles swelled, brimming with strength. Yan Xing felt as though he could easily fell a cow with a single punch. Truly, the human knight profession is one that thrives on physical prowess. Ha! My lord, this is a weapon bestowed upon you by the divine. ID approached Yan Xing, presenting a chain mace with both hands. The handle of the mace was approximately a foot long, adorned with grooves for a firmer grip. At one end of the handle was intricately carved a wolf's head, while the other end was connected to a foot-long iron chain, at the end of which was a silver-spiked iron ball. Yan Xing took the chain mace, and its attributes materialized before his eyes. Werewolf chain mace. Divine weapon damage 10 strength 1 intelligence 1 knowledge 1 intimidation against werewolf species 1 divine weapons not only inflict damage through their strikes, but also grant additional damage and attribute bonuses based on their displayed attributes. Hence, even when wielding a blunt weapon with the same force, the werewolf chain mace would deal 10 more damage than the steel pipe Yan Xing currently wielded, with the added strength bonus from the mace and its structural design. The inflicted damage would be even greater. Moreover, what intrigued Yan Xing was the fact that the werewolf chain mace possessed intimidation against werewolves. Although he was uncertain of the extent of the one intimidation, it would at least provide him with a psychological advantage. Yan Xing grasped the werewolf chain mace, swinging it with a flourish akin to wielding nunchaku. After a couple of practice swings, he secured the mace at his waist. This weapon would require dedicated practice. In his eagerness, he nearly struck himself in the head. Meanwhile, the rescued farmers, under Laohan's guidance, diligently bound all the werewolves securely. The werewolves, still under the influence of the toxin, offered no resistance. Though their eyes remained open, they were dragged about like limp dogs by the farmers. Once all the werewolves were gathered together, Laoans led the farmers to kneel before Yan Xing. Pledging their loyalty to in unison, they exclaimed, "Lord Yan Xing, we shall uphold our promises." Yan Xing's spirits soared. With such a significant increase in farmers, he now met the requirements to construct a village council. Furthermore, he had also earned 200 divine coins in rewards. Although he did not meet the standard of 500 gold coins required to construct a village council hall, Yan Xing had no intention of expending the divinely granted gold coins for its construction. He preferred to build it himself whenever possible. Only when it was truly unfeasible or when time was of the essence would he consider using the divine gold coins. Everyone rise. Yan Xing addressed his subjects with an air of authority. From now on, those who follow me shall experience great fortune. As long as you obey and diligently work for me, each of you will have new clothes to wear, meat to eat, and houses to live in. During festivals and celebrations, when you marry and have children, I will generously present you with substantial red envelopes. Now, take the remaining meat and share it among yourselves. Do not let it go to waste. The peasants cheered, "Long live the Lord," and they rushed towards the bundle of meat. Their scramble reminiscent of a pack of wolves. Laoans did not join in the frenzy. Having already filled his stomach while shelling nuts, leaning on his pitchfork, he approached Yan Xing with utmost respect and said, "My lord, there are 14 peasants in the shed awaiting your recruitment. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new week, and the divine will bestow another 14 peasants in the vacant shed." Having reviewed the lord's system, Yan Xing had gained a general understanding of the functions of various buildings. The shed served as a recruitment structure, where only the lord and appointed heroes had the right to enlist the peasants within. Each week, 14 peasants would be available for recruitment that if not enlisted, their numbers would not accumulate. This rule applied to all recruitment buildings as for the 14 peasants in Laoan's group. They were the guards accompanying the newly emerged farmer's shed. Defeating them would grant ownership of the shed. The 14 peasants represented 14 divine gold coins for the week, necessitating prompt recruitment. Furthermore, with tomorrow being Monday, another 14 peasants would be available. Thus, I would have a total of 44 peasants by tomorrow. Ha! Yan Xing followed Laoans into the shed. This rudimentary structure of grass, and would seemed as if it could be swept away by the slightest gust of wind, inside the damp and somewhat odd-smelling shed. The 14 peasants awaiting recruitment did not exist in a tangible form. They were projected in a spectral state by an unknown force in the center of the shed, all holding pitchforks and standing as still as statues with their eyes closed. "You have discovered the shed. There are 14 peasants awaiting recruitment inside the shed. Recruitment price for peasants, 15 divine gold coins person. Please confirm the number of recruits. Such an exorbitant price." Seeing the recruitment cost for the peasants, Yan Xing was momentarily taken aback. Recruiting all 14 peasants would require 210 gold coins. However, he had just received 200 gold coins, which was insufficient to recruit them all. Furthermore, recruiting a single peasant required 15 gold coins, meaning it would take 4 months of tax collection just to break even. During this time, should any peasants perish due to unforeseen circumstances, it would be a financial loss. In this chaotic land of the windy heights, could he truly protect the peasants for 4 months? Yan Xing was deeply conflicted. Should he expend all his divine gold coins to recruit the peasants? Or should he convert these coins into money in the real world to purchase materials for constructing his territory? Or perhaps a compromise. Use a portion of the gold coins to recruit laborers for building the territory and convert the rest into cash. Just as Yan Xing pondered how to allocate his limited gold coins, a new prompt appeared. Heroic trait. The will of the people. Activated. The 14 peasants greatly admire you and wish to join your army. Do you agree? What? They already admire me. Is the will of the people this effective? Absolutely. I must agree to recruit the peasants. Yan Xing issued the recruitment order. The light enveloping the awaiting peasants vanished, and they transformed from spectral forms into tangible beings. You have gained the allegiance of 14 peasants. You have gained 14 experience points. You have gained 14 prestige points. The newly recruited peasants knelt before Yan Xing, presenting the taxes they owed. A total of 14 gold coins were now in his possession. Laoans also collected the taxes from the rescued peasants and presented them to Yan Xing. One of your subjects has been promoted to a second-tier elite unit. Tax officer, your formal appointment will enable him to better fulfill his duties, thereby increasing your tax revenue. Laoans, human, tax officer, second-tier elite unit attack, 2 defense, 1 damage, 2 stamina. For talent, taxation represents the lord in collecting taxes from subjects, with the potential to levy an additional 5 to 10 in extra taxes. Amounts less than 1 gold coin will accumulate for the next tax collection to make up the difference. Elite units can be appointed by the lord as low-ranking officials to assist in the management of the territory. Chapter 12. Lord Yan Xing's boundless magic power. The rewards from the recent victory over the werewolves were naturally reaped by Yan Xing. Laoans and Eddie, having rallied the troops, also enjoyed a share of the spoils. Laoans, as the leader of this group of peasants, demonstrated a degree of managerial skill. His recent experience led to a successful promotion to an elite unit. The tax officer is the lowest-ranking official in human territories, tasked with collecting taxes from the farmers in the jurisdiction on behalf of the lord, eliminating the need for the lord to collect taxes individually. An excellent tax officer can increase the tax revenue to a certain extent. This time, Yan Xing rescued 11 peasants, and together with Laoans and the 2 children remaining at the camp, there were a total of 14. The children were with Josipa, and their taxes would have to be collected upon their return. While it may seem somewhat shameless to tax children, such as the established order of the world, even Yan Xing felt this was a moral decline, yet the prospect of 2 gold coins each week was too enticing. He would compensate them with a few candies in the future. Of the 12 peasants present, Laoans, having been promoted to a second-tier tax officer, lost the talent to collect taxes as a peasant, yet the gold coins he submitted to Yan Xing still amounted to 12. This indicated he could levy nearly 10 in additional taxes. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Yan Xing regretted not having discovered sooner that Laoans had been promoted. Otherwise, had he collected taxes from the newly recruited peasants, he might have gained an additional gold coin. Alas, tomorrow it shall be. The new week would commence with Laoans taking full control of tax collection in the territory. Yan Xing officially appointed Laoans as his tax officer. Once the population of the territory increased, a legitimate title would assist in the execution of his duties. Eddie also approached Yan Xing, presenting a tattered bag containing 200 divine gold coins as a reward from the system. Yan Xing brushed his hand over the coins, and they all vanished. This was a function he had just discovered pertaining to the lord, akin to a player's inventory space, where all items related to divine gifts could be stored. Storing such a significant amount of divine gold coins in this space made them easy to carry and utilize. The recently acquired werewolf chain flail was also placed in the space. It was uncomfortable to have the handle shoved into his belt, and the iron spikes swinging about were quite inconvenient. After securing the gold coins, Yan Xing eagerly checked Eddie's attributes. Eddie, human, first-tier peasant, can be upgraded to second-tier militia. Requires the construction of a militia hut. Attack, 1 defense, 1 damage, 1 stamina, 1 talent. Taxpayer this time. Eddie, having gained experience alongside Yan Xing, also met the criteria for promotion to second-tier militia. However, unlike second-tier elite units that could advance independently, ordinary second-tier units required corresponding buildings for their advancement. To construct a militia hut, the prerequisite buildings, the village council hall, and the peasant shed, were necessary. With 1 shed already established, the next step was to hasten the construction of the village council hall. Yan Xing had observed the design of the village council hall within the lord's interface. It was simply a sturdy hall capable of accommodating the village chief and officials for meetings. Such a structure could easily be built independently, without necessitating the direct use of the lord's system. Moreover, he lacked the sufficient divine gold coins that it seemed he needed to return to the real world to convert some gold coins into cash to purchase building materials and bring them in for construction. Not to mention the walls. Just as Yan Xing contemplated the development of his territory, a commotion erupted outside the shed. Yan Xing, accompanied by Laoans, Eddie, and the newly recruited peasants, rushed out to discover the cause of the disturbance. Several werewolves had regained consciousness, including the large werewolf. The werewolves exhibited extreme agitation, struggling to free themselves from their bindings while baring their teeth and growling ominously at the peasants. The peasants, armed with pitchforks, surrounded the bound werewolves, yet the creatures appeared to cower as though they were the ones encircled. Fortunately, Yan Xing's arrival bolstered the morale of the peasants, and the inclusion of new allies strengthened their resolve. With so many subordinates, Yan Xing felt emboldened that he approached the large werewolf, positioning himself just out of reach of its bite. With his left hand, he brandished the werewolf chain flail and addressed the creature. "Do you know what this is?" The large werewolf's gaze was drawn to the flail, and seizing the moment, Yan Xing swung the steel pipe at its head, delivering a sharp blow. The large werewolf howled in agony, blood seeping from one side of its face. The attack from a level 5 hero was no trifling matter. After rendering the large werewolf incapable of baring its teeth, Yan Xing moved on to the next snarling werewolf, waving the chain flail in his left hand. Do you know what this is? As the werewolf's attention was captured by the flail, Yan Xing struck its head with another blow. A series of howls followed. After subduing 4 werewolves, the others who gradually regained their senses became more subdued, their eyes filled with fear as they regarded Yan Xing. It was uncertain whether the intimidation stemmed from the werewolf chain flail or from the steel pipe in Yan Xing's other hand. The werewolves ceased their howling, and the farmers, invigorated, brandished their pitchforks with a semblance of a formidable army. Eddie brought a stool from the agricultural tricycle and placed it before the great werewolf. Yan Xing took a seat, one hand swinging the werewolf chain flail and the other clutching a steel pipe. Gently striking the ground, he then inquired of the great werewolf, "From whence do you hail? How far is your clan from here? How many members do you have at home? Who is your chieftain?" The great werewolf, glancing at the flail in Yan Xing's hand, revealed a look of trepidation. Yet, when questioned about his clan's intelligence, he replied, "Human, you have poisoned us with your despicable means. You have shamed the knightly spirit you profess to uphold." At that moment, Laohan sprung forth in a fit of rage, vehemently retorting, "Mire-dwelling savage, do not cast your vile suspicions upon the valor of Lord Yan Xing. Last night, we had already encircled you. However, adhering to the knightly spirit, Lord Yan Xing refused to launch a surprise attack, even preparing a feast for you, allowing you to fill your bellies before the dawn's confrontation. To accuse Lord Yan Xing of poisoning is sheer folly. We have devoured that meat. It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing, a delicacy reserved for the highborn." Laohan's rebuttal left the great werewolf speechless. Indeed, prior to the werewolves consuming the meat, a farmer had been made to taste it. It was only because the farmer emerged unscathed that they dared to partake. Moreover, when their bodies were immobilized, the werewolves could see that the leftover meat was consumed entirely by the farmers. Without a single mishap, the great werewolf, in a final act of defiance, declared, "If we were not poisoned, why would we be unable to move?" Foolish, ignorant, and barbaric werewolves, Laohan's, now emboldened in his new position, chastised the great werewolf. "My lord wields mysterious magic. Even the cooking in our kitchen is conducted by subjugated fire spirits. The greatness of Lord Yan Xing is not to be sullied by your slander. Lord Yan Xing's word is his bond." The farmers echoed in unison, "Lord Yan Xing's word is his bond." Laohan's cried, "Lord Yan Xing possesses boundless power." The farmers responded in chorus, "Lord Yan Xing possesses boundless power." Yan Xing, who had always prided himself on his thick skin, found himself momentarily covering his face in embarrassment. Chapter 13. The straw man fears both wolves. The farmers, emboldened by the might of their lord, exuded an air of invincibility, casting a pall over the werewolves' morale. The werewolves hung their heads, their ears drooping, resembling forlorn hounds. Yan Xing gestured for the farmers to cease their chants and called Eddie over. "Take a few strong farmers back to find Gaospa and dismantle our camp over there, relocating it here." He then addressed Laohan's, "Establish lookout posts on the surrounding high ground. Now that we have captured these werewolves, their clan may come searching. The sooner we detect them, the better prepared we shall be for battle." Eddie and Laohan's left with their respective groups of farmers. Yan Xing turned once more to the great werewolf, stating, "Though it was you who provoked us and captured my people, since neither side has suffered casualties, I wish to avoid unnecessary animosity between us. I harbor no ill will toward you or your clan. Tell me where your clan resides, who your leader is. I shall send someone to convey the message, allowing your kin to retrieve you." At this point, the great werewolf began to believe that Yan Xing was indeed a powerful knight and magician, and his demeanor markedly shifted. However, he remained cautious regarding Yan Xing's inquiries about his clan. "Esteemed knight, I apologize for our transgressions. As you rightly said, the absence of casualties is our greatest fortune, but if reconciliation is possible, there is no need to foster further enmity between us. I implore you to grant us our freedom, and we shall convey your kindness to our leader. You may count on gaining a friend within the Thunder Marsh." The farmers, endowed with the talent for taxation, ensured that after the werewolves attacked the shanties, the captured farmers were unharmed. That Yan Xing's assault on the werewolves did not escalate into open warfare. The werewolves, though incapacitated by poison, faced no mortal peril and soon regained consciousness. For Yan Xing, establishing a territory near the marsh meant that every enemy from the marsh he could eliminate would enhance his security. Yan Xing was genuinely earnest about peacefully resolving this conflict. Yet he remained worried it would be unwise to release this band of captured werewolves without fully understanding the nature of the marsh-dwelling clan they hailed from. These werewolves were privy to the location of the shanties. If they happened to belong to the bloodline of the Zhongshan wolves, would they not summon the entire marsh clan upon him? You do not trust me, and I do not trust you. This is indeed a dilemma. Yan Xing rose from the stool, stowed away his weapons, brushed off the grass and twigs clinging to his attire, gazed upon the sunlit expanse of the beautiful wilderness, and remarked, I have no time to persuade you, so I shall imprison you for the time being that as long as you do not attempt to flee or harm my people, I shall not make things difficult for you. Yet the great werewolf subtly threatened Yan Xing, saying, My lord, our clan leader will not neglect our disappearance. Soon a rescue party will come for us. I acknowledge your strength, but against our clan, you stand little chance. I once again beseech you to release us. This could mark a friendly beginning for both parties. Standing tall, Yan Xing surveyed the vast wilderness around him. Indeed, this flatland was a good place, easy to attack yet difficult to defend. However, the farmers' shanties lay here. Each week, the ability to recruit farmers for free equated to an increase in tax revenue. Absent dire necessity, he could not abandon this location. Furthermore, relocating might not guarantee greater safety. Yan Xing addressed the great werewolf. Your clan will require time to discover your absence and find their way here. By the time they arrive, they will find a fortress in place. If your leader seeks peace, I shall extend it. If your leader desires war, I shall ensure your clan spills its last drop of blood here. Yan Xing boldly threatened the great werewolf in return. In the evening, during a conversation with Lao Hans, Yan Xing gleaned a brief understanding of the marsh-dwelling clan. The marsh clan belonged to a fishing and hunting society, even derided by the orcs as savages, highlighting their level of civilization. The primary intelligent races of the marsh clan were werewolves and lizard folk. The lizard folk dwelled deep within the marsh, while the werewolves primarily inhabited the fringes. The marsh clan was not a unified society. They were scattered across the marsh region, often clashing over territory and prey. The deeper one ventured into the marsh, the stronger the tribes became. Conversely, the clans on the periphery were comparatively weaker. This indicated that the werewolf patrol team belonged to a lesser clan residing on the edge of the marsh and grasslands. Yan Xing believed that with his own strength and a growing number of farmers, soon surpassing 40, he stood a fair chance against this werewolf clan, establishing a fortified perimeter around the farmers' shanties, as long as he could keep them outside the defensive circle. A starving werewolf clan would lack the capacity to endure a protracted confrontation with him. Yan Xing resolved to take a gamble here. Should he win, he would establish a foothold, securing a sustainable base for development. Nurturing farmers, amassing gold, returning to Zhahai City to purchase a house, a car, and indulge in youthful pursuits. Should he lose, it would merely result in a total defeat. Should he retreat to Zhahai City for a time, he could return anew, a stronger man. Faced with the defiance of the great werewolf, Yan Xing decided to savor the moment. Asserting his bravery, he gathered a few strong farmers to keep watch over the werewolves before swaggering away. Mounting the agricultural tricycle, he galloped across the grassland like a victorious general surveying his domain. Observing their lord riding such a magnificent steed, the farmers raised their pitchforks in jubilant cheer. Ha! Yan Xing laughed heartily as he chose to retreat back to the reality of the small grove. Driving the agricultural tricycle once more, he arrived at the meat shop from the previous night. Upon seeing her esteemed customer return, the shopkeeper's wife greeted him with a beaming smile at the door. Young man, I knew you would come back. The marinated meats here are absolutely delectable. Many city dwellers drive here just to buy them. Yan Xing jumped down from the vehicle, glancing at the sign of the meat shop he hadn't noticed last night. Su family old shop. What do I call you, boss? The shopkeeper's wife, sensing the potential for a lucrative transaction, smiled even wider. She led Yan Xing into the store, chatting. Just call me Aunt Lee. Young man, you are quite the distinguished gentleman. Surely destined to become a prosperous boss. Come in, have some water. What is your name? Have you had breakfast? Suddenly, Yan Xing realized that while he had fed both the werewolves and the farmers, he had neglected his own hunger. I am Yan Xing, you can call me Xiaoyan. Aunt Lee, I've been busy all night and haven't had the chance to eat breakfast. Before Yan Xing could finish, Aunt Lee interjected. You must eat at my place. Not only do I cook delicious meat, but my meals are also delightful. I just steamed a few baskets of soup buns this morning. I'll prepare you a bowl of duck blood soup. let you savor my culinary skills. Chapter 14. Contracting. The Su family old shop had a storefront in front and living quarters in the back. Aunt Li guided Yan Xing to the dining table in her restaurant, first serving a basket of soup buns, followed shortly by a large bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Yan Xing, not one to stand on ceremony, seized a bun and took a bite, followed by a sip of soup. Aunt Li's claim of culinary prowess was no idle boast. This simple breakfast was infinitely superior to the fare found at ordinary street-side eateries. Yan Xing devoured several soup dumplings and finished a bowl of broth, wiping his mouth with a napkin he received from Aunt Li. He remarked, "Aunt Li, the meat at your place is truly authentic. It has been ages since I've savored such genuine braised flavors. My visit here is to discuss a long-term collaboration." The prospect of a significant business deal brought immense joy to Aunt Li. "Xiaoyan, you can ask around. Our Su Ji old shop is absolutely honest and reliable, using only the finest ingredients. Otherwise, the meat wouldn't taste as good as it does. Purchasing braised meat from me guarantees both quality and affordability." Yan Xing chuckled. "Aunt Li, we can't rely solely on meat as our staple. Can we? Our budget is limited, and such indulgence wouldn't be sustainable for our health. That I came here with the intention of contracting the meals for our construction site. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Can you accommodate that?" Aunt Li was taken aback by Yan Xing's proposal to entrust the entire site's meals to her. Frankly, it was indeed a lucrative opportunity, albeit different from her expectations. After all, she ran a braised meat shop. Contracting meals for the construction site would necessitate additional cooking facilities, kitchenware, and the procurement and preparation of other ingredients like grains and vegetables, along with hiring help. While a long-term contract could certainly be profitable, she worried about the potential for a small workforce or a quick project completion. "Xiaoyan, how many people do you have? How long will the project last?" Yan Xing pondered for a moment. Currently, there were 31 workers, and with an additional 14 joining tomorrow, there would be 45 in total. He also needed to account for the 10 captured werewolves, as they had substantial appetites. He estimated around 15 individuals. Not wishing to starve the werewolves, he told Aunt Li, "At present, there are 60 workers, and we expect that number to grow for the duration. It's hard to say, but we don't plan on setting up our own kitchen for at least a couple of months. We'll be ordering everything from you. The budget for meals is 35 yuan per person per day." Hearing the proposed meal budget of 35 yuan per person daily, Aunt Li was astonished. "Is the food on your construction site really that good? In other places, 25 yuan per person is already considered quite decent." Yan Xing replied, "It's just a mere 10 yuan difference. I'm not overly concerned about that if the workers are well fed and satisfied. They'll have the energy to work effectively. If you're willing to take on this contract, I'll finalize it with you. I'll also pay you half a month's meal expenses when I come to pick up the food at noon." The meal expenses for 60 people amounted to 100 yuan per day, totaling 63,000 yuan for a month. After deducting costs, the final profit would certainly exceed 10,000 yuan. This truly felt like the arrival of a fortune at his doorstep. That Yan Xing's willingness to prepay half a month's meal expenses made Aunt Li beam with delight. "Xiaoyan, rest assured, the meals will be in my capable hands. I promise to make sure you dine as if you were in a restaurant for every meal." With the issue of the territory's meals now entrusted to Su Ji old shop, this decision was one Yan Xing had made after considerable contemplation. Facing unknown threats, the territory needed to dedicate all its resources to defense and construction. Every laborer was essential for frontline efforts. This was not the time to divert limited manpower to cooking. Furthermore, Yan Xing lacked the time to procure ingredients himself. Outsourcing the meals to Su Ji old shop, although slightly more expensive, ensured quality and efficiency. After all, once they finished eating, they could immediately return to work, maximizing every moment as long as they could secure the territory. Such minor expenses were inconsequential. After finalizing the meal arrangement with Aunt Li, Yan Xing stuffed the last soup dumpling into his mouth and said, "Since we've come to an agreement, Aunt Li, please prepare today's lunch. That's for 46 people today, and 60 tomorrow. I'll come by at noon to pick it up and settle the meal expenses then. By the way, Aunt Li, is there anywhere nearby that sells building materials?" "Yes, just follow the road in front of our shop heading west." After leaving Su Ji old shop, Yan Xing didn't head directly to the building materials market. Instead, he parked the tricycle at the entrance of the braised meat shop to charge and took a taxi back to the city. He visited several gold shops to sell 50 gold coins. Adding 450,000 yuan to his wallet, He then made a trip to the second-hand car market, spending over 20,000 yuan to purchase a flatbed truck, single cab, with a load capacity of 5 tons. Sufficient for current needs. Finally, Yan Xing drove his newly upgraded steed to the building materials market. He bought 100 shovels to upgrade the farmer's tools. Wielding pitchforks made quite the poor impression on military discipline. Shovels were far superior. They could dig, strike, stab, and even serve as makeshift shields when necessary. From now on, shovels would be standard equipment for the farmers under his lordship. He also purchased 1,000 pairs of gloves that it was imperative to protect the hands of laborers. Any injuries or blisters would certainly hinder work efficiency. As a boss who understood the importance of labor force protection, providing gloves was essential. They could be replaced as needed. After all, the Lord wasn't too short on funds. Next, he contemplated the construction of the territory. Yan Xing envisioned a territory constructed entirely of reinforced concrete. The city walls would be over 5 meters thick, with the main buildings starting at 2 meters in wall thickness. Surrounding structures would include hundreds of watchtowers and thousands of bunkers, creating a formidable defense with light beams illuminating the area. However, that was merely a dream, with the funds he currently possessed. He doubted he could even erect a single watchtower. Time constraints also prevented him from slowly assembling steel reinforcements and pouring concrete. Even purchasing bricks to build walls would be a race against the clock. Thus, Yan Xing sought out a seemingly amiable foreman in the building materials market. After offering him a cigarette, he explained his needs. He had taken on a project and wanted to quickly enclose the site to prevent material theft at night. The foreman puffed on his cigarette and said, "You clearly lack experience that if you want to prevent theft, just put up a barbed wire fence around the site. First, enclose the area with a wire mesh. Then wrap barbed wire around it. Oh, you know what barbed wire is. It's the steel wire used in war movies to impede infantry. It has sharp barbs that can tear flesh. If you wrap this around the fence, no one would dare to even attempt to cross it. And it's quite affordable that I can recommend a place that charges 0.6 yuan per meter." Chapter 15. Lord Yan Xing's generosity and kindness. Barbed wire. How did I not think of this lethal tool sooner? The werewolves' defenses were pathetically inadequate. Once ensnared in barbed wire, they defined themselves entangled and unable to move. That it was clear that expertise was needed. So he decided to purchase the barbed wire. Yan Xing made a series of purchases at the building materials market, acquiring not only barbed wire and fencing, but also tools like pliers, axes, and hammers. He also procured several sets of tents. Having the workers reside in tents would protect them from the elements and prevent heat stroke or colds. Illness could delay the project, since Yan Xing was ordering numerous items. Various merchants were busy preparing. After a bustling morning, he managed to transport a truckload of supplies back to the grasslands, but he parked the truck and returned to the real world, walking back to Su Ji's old shop. Aunt Li had already prepared lunch, placing everything on the agricultural tricycle. With 4 dishes and a soup, there were 200 steamed buns. The 4 dishes were portioned into 41 servings, all neatly packed in round plastic containers. The aroma of the dishes was tantalizing, whetting the appetite. A pot of egg drop soup was stored in a stainless steel container. The steamed buns in the foam-insulated box were soft and steaming, exuding the delightful scent of freshly steamed bread. Finally, Aunt Li placed a pot of chicken legs on the cart and apologetically said to Yan Xing, "These chicken legs were just cooked, 1 for each person." "I apologize. This being the first meal, it was prepared in haste, and I didn't have enough time. Xiaoyan, please bear with me. I've already purchased cooking equipment and hired 2 assistants. That I assure you that dinner will be even better than this meal." After a busy morning, Yan Xing was famished and immediately took a bite of a chicken leg. Delicious, indeed. "Here, let me transfer the payment." He swiftly pulled out his phone and transferred half a month's meal expenses to Aunt Li. Continuing to munch on the chicken leg. "Next week, I'll be adding more workers. Any additional meals will be deducted from this payment, and I might occasionally add late-night snacks, which will also come from this fund. When the balance is depleted, you can come to me. I pay up front, and then we eat, leaving no debts for meal expenses." Yan Xing's direct transfer of funds relieved Aunt Li of the worries that had been weighing on her mind. "Xiaoyan, you truly are a considerate and principled boss. That you're bound to make a fortune in business." "Ha, Aunt Li. Thank you for your kind words. That I look forward to dinner." Yan Xing returned to the shelter area driving the agricultural tricycle, only to find a group of farmers kneeling and bowing before the truck filled with supplies. Upon seeing Yan Xing return, Gao Si Pa, Aid, and Lao Han Si rushed forward, exclaiming, "The Lord is invincible and has tamed such a colossal steel beast, bringing it under his command. My lord, this steed stands still as a rock. Even without movement, its imposing presence is enough to instill fear. Indeed, if it were to move on its own, I would feel intimidated as well." Yan Xing didn't have the patience to explain the mechanics of automobiles to the farmers. Instead, he beckoned the three to come alongside the truck. The idle farmers gathered around, admiring their lord and his mighty steed. Yan Xing pulled out a cloth bag from the truck bed, opened it, and tossed several pairs of gloves to Gao Si Pa, Aid, and Lao Han Si. These white knitted gloves were sweat-absorbing, breathable, and durable. Yan Xing demonstrated how to wear the gloves. Gloves you all should be familiar with. From now on, you must wear them while working to protect your hands from sharp objects. When they become dirty, simply wash them. When they are torn, discard them and replace them with new ones. These gloves will be entrusted to Josipa for management, who will be responsible for distributing 2 pairs to each person. Subsequently, Yan Xing handed a bag of gloves to Josipa. Eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding farmers, des laborers, they were acutely aware of the benefits of wearing gloves while working. Yet, none of them possessed such luxuries, as they were far too expensive. The fact that their lord had personally funded the purchase of so many gloves for his subjects, allowing them to use them freely, filled the farmers with immense gratitude. Moreover, the gloves were exquisitely crafted, undoubtedly stitched together by skilled artisans, their production costs likely surpassing the value of their entire outfits many times over. The thought of their humble hands donning such magnificent gloves left the farmers in awe of their lord's generosity and kindness. Josipa, entrusted with this significant task, received the bag of gloves with palpable excitement, solemnly declaring, "I am grateful for your trust. My lord, I shall protect these gloves with my very life." To which Yan Xing admonished, "Your life is worth far more than these gloves. If someone attempts to steal them, simply relinquish them. Do not risk your life." These gloves, produced through an industrial assembly line, cost merely 2 coins a pair, and a farmer's weekly tax could easily cover 9,000. Yan Xing had calculated this with precision. However, to Josipa, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. Wearing the gloves, Josipa felt a deeper connection than the observing farmers. He could discern that each glove was meticulously woven with individual threads. They were so fine, so neatly crafted, and fit so comfortably, undoubtedly of great expense. This package of gloves represented wealth beyond Josipa's imagination. Yet the Lord declared, "My life is worth more than these gloves." Overwhelmed by the realization of how highly he was regarded, Josipa was moved to tears, kneeling to kiss Yan Xing's shoes. "Rise, rise." Yan Xing urged Josipa to stand while holding the bag of gloves to the side, then retrieved a shovel from the cart. The shovel was 1.3 meters in length. Its blade forged from high-carbon steel, possessing significant hardness, and its top was sharply curved. With the shovel in hand, Yan Xing plunged the blade into the earth beneath his feet, then kicked it forcefully, causing the entire blade to sink into the ground. Pressing down on the handle, he unearthed a hefty clump of soil. I do not know if you are familiar with this tool. It is called a shovel, an excellent implement for digging and scooping. It can also serve as a formidable weapon in a scuffle. It is undoubtedly superior to the pitchforks you wield. Eddie, this batch of shovels will be under your management. You are responsible for distribution. 1 for each person. Should any become damaged, repair them promptly. If irreparable, simply replace them. Before Yan Xing could finish, Eddie knelt and kissed his shoes. "Thank you, my lord, for your trust." "Enough, enough. Rise, rise, stand to the side for now. I have other matters to attend to." "Lao Hans, come here." Lao Hans promptly approached, respectfully inquiring, "My lord, what task do you require of me?" Yan Xing gestured toward the barbed wire fencing and razor wire in the cart, instructing, "Once Josipa has distributed the gloves, gather a few strong individuals to unload these items. Be cautious of the barbed wire. It may be wise to wear multiple pairs of gloves to avoid injury. After unloading, you will be in charge of guarding them. Do you understand?" Lao Hans, honored with this responsibility, was equally excited. "My lord, your kindness toward us lowly folk is beyond measure. Not only do you provide us with gloves, but you also worry for our safety, advising us to wear several pairs. Your compassion and generosity shine upon us like the sun bestowing life upon the earth." "Ha!" The flattery pleased Yan Xing immensely, and he patted Lao Hans on the shoulder, saying, "What are you lowly about? In my eyes, you hold great value. I have brought today's lunch, Let us eat before we work. Are the werewolves behaving? Chapter 16. The prison. The werewolves were bound near the shed, and they all witnessed Yan Xing driving his truck toward them. This was a creature they had never seen before, an unfamiliar beast. Its massive form was clad in iron armor, possessing uniquely wheeled limbs. As it ran, it emitted a sound they had never heard before, deep yet powerful. What kind of beast was this? What manner of strength must the one who tamed and commanded it possess? Why had such a formidable lord appeared here? What chance did their clan have in a conflict with him? The great werewolf felt a stinging pain on one side of his face. Where Yan Xing had struck him with a steel pipe, the blood now crusted. He thought desperately about escaping to inform the clan leader of the events transpiring here. However, the ropes binding him appeared thin, yet astonishingly strong. As he contemplated how to break free, he observed the human lord approaching with several farmers, who were carrying iron mesh structures. "You lot, dig a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep around these werewolves," Yan Xing instructed, sketching an imaginary circle with his finger. "All the soil should be piled on our side. Compact it well to erect these iron mesh fences and encircle the werewolves within." "At your command, my lord," the farmers shouted, shovels in hand. Having filled their bellies and received their new equipment, the farmers expressed their loyalty to their lord in a literal sense. Their shouts echoed, and they worked with fervor. Pay, to toil for their lord. Seeking payment would be akin to biting the hand that feeds them. The farmers labored with great enthusiasm, shovels swinging, soil flying. As the trench began to take shape, Yan Xing set up a reclining chair beside the werewolves, raised a parasol, and placed a box of beer nearby. Donning sunglasses, he reclined, opened a bottle of beer, and inserted a straw, savoring the delightful ambience of the prairie. Not far off, other farmers were also digging trenches around the shed. The trench measured 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide, with the soil piled to create a wall of earth rising 1 meter high. The iron mesh fence stood 2 meters tall, combined with the trench. The drop could reach 4 meters. Then, razor wire was laid within the trench, and the iron mesh was also entwined with it, preventing the werewolves from climbing or jumping over. Sipping his beer, Yan Xing remarked to the great werewolf, "Our farmers, while perhaps lacking in combat skills, are certainly adept at labor and construction. This trench is square and precise, even more so than if measured with a ruler. Should you return home safely, and if there are any areas in need of trenching, come to me. Considering our neighborly relations, I shall offer a discounted rate for labor." "Huh." The werewolves detected the aroma of beer, their noses twitching. The great werewolf, however, was secretly observing the farmers at work. They wielded long-handled shovel-like tools, effortlessly plunging them into the grass, lifting large clumps of soil with ease. The sharpness and hardness of these tools were undoubtedly on par with finely forged iron swords. The great werewolf was aware that human armies were renowned for their superior weaponry. This was due to the fact that, unlike other races where all could bear arms, humans had lost an entire foundational tier of warriors. Their structure was one of separation between military and civilian. Farmers engaged in production and paid taxes, while rulers used their greater wealth to equip their armies with superior armor and weapons. Yet, no matter how wealthy human rulers were, they wouldn't foolishly provide their farmers with fine weapons. However, the iron shovels wielded by these farmers contained enough iron to forge a decent short sword. The fact that this human lord permitted his farmers to use such fine tools for digging was astonishing, especially when most of the werewolf warriors still relied on bone weapons, viewing even a cast iron pot as a treasure. Truly, the wolves were eclipsed by humans, infuriating the wolves. The great werewolf's nostrils twitched at the scent of the beer, and he spoke to Yan Xing. "My lord, your wealth surpasses my understanding of riches that I cannot fathom why you, in your abundance, would choose this barren land, as the Swamp Clan has no intention of involving ourselves in the disputes among humans, elves, and beastmen. However, I must warn you that your efforts are in vain. The Swamp Clan will not permit humans to establish territory so close to the thunderous marsh. Your wealth will only attract further plunder. Release us and depart quietly. That would be your wisest choice." "Alas, if I could leave, I would have done so long ago. There is likely no place safer than this on the entire Windstorm Heights. One must choose the softest fruit to pick. Who told you that the Swamp Clan is the weakest? What is your name?" Yan Xing inquired, sipping his beer. "If you lack a name, I can assist you in choosing one. I've recently developed a knack for naming." The great werewolf replied, "I am called Steel Fong." "My lord, have you given serious consideration to my suggestion?" steel fong. It has a certain flair, but it is rather commonplace. As for your suggestion, I do not intend to adopt it. This land does not belong to the swamp, nor to any faction. It is unclaimed territory. Whoever occupies it claims it as their own. Do not attempt to intimidate me, that I have stated before. I harbor no malice toward the swamp, but if you wish for conflict, I will gladly oblige. You are too arrogant, too dismissive of our swamp clan. It is you who underestimates the cage I have constructed. At that moment, a farmer approached Yan Xing, bowing as he reported, "My lord, the prison is complete." So soon, Yan Xing rose to survey the surroundings. Indeed, an iron mesh wall had been erected around the werewolves, with trenches and razor wire encircling them, leaving only a small gate for exit. At this moment, Yan Xing and the werewolves found themselves enclosed within this spiked prison. "My lord, are you satisfied?" The farmer respectfully responded. Yan Xing surveyed the prison, finding it to be even better than he had imagined. "Satisfied? Satisfied?" Yan Xing exclaimed, kicking the remaining beer and addressing the farmer. "These drinks are a reward for you to go find Eddie and have him bring the prisoners' rations. We shall not mistreat captives." "Yes, my lord. Thank you for your generosity." The rewarded farmer cheerfully carried away a crate of beer. And shortly after, Eddie arrived with several farmers, bringing lunch for the werewolves. "My lord," Eddie approached Yan Xing and whispered, "You should leave. It's dangerous here. I can handle this alone. Just close the door outside. And they won't dare harm me." To serve the werewolves their meal, it was necessary to first untie them. That if Yan Xing remained, these werewolves might seize the lord as a hostage. However, with just a farmer present, they understood that capturing him would be futile, thus they would behave more submissively. Yan Xing recognized the stakes and deemed it unnecessary to be overly assertive. He threatened the werewolves, saying, "Behave, and I will ensure you are well fed and well treated. If any of you dare harm my men, I will have no choice but to roast you for dinner. Now, let us begin the meal." Chapter 17. The farmer's hidden talent after delivering his threat to the werewolves. Yan Xing stepped out of the prison. Once the iron gate, fortified with barbed wire, was closed, only Eddie remained inside, guarding the lunch against the fierce werewolves. Next to Eddie, 3 stacks of meal boxes filled with food were piled high. On one side was a container brimming with egg drop soup, while on the other was an insulated box filled with steamed buns, accompanied by 10 large iron bowls for soup. Eddie opened the container. The fragrant aroma of egg drop soup mingled with the freshness of seaweed and a hint of sesame oil filled the entire prison. The enticing scent provoked the werewolves' nostrils, stirring their hunger and making them restless. Eddie tapped the container with a ladle and, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Listen closely. My lord is merciful and has provided you with delicacies you would never taste in your lifetime. Shortly, I will untie your ropes. Do not cause trouble or fight among yourselves. Line up properly to receive your meals. Anyone who disobeys will forfeit their dinner." Having spoken, Eddie set down the ladle and approached the large werewolf. Steel Tooth, bound and seated on the ground, Steel Tooth gazed up at Eddie, who, undaunted, knelt down to untie the ropes binding him. The other werewolves were also freed. The werewolves looked to Steel Tooth, who in turn surveyed their prison. The iron wire fence appeared flimsy, allowing a clear view of the outside. Most farmers were engaged in labor, and the guards were sparse, consisting merely of farmers wielding iron shovels, not trained warriors, should they breach the wire fence. These farmers would stand no chance against the agile werewolves. However, the fence was lined with iron thorns, and the trench in front was filled with these prickly obstacles. Once ensnared, escape would be difficult. Moreover, Steel Tooth cast a fearful glance at the iron beast stationed near the shed. Its silence indicated its tamed nature. After a swift contemplation, Steel Tooth raised a hand and instructed his subordinates, "Form a line for your meals." The werewolves adhered to their hierarchical structure, with Steel Tooth, as the leader of the pack, taking the front position in line for the meal. Eddie placed a meal box filled with food into Steel Tooth's hands. Upon seeing the transparent box he had never encountered before, Steel Tooth opened the lid. The delightful aroma stimulated his taste buds, causing his mouth to salivate rapidly. The 4 dishes included scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef stew with potatoes, stir-fried zucchini, and several pieces of sauced ribs. "Is this the food for prisoners?" Steel Tooth exclaimed, his eyes widening as he looked at Eddie. "Did you make a mistake and give me your lord's meal?" Eddie retrieved a chicken leg from a small pot at his feet and added it to Steel Tooth's meal box. Smiling, "No, My lord has ordered that you consume this. Of course, we eat the same. My lord dines on food identical to yours. As he spoke, Eddie placed 3 large, fluffy white buns atop Steel-Tooth's meal box and filled one of the iron bowls with egg drop soup. Is this truly what prisoners are served? Balancing the food, Steel-Tooth felt overwhelmed, as if his 2 hands were insufficient. The dishes were exquisitely prepared, and merely smelling them ignited his appetite. There were eggs, ribs, and a chicken leg. The 3 soft, bread-like buns were made from fine white flour. Such flour had previously been mere legend to him, known only by name and reserved for the privileged. Now, gazing at these 3 large, round, snow-white buns, Steel-Tooth felt that any bite would be a desecration of such refined fare, and the bowl filled to the brim with soup. Steel-Tooth sensed his values crumbling. Had he not been certain of his status as a prisoner confined within these walls, he might have believed he was being hosted by a noble human of considerable rank. Swallowing the saliva that continuously pooled in his mouth, Steel-Tooth asked, "Why does your lord provide us with such exquisite food?" This is utterly perplexing, considering we are his captives. Observing Steel-Tooth's Na'vi demeanor, Eddie felt a surge of pride as he replied, "It is because my lord is generous and affluent. He even believes you have hearty appetites. Hence he has prepared extra food for you. If you find this insufficient, you may ask for more. My lord has assured that if this meal is inadequate, he will instruct the kitchen to prepare more for dinner. Whether his subjects or captives, everyone must eat well and be satisfied. He cannot have you return claiming he did not host you properly." As Eddie spoke, a look of pride adorned his face. Meanwhile, Steel-Tooth found it increasingly difficult to comprehend this human lord. It is rare to encounter a lord willing to ensure their captives and prisoners are well fed, and it is unheard of to provide such lavish meals. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he chose not to dwell on it further. Behind him, the werewolves grew restless, the delicious food enticing them, each eagerly awaiting their turn to feast. "Thank you, my lord." Steel-Tooth expressed his gratitude before stepping away with his portion. The werewolves, tongues lolling and salivating, quickly grabbed their meals, devouring the food before even finding a place to sit. While the werewolves enjoyed their feast, Yan Xing discreetly observed from the shadows, after satisfying their hunger. The werewolves did not attempt to scale the wire fence, indicating they recognized the danger posed by the barbs above. Once Eddie safely exited the prison, Yan Xing began surveying his territory for further development. The immediate priority was to construct defensive walls. The successful establishment of the prison could serve as a model. Yan Xing outlined a square area measuring 100 meters on each side around the farmers' huts, marking the first line of defense for his territory. Although the area was slightly small, the population was limited. A larger defensive perimeter would be unmanageable. These constructions were straightforward to build and dismantle. And once he was more established and had more inhabitants, he could expand the territory later. Much like the prison's construction, the farmers began by digging a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep, erecting earthen walls, followed by installing the wire fence. Finally, they would lay down barbed wire. If time allowed, they could further deepen the trench. The farmers, equipped with gloves and shovels, worked with remarkable efficiency after their hearty meal. As if revealing hidden talents, they naturally divided tasks among themselves, executing the project with impressive standards. With a little familiarity with new tools and materials, the farmers could construct the walls at an astonishing pace. Yan Xing had sensed this potential during the prison's construction, and now, observing the worksite, he was convinced that human farmers possessed an innate advantage in production and construction, signifying that they were capable of far more than merely gathering weekly coin. Chapter 18. The Lord's Bounty. As for how to harness the farmer's hidden value, it was not an immediate concern for Yan Xing at this moment. The construction of the territory was now on the right track. The farmers worked with efficiency, indicating a rapid depletion of resources. The supplies brought in the morning had diminished significantly to avoid delays in the project. After taking a stroll around the territory, Yan Xing returned to the real world in his vehicle, hauling back materials for construction. When he returned with dinner, he found that the farmers had already completed the wire fence. Although it spanned only 400 meters, it was entirely constructed by hand using shovels. The farmers' latent construction prowess left a profound impression on Yan Xing. With the initial defenses established, and with no sign of a werewolf pack yet appearing, he could further develop the perimeter based on the wire fence. As dusk approached, Yan Xing, along with Gauspa, Eddie, and Lao Hans, sat on stools, enjoying their meal. The newly erected wire fence stood beside them, with a trench outside, providing a sense of security far superior to being exposed in the wilderness. On the ground among the four, a defensive map of the territory was drawn to A.S. Yan Xing 8. He occasionally picked up a piece of wire to sketch his ideas on the ground. Though our defensive wall is established, our numbers are still few, and our combat strength is lacking. Tomorrow, we must expedite the construction of the fortifications. I propose that we dig 3 staggered trench segments at a distance of 10 to 30 meters outside the protective wall. Also lined with barbed wire, the trenches do not need to be excessively deep, but their width must be sufficient to prevent the werewolves from jumping over. In a moment, we shall have a werewolf captured from the Leohansi district, compelling it to leap with all its might, so that we may measure the length of its jump. When digging the trenches, we shall excavate a full arm's length based on this measurement. As he spoke, Yan Xing drew 3 circles in the dirt surrounding the territory's defensive wall, leaving gaps at intervals atop each circle, indicating where no trenches would be established. Understood, my lord. At this moment, Eddie gazed at Yan Xing's arrangement with confusion and inquired, my lord, the trenches we are digging are discontinuous, with openings for passage. I fear they may not deter the werewolves. Yan Xing replied, these openings are intentionally left for the werewolves to traverse. DOUC. In the trench nearest to the protective wall, I have left 6 narrow passages that as the werewolves attempt to cross the trench defense, they will be continuously scattered, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective charge. Ultimately, when they seek to assault our defensive wall, they can only emerge from these 6 passages I have preordained. At that time, we need only to concentrate our defensive forces at these 6 points. Eddie, Gauspa, and Leohansi quickly grasped the intent behind Yan Xing's defensive strategy. By leaving passageways in the trench area, the attacking werewolves would be forced to find alternative routes to cross, thereby relinquishing the choice of attack direction to them. Conversely, the scattered passages would disrupt the attacker's rhythm, compelling them to follow paths dictated by Yan Xing, allowing for targeted defense. The 3 farmers exclaimed in unison, my lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. My lord, I possess many areas of brilliance. Yan Xing unabashedly boasted. Then added, if we still have time after excavating the trenches, let us dig traps between the trench area and the protective wall. Every werewolf ensnared is a victory. Eddie, are Steelfang and the other werewolves behaving themselves? Have they shown any inclination to escape? Eddie, responsible for guarding the captured werewolves, promptly replied to Yan Xing's inquiry, reporting to my lord. Those werewolves are relatively docile, awaiting their evening meal after finishing lunch. Once our men have dined, I shall serve them. However, Steelfang has been pacing restlessly in the cell, likely contemplating an escape. Yan Xing also regarded the formidable werewolf with caution. Yet, to understand the threats posed by the swamp, this powerful and intelligent werewolf presented a promising avenue for intelligence gathering. After finishing his lunch, Yan Xing tossed aside his container and stood, addressing Eddie. Let us not rush to serve them. They must understand that my meals are not easily earned. Come, let us observe those werewolves. The territory within the protective wall was modest in size. As Yan Xing and Eddie, accompanied by several farmers bearing dinner, approached the prison, the werewolves had long caught the scent of the food as the farmers prepared to eat, and upon seeing Eddie, they all rose and gathered around the prison door. The accompanying farmers set up a chair outside the prison, and once Yan Xing sat down, he instructed Eddie, go, bring forth 1 werewolf, select one that appears less cunning. Eddie, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, bringing a werewolf out. Could it be dangerous? Yan Xing brandished the werewolf chain and iron pipe, chuckling. With so many people in the territory and the protective wall, what danger could a single werewolf pose? Just bring it. No need for needless chatter. Yes, my lord. Eddie approached the prison door, assessing Steelfang and the other werewolves, and pointed to one, saying, you, step forward, the rest retreat. Steelfang interjected, what do you intend to do? Eddie replied, my lord wishes to speak with him. If you all wish to eat sooner, step back, retreat. Faced with Eddie's command, Steelfang whispered to the chosen werewolf, no matter what they ask regarding our clan, you must not answer. Do you understand? Yes, leader. The werewolf nodded in agreement. Go now and be cautious. As Steelfang led the other werewolves back, the selected werewolf was brought before Yan Xing. Yan Xing first glanced at the prison, noting Steelfang and all the werewolves standing within the enclosure, watching intently. First, give him a steamed bun. Yan Xing instructed Eddie. Eddie retrieved a bun from the thermal container and tossed it to the werewolf, who caught it and devoured it in a few bites, eagerly looking to Eddie for more. Without Yan command, Eddie refrained from providing additional food at this moment. Yan Xing asked the werewolf, "Do you know where the food you consume originates?" The werewolf shook his head. Yan Xing turned to Eddie and said, "You tell him." Eddie proclaimed loudly, "The food you eat is a gift from Lord Yan Xing. Without Lord Yan Xing, you would never partake of such fluffy white buns. Moreover, these delicacies, crafted by master chefs, are not even guaranteed to reach the swamp lord. You should express your gratitude for Lord Yan Xing's generosity." Yan Xing then inquired again, "Do you now understand where your food comes from?" The werewolf replied, "It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing." "Very well. Now give him a chicken leg." Yan Xing expressed satisfaction. Eddie retrieved a chicken leg from the pot and tossed it to the werewolf, who bit into it, crunching both meat and bone together in delight. Chapter 19. The authority of the wolf pack. Yan Xing continued, "Indeed, this is how it works. Answer my questions, and you shall be fed. I have another query. How far is your clan from here?" The werewolf, initially anticipating food, instantly became alert upon hearing the question. He glanced at Steel Fong inside the prison before responding. "I cannot say. Steel Fong does not permit me to speak." Yan Xing had initially hoped to extract some intelligence from the werewolves, but realized that Steel Fong had anticipated such inquiries. Steel Fong wielded absolute dominion over this band of werewolves, compelling one to remain silent even in the face of enticing food at this moment. Yan Xing conceived a new strategy. The werewolves would only begin their meal once Steel Fong took the first bite. And during lunch, he could directly take from the food containers of the other werewolves, who showed no resistance. This was a symbol of status and reflected the werewolf's submission to Steel Fong. Let us exploit this dynamic. Yan Xing chuckled. No need to be anxious. If you do not speak, I shall not press you if you wish to eat. First you must perform a task for me." "What task?" Yan Xing instructed Eddie to draw a line on the ground nearby, then pointed at the line, saying to the werewolf, "Do you see that line? Run at full speed and jump at that line. The farther you jump, the better. Upon completing your jump, you shall be rewarded with food. The werewolf who jumps the farthest will receive a special surprise." Jumping far, the werewolf was puzzled over the intentions of this human lord. Yet, knowing that a leap would earn him food, he complied. The werewolf began with a short run, his powerful legs propelling him forward at remarkable speed, and leapt from the line drawn by Eddie. He landed several meters away. My goodness, can a mere werewolf leap so far? Thankfully, the height of his jump was likely insufficient to clear the defensive wall. According to Yan Xing's calculations, they would need to leverage the wall to scale it. Once a werewolf's body came into contact with the barbed wire atop the protective wall, it would become ensnared. The defensive wall would still serve a purpose. The werewolf who completed the jump returned, and Yan Xing instructed Eddie to provide him with his meal. However, just as the werewolf was about to return to the prison with his food, Yan Xing said, "Finish your meal here before going back." Yan Xing's command perplexed the werewolf, yet he obediently consumed his portion outside the prison. Once satisfied, the werewolf was returned to his cell, and another was brought forth to Yan Xing. "Do you know where your food comes from?" The werewolf initially struggled to respond, but under Eddie's guidance, he replied, "It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing. Good that you recognize who provides your meals. You see that line? Jump far for me to witness." The werewolf complied with Yan Xing's command, successfully completing his jump and receiving his dinner in return. As before, Yan Xing insisted that this werewolf finish his meal in his presence before allowing Eddie to escort him back. One by one, each werewolf was brought forward. "It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing. Jump, eat, return." 9 werewolves followed this routine before the large werewolf, Steel Fong, was finally brought out. Yan Xing looked at Steel Fong and asked, "Do you know where your food comes from?" Steel Fong, having heard the previous 9 responses, replied, "We are your captives. That if you wish for us to live, you must provide us with sustenance." Eddie was about to repeat the earlier statements made to the other werewolves, but Yan Xing interrupted him. Yan Xing addressed Steel Fong. "Indeed, if I wish for my captives to survive, I must provide them with food. However, as long as the captives remain alive, the quantity of food is of little consequence. Since you claim not to know where your food originates, I shall grant you the night to ponder this. Eddie, return this large werewolf to his cell. Reward the werewolf who jumped the farthest with a bottle of beer." "Yes, my lord." Eddie brandished his shovel towards Steel Fong, leading 4 farmers to escort him back. Steel Fang was taken aback by Yin Hong's unexpected deviation from the routine. Why was there no food? Was he supposed to receive guidance first? Faced with Eddie and the farmer's insistence, Steel Fang merely bared his teeth in a show of defiance before obediently returning to the prison. This scene was clearly witnessed by all the werewolves inside. As the 9 werewolves became satiated, burping contentedly, Steel Fang found himself deprived of any sustenance. He would remain hungry until the dawn of the following day, uncertain if he would still be famished by then. When Eddie closed the prison door, he tossed a bottle of beer to one of the werewolves, saying, "You leaped the farthest just now. This bottle is a gift from Lord Yan. Behold the bottle. For it is carved from emerald. The liquor contained within such a precious gem must surely be the finest in the world. Express your gratitude for Lord Yanhong's generosity." With that, Eddie shut the prison door. Inside, the awarded werewolf held the beer bottle with excitement, while the others surrounded him with envious glances. The bottle was a transparent dark green, crystal clear, devoid of any impurities. Clearly a fine emerald crafted drinking vessel from such a substantial piece of precious emerald was a testament to the exquisite quality of the liquor it contained. As the farmer had just proclaimed, what a worldly delicacy it must be. The awarded werewolf clutched the beer bottle with trembling hands, as if he were cradling a mountain of gold. If he were to present this liquor to the clan leader, he would undoubtedly be elevated to the rank of a greater werewolf. However, before he could ponder further, a hand snatched the beer from his grasp. The bubble of fantasy in the werewolf's mind burst as he realized that it was Steel Fang, the alpha werewolf, who had taken his drink. With an uncharacteristic surge of courage, he exclaimed angrily, "That was a gift from Lord Yan." Steel Fang bared his teeth and roared, "I am your leader. Your possessions are mine." Saying this, he uncorked the bottle and gulped down a generous swig of the beer before reclining to sleep elsewhere. The other werewolves dispersed in fear of Steel Fang, leaving only the one who had been robbed of his beer standing there. His gaze towards the alpha werewolf now filled with a palpable change. "My lord." Witnessing this exchange, Eddie spoke to Yan. "That Steel Fang dared to seize the drink you bestowed upon that werewolf. Should I retrieve it?" Yan, having observed Steel Fang's theft, replied, "Do not intervene. Let him take it." Eddie, perplexed, inquired, "Why, my lord?" Yan explained, "When food is scarce for the pack, it is essential to allow the stronger werewolves to feast first to ensure the survival of the entire group. Now that they need not worry about food, their greed will naturally intensify. If Steel Fang had not stolen that bottle, I would have had no better course of action for him. Since he has, the seeds of enmity have been sown." Eddie listened in bewilderment, not daring to ask further. He simply stated, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Chapter 20. Weapon selection. As night fell, the light dimmed, and the grasslands grew perilous. Exposed in the open, one could not only face the threat of werewolf attacks but also the dangers posed by wandering beasts. The laboring farmers retreated behind the barbed wire defenses. Tents were erected, and bonfires blazed on all sides. The patrolling guards wielded shovels as they circled the perimeter, while the soothing sounds of women lulling their children to sleep floated through the tranquil night. After surveying the territory, Yan returned to his tent. He did not return to the real world. As the strongest force and lord of the territory, he bore the weight of greater responsibilities during this critical time, preparing himself to respond to unforeseen events at any moment. Lying on his military cot, Yan Hong's thoughts were consumed by the development of his territory. Tomorrow, the construction of the trench belt would commence, an undertaking far larger than erecting the barbed wire defenses. Fortunately, 14 additional farmers would be available for recruitment in the makeshift shelter. With the number of farmers increasing to 45, more barbed wire would need to be purchased for the trench construction. Alongside arming the farmers, shovels were suitable for close combat, but increasing ranged weaponry was the most effective means of defense for the defenders. The primary choice for cold weaponry was the bow and crossbow. Although firearms were undoubtedly superior, they were unavailable for purchase and heavily reliant on logistics, making them a low priority at this stage. In fact, not only were firearms unavailable, but even crossbows could not be procured through legitimate channels. While bows could be found on e-commerce platforms, without extensive training, equipping citizens with modern bows would yield inaccuracy. However, slingshots could be mastered swiftly. A steel ball launched from a slingshot could still inflict considerable damage within 20 meters. Moreover, the large gaps in the barbed wire fences were ideal for shooting marbles. Contemplating such an immediate solution to his predicament, Yan found sleep elusive, springing from his bed to return to the reality of the small grove. In the pitch-black forest, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Hiding behind a large tree, Yan Xing pulled out his phone, connected to the internet, and searched for vendors selling slingshots. The screen's glow illuminated half of his face. Wow, slingshots have become so advanced. Not only did they come equipped with sights and scales, but for an extra fee, they even included laser aiming assistance. He hurriedly placed an order for 100 slingshots, 1,000 replacement rubber bands, and 10,000 steel balls. He also left a message for the vendor. Please expedite shipping. This is an urgent order that will require a large quantity of these slingshots in the future. If your slingshots perform well, I will order another 1,000 in a few days. With the money spent, Yan Xing's heart felt lighter, and drowsiness soon followed. Returning to sleep, he yawned and blinked back into the game world beside his bed, collapsing into slumber. The next day, as the first light of dawn broke over the eastern grasslands, the territory buzzed with activity. Following the plan set the previous night, the farmers were to dig 3 trenches outside the protective wall. However, after testing the werewolves' jumping abilities, it became evident that these creatures possessed remarkable leaping prowess, each one akin to a level 1 or 2 long jump athlete. This was without any formal training. If they had undergone proper training, breaking world records would be a trivial feat. Digging 3 trenches more than 8 meters wide would require immense labor. Therefore, Yan Xing decided to procure a batch of simple iron barriers to work in conjunction with the trenches, slowing down the charging werewolves. Naturally, before commencing work, a meal was essential, a rule Yan Xing firmly upheld. Digging trenches was labor-intensive, and only with full bellies could they ensure efficiency. After recruiting the farmers from the new shelter for the week, Yan Xing and his followers enjoyed breakfast before leading Eddie to the werewolf prison. Sitting down in a chair, he instructed, "Bring forth a werewolf." One werewolf was brought before Yan Xing. He extended his hand, and Eddie swiftly retrieved a bun from the insulated box, placing it in Yan Xing's palm. The bun was the size of a fist, adorned with 18 pleats, and looked quite delectable. As he split it open, the thin skin revealed a generous filling of pork and vermicelli, a hearty offering. Observing the werewolf's mouth watering, Yan Xing inquired, "Do you know where your food comes from?" "It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing," came the quick and precise response. "Ha ha ha." Yan Xing laughed heartily, tossing the bun to the werewolf while pointing to the jump line Eddie had drawn, saying, "Go on, leap for me. The one who jumps the farthest among you shall receive a reward from me." "Yes, my lord." Knowing what the reward entailed, the werewolf swallowed the bun in one bite, then regarded the takeoff line with a serious expression. The reward was the fine liquor contained within the emerald bottle. To win, he had to give it his all. This time, the werewolf was unlike yesterday's lackadaisical self. He accelerated with fervor, his powerful hind legs kicking up the grass behind him. Lowering his body for the final sprint, he even used his hands like a true wolf in pursuit of prey. As he launched from the jumping point, he soared through the air, stretching his body forward. Landing solidly on the ground, by estimation, he had leaped nearly 10 meters. Clapping his hands in delight, Yan Xing praised the returning werewolf. "Impressive, impressive. Breakfast today consists of buns and seafood dumpling soup. Eat your fill before returning." Yan Xing allowed the werewolf to indulge in his feast before being escorted back to the prison, all without any signs of reluctance or resistance. At this moment, even if he were released, he would likely choose to remain. One werewolf was sent into the prison, while another was brought out. Following the same routine, he understood how this meal had come to be, and then it was time for the long jump, in pursuit of the ultimate reward. This werewolf also leaped with all his strength, scampering back to devour his meal. One werewolf followed another. Once all 9 werewolves were fed and returned to the prison, Steel Fang was finally brought before Yan Xing. Having gone hungry for an entire night, Steel Fang resolved not to put on airs, uttering, "It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing," as if it would cost him a piece of flesh. However, just as he decided to partake in breakfast, Yan Xing queried, "Where is your clan located? Who is your leader? How many warriors do you have?" "It is Lord Yan Xing." His words faltered midway as Steel Fang suddenly looked up, staring at Yan Xing in disbelief. "You're not following the script. You're not supposed to ask that question." Seeing Steel Fang's expression, Yan Xing chuckled. He instructed Eddie to remove the remaining breakfast and said to Steel Fang, "Since you refuse to answer, I shall grant you your wish. You may go another round without food. I doubt you'll perish." Take him back to the prison. Eddie, reward the werewolf who jumped the farthest with a bottle of beer. "Yes, my lord." Surrounding farmers raised their shovels menacingly toward Steel Fang, forcing him step by step back into the prison. Another bottle of beer was thrown by Eddie to the day's champion. This is beer awarded by Lord Yan Xing. My master mentioned that at lunchtime, there will be another long jump. Prepare well if you wish to win. Eddie closed the prison door. The werewolves once again gazed at the trembling werewolf clutching the beer bottle, only for it to be snatched away by Steel Fong once more. Outside, Yan Xing looked on with satisfaction as yet another seed of hatred was sown. It was time to prepare weapons for the werewolves. Chapter 21. Territory defense. Outside the barbed wire defense wall, Lohans was leading the spirited farmers in vigorously digging trenches, building on yesterday's experience. The excavation of the trenches progressed at an even faster pace, leading to an accelerated consumption of resources such as barbed wire fences and razor wire. Furthermore, Yan Xing deemed it imperative to hasten the construction of the village assembly hall. Only with this foundational edifice could the territory's functions gradually be realized. Additionally, based on the prosperity of the territory, the Lord could receive a batch of divinely bestowed gold coins in the assembly hall each week. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. A single gold coin could procure many things in the real world. After entrusting the territory to Gauspa, Eddie, and Lohans, Yan Xing drove back to the real world in a truck. The construction of the village assembly hall could not be accomplished using tents, as the Lord system had its own standards for the quality of functional buildings, which must not be taken lightly. Yan Xing believed that as the central structure of the territory, the assembly hall should be built with style and grandeur, capable of intimidating the swamp barbarians. While he temporarily dismissed the idea of reinforced concrete, he considered attempting to construct a brick-and-tile house instead, with a shipment of iron fences, razor wire, and other supplies for trench construction delivered to the territory. Yan Xing began procuring bricks, cement, sand, and flooring materials. Supplies were transported to the territory in truckloads. While money was swiftly dispensed in tens of thousands, the 450,000 yuan acquired from selling gold dwindled rapidly, prompting Yan Xing to sell off some gold coins and smaller amounts for emergencies. By noon, Yan Xing returned to the territory on an agricultural tricycle, bringing lunch. The farmers, after a brief rest, resumed their labor, while Yan Xing took the opportunity to feed the werewolves imprisoned in the jail. Eventually, Steel Tooth was brought before him. Since the previous night, Steel Tooth had not eaten anything. After consuming 2 bottles of beer and relieving himself twice, although he appeared somewhat spirited, his stomach was painfully emaciated, compared to the werewolves whose bellies were round from feasting. His waistline was not even in the same league. Yan Xing bit into an apple, a post-meal delicacy specially prepared by Aunt Li. The exterior was incredibly succulent, and each bite released a burst of sweet juice. Observing Steel Tooth's famished and covetous expression, Yan Xing tossed him the partially eaten apple. "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift," Eddie exclaimed joyfully as he eagerly sank his teeth into the apple. He had already consumed one, but such delectable fruit was irresistible in abundance. Watching the juice trickle from Eddie's mouth and the aroma of food at his feet only intensified Steel Tooth's hunger. "Steel Tooth," Yan Xing addressed the large werewolf, "I shall not waste words. Surrender to me, and you shall receive my favor." Before Yan Xing could continue his entreaties, Steel Tooth firmly rejected. "I will not betray my kin." Yan Xing, taken aback by the abrupt dismissal of his persuasion, rubbed his nose and sighed. "Consider it carefully. I shall grant you until dinner. You will have another chance to accept my offer." He then commanded, "Send him back. The werewolf who jumped the farthest just now shall be rewarded with a bottle of beer." "Yes, my lord," Eddie replied, ushering Steel Tooth back to the jail. After awarding the victorious werewolf a bottle of beer, he locked the cell door. Once again, Steel Tooth seized the beer, but this time, the acquisition was not as effortless as before. The victorious werewolf, upon receiving the beer, immediately flaunted it before the approaching Steel Tooth. "This was bestowed upon me by Lord Yan Xing as my victory reward. You cannot take it." Steel Tooth bared his fangs in response. "I am the leader of this pack. All food must be distributed by me. Hand over the beer." "No, this is my honor, my prize for winning the competition. It does not belong to you." With hunger inflaming his temper, Steel Tooth slapped the werewolf's face, forcibly reclaiming the beer. "As a member of the pack, you must adhere to its rules." The agitated werewolf attempted to retaliate, but was restrained by another. The commotion subsided temporarily as Steel Tooth opened the beer bottle and, drinking deeply, moved aside. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle shift was occurring within his pack. The social structure among werewolves is quite straightforward. Their status within the group correlates with their priority and rights to food distribution. Losing these 2 privileges naturally destabilizes their standing. For the time being, Steeltooth could still command respect due to his previous authority, but the honor and wealth associated with Yan Xing's rewards were now stripped away, altering the dynamics of the pack's regard for him. 3 werewolves had already lost their rewards to Steeltooth. The competition would continue, and all werewolves aspired to be the next victor. Yet even if they succeeded, how could they ensure the preservation of that coveted beer contained within the emerald bottle? Watching from outside the jail, Yan Xing took satisfaction in the unfolding drama among the werewolves. He admired Steeltooth, but was prepared to sever ties if the large werewolf proved obstinate. He would not squander time on him. A storm was brewing within the pack, and Yan Xing had no intention of wasting precious time in observation. There remained much work awaiting him. The excavation of the trench outside the defense wall was progressing rapidly. Under Lohan's guidance, the farmers wielded their shovels in a segmented approach, ultimately merging their efforts seamlessly. Assessing the overall progress, Yan Xing determined that all 3 trenches could be fully excavated and laid before nightfall. Thus, he summoned 8 farmers to return and commenced the construction of the village assembly hall. Bricks, cement, and sand had already been unloaded at the center of the territory. Yan Xing called Gauspa over, delineating the site for the assembly hall before inquiring, "Are you skilled in building?" Gauspa confidently replied, "Indeed. We are farmers, adept at tilling the land, constructing towns, erecting castles, and creating wonders. With ample materials, we can build anything. While advanced structures require blueprints, constructing a village assembly hall is well within our capabilities." Yan Xing did not doubt Gauspa's sincerity. After all, this realm operated under rules akin to a game, and he could not apply the same standards as those for farmers in the real world, even if it meant coercing them. He needed to encourage them to attempt the construction of the assembly hall. "I do not require wonders or castles. I simply wish for you and your team to build a village assembly hall," Yan Xing instructed, indicating the building materials he had brought. "These are square bricks, more manageable than stone. This is cement, more effective than clay. Here are water buckets and sand. I will teach you how to mix it with the cement. You will have these 8 farmers at your disposal to construct the assembly hall as quickly as possible. If time allows, dig a well." There was a small stream nearby, but in the event of a siege, it would be prudent to have a well for water within the territory. Situated close to the marshlands, the groundwater should be plentiful. Moreover, it would be wise to construct a few arrow towers along the inner side of the defense wall. Chapter 22. Internal strife. Yan Xing had many ambitions for construction, yet one must eat a meal one bite at a time. His current task was to ensure the logistical support for the entire construction workforce, providing timely supplies and adequate nutrition for the laboring farmers. Thus, he drove back and forth between the real world and the game world repeatedly. Time passed amid the busyness as darkness enveloped the grasslands once more. Yan Xing returned to the territory on an agricultural tricycle, ready to spend his 3rd night in this game world. The territory was transforming daily. Summon all farmers back. Dinner is ready. The farmers, who had been working outside, gradually returned within the protective walls. Though fatigued, their spirits were high as they enthusiastically speculated on the delectable feast their lord would prepare that night. However, just when Yan Xing believed the evening would pass peacefully, Lohans approached him, whispering, "My lord, all the farmers working outside the walls have returned, but one is missing." "Missing one?" Yan Xing immediately felt a sense of alarm. "Did you miscount? Is he perhaps with Gauspa or Eddie?" Lohans replied, "I have confirmed. He is not with Gauspa or Eddie. Our lord treats us well. He would not leave secretly." Yan Xing also doubted that the missing farmer had wandered off. Despite the territory's modest prosperity, the people's loyalty was unwavering, with the blessing of the people's favor. No farmer would forego a feast of meat to scavenge for roots in the wilderness. If the farmer hadn't left of his own accord, it implied that someone had taken him away. The werewolf pack had finally come for them. Yan Xing gazed toward the wilderness beyond the protective wall, where the darkness obscured his vision. "Do not make this public," he instructed Lohans. "After dinner, take some men to set traps around the wall. We need not make a fuss. Simply cut the razor wire into small segments and place them in the underbrush." "Understood, my lord," Lohans replied, departing to find several farmers. After quietly briefing them, the farmers hastened their meal. Yan Xing then summoned Gauspa, instructing him to organize a team after dinner to work through the night on the village assembly hall, and to use the existing scaffolding to construct a few arrow towers on the inner side of the defense wall. After Gauspa left to fulfill his orders, Yan Xing pondered that the matter of the captured werewolves could not be delayed any longer. It was essential to extract intelligence about their pack swiftly. Eddie, come with me to the jail. All around the territory, bonfires were lit, one of which was positioned in front of the jail, allowing the guards to clearly see each werewolf inside. The werewolves, accustomed to mealtime, stood dutifully at the jail door upon seeing Yan Xing and Eddie approach. Their sinews yearned to transcend their limits in the long jump competition, aiming for victory, while they couldn't help but glance at the solitary figure of Steeltooth, who remained seated, pondering whether a triumph would enable them to safeguard that bottle of wine. After Yan Xing took his seat, he announced that it was time to serve the werewolves one by one. They were brought forth. Do you know where your food comes from? It is a gift from Lord Yan Xing. The werewolves replied with an air of nonchalance. Yan Xing nodded, gesturing towards the long jump area, saying, Go, exert all your strength for my amusement. Should you emerge victorious, a generous reward shall await you. Yes, Lord Yan Xing. The werewolves responded, sprinting forth to leap, securing their evening meal. As one werewolf returned after finishing, another was let out. As if Yan Xing sought entertainment in witnessing the werewolves leap. In truth, the rewards and the execution of orders were subtly reshaping the pack's perception of their own identities. The isolation of Steeltooth and his own actions were hastening this transformation. Unbeknownst to him, Steeltooth was caught in a deadly game. When brought before Yan Xing, he remained obstinately defiant. Without waiting for Yan Xing to speak, he threatened, Lord Yan Xing, hunger cannot shatter a werewolf spirit. We are raised in deprivation. And even after 3 days without sustenance, we retain formidable combat prowess that I will not betray my kin, not out of loyalty, but because your failure is inevitable. Release us and depart this plane. This is your final opportunity. Yan Xing, noting the unwavering tone of Steeltooth, abandoned any thoughts of persuading him to surrender. What a pity indeed, he remarked, displaying a hint of admiration for Steeltooth, yet reluctantly gestured for Eddie to escort him back to the dungeon, declaring, Give a bottle of wine to the werewolf who jumps the farthest. The werewolves themselves were oblivious to who had achieved the greatest distance. Thus, the victor was determined solely by Yan Xing's decree. The long jump served as a measure of the werewolves' physical prowess. In the first 3 rounds, Yan Xing had selected the 3 strongest werewolves. This time, he awarded the title to the werewolf who had triumphed for the first time. Steeltooth was returned to the dungeon while the wine was delivered to the victor. Once again rewarded, the werewolf clutched the bottle tightly. He bared his fangs at the approaching leader, fur bristling along his nape. Steeltooth, you have already taken my reward once. Do not dare to seize my honor again, or else. Or else what? Steeltooth sensed a challenge to his authority within the pack and contemptuously regarded the werewolf clutching the bottle, saying, Do you wish to challenge me? You are but a first-tier werewolf, while I am a second-tier dire werewolf. Provoking me will only lead to your humiliation and injury. Hand over the wine. It is the law of the pack. The law of the pack permits you to hold food, but it does not allow you to take away honor. The dire werewolf and the werewolf faced off. While outside the dungeon, Eddie could not help but inquire of Yan Xing, My lord, is this the spectacle you wish to witness? What if the werewolves decide to give your reward to Steeltooth? If that werewolf, under such circumstances, willingly allows Steeltooth to rob him of the wine again, it would signify that the werewolves possess a low ceiling for their potential despite a high floor for their limitations. Authority can indeed foster significant cohesion, yet excessive authority may stifle the upward vitality of a group. In the short term, I desire the werewolves to resist Steeltooth. In the long term, I prefer them to relinquish the wine. Yan Xing's words left Eddie pondering for quite some time. Yet he ultimately grasped that everything lay within the Lord's control. Eddie proclaimed, Your wisdom is beyond my comprehension, my lord. You are indeed wise. Yan Xing's gaze remained fixed upon the dungeon, confronted with Steeltooth's relentless pressure. The chosen werewolf was compelled to make a choice. Meanwhile, Steeltooth, in a bid to uphold his authority within the pack, also felt the necessity to seize the bottled as the leader of this pack. He had to be resolute. Faced with the werewolf's refusal to part with the wine, Steeltooth struck first with a slap. Chapter 23. 9 werewolves admire you. The werewolf, having endured a heavy blow, still clung tightly to the wine bottle, gazing defiantly at Steeltooth, devoid of any trace of fear. Hand over the wine. Steeltooth bellowed. No, came the werewolf's defiant reply. Crack. Steeltooth struck him again, demanding, Give me the wine. No. Crack. Give it to me. No. Steeltooth continued to assault the werewolf. his sharp claws leaving bloody gashes across the werewolf's face. Despite the punishment, the werewolf shielded the wine with his hands and bodied it. It is perhaps difficult for one not in his position to truly comprehend his fervor. He remained fixated on Steeltooth, baring his fangs and growling lowly. The pack erupted into chaos at that moment. Steeltooth's assault on the werewolf persisted, yet eventually, the pent-up resentment within the werewolf reached its breaking point. He suddenly shoved Steeltooth away, causing the wine bottle to roll into a patch of grass, then lunged forward to knock Steeltooth down. This counterattack symbolized a declaration of war against Steeltooth and a challenge to his status. The means of attack extending beyond mere slaps. The two werewolves unleashed their sharp fangs and claws upon one another, battling like beasts with all their might. They tumbled on the ground, fur flying, blood splattering. The skirmish incited further agitation among the pack, who howled excitedly around the fighting werewolves. Yet, despite the chaos, the dire werewolf remained a tier above the others. A day and night of hunger had not sufficiently diminished Steeltooth's strength. After the initial outburst, the werewolf was soon subdued by Steeltooth. His shoulders were torn and bloodied, his entire body marked with gruesome wounds. Yet Steeltooth showed no signs of relenting. The werewolf's unexpected resistance surprised him. Making him acutely aware of the shifting dynamics within the pact, he had to re-establish his authority swiftly. Otherwise, he would be torn apart by the very wolves he sought to dominate. Steeltooth delivered a punch that sent the werewolf crashing to the ground. Casting a glance towards Yan Xing outside the dungeon, he finally comprehended the human lord's intentions. If he did not swiftly quell the unrest within the pack, he would inevitably meet a gruesome end. Bloodied and battered, Steeltooth flashed a defiant grin at Yan Xing, signaling that your scheme has failed. Turning back, Steeltooth approached the fallen werewolf, grasped his head, and let out a howl to the pack. Just as he prepared to snap the werewolf's neck, two others charged at him. Steeltooth was tackled by the two werewolves, and a more ferocious battle erupted within the dungeon. The nearly slain werewolf, bloodied and staggering, managed to rise from the ground. His face bore 3 deep claw marks, one of which had obliterated his right eye. The pain and his deep-seated hatred for Steeltooth compelled him to unleash a piercing howl. As if in response, a chain flail fell from above, landing by his feet. The enraged werewolf seized the flail without a second thought, joining the fray against Steeltooth. And no matter how strong the dire werewolf was, he could not withstand the combined might of 3 werewolves, especially since they were among the strongest in the pack and armed with a weapon. The trio's assault left Steeltooth vulnerable. Flesh torn from his body, bones shattered by the flail's iron hammer. The dungeon echoed with Steeltooth's anguished cries, yet the other werewolves fell silent at that moment. They stood in a circle around the battlefield, watching in hushed reverence as Steeltooth breathed his last. Thus, Steeltooth met his demise, a lifeless heap staining the ground with blood. Waiting outside the dungeon door, Yan Xing gestured, "Open the door." The dungeon gate swung open, and the 3 werewolves who had slain Steeltooth emerged, kneeling before Yan Xing. The one-eyed werewolf presented the chain flail, the very weapon bestowed upon him by Yan Xing. Yan Xing took the flail from the one-eyed werewolf's hands and called out to the werewolves lingering in the dungeon, "The gate is wide open. What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, the remaining werewolves promptly exited the dungeon, kneeling alongside the 3 before Yan Xing. 9 werewolves expressed their admiration for you, seeking to join your ranks. That do you accept? At long last, they surrendered. Yan Xing decisively agreed. The addition of these 9 werewolves would undoubtedly elevate the military strength of the territory to a new echelon. At the very least, it formed a unit capable of leaving the protective walls to stage small-scale counterattacks. You have gained the allegiance of 9 werewolves. You have earned 900 experience. You have gained 90 points of prestige. One of your werewolves has been promoted to a second-tier elite unit, the Howler. Yan Xing opened his lord system to assess the strength of his werewolf army. The Swamp Clan's first-tier unit, the Swamp-dwelling werewolf, is a foundational creature of the Swamp faction. It can be upgraded to a second-tier combat unit, the Dire Werewolf, or to a second-tier elite unit, the Howler. Attack, 3 defense, 5 damage, 3 health, 6 talent. Endurance. The Howler is a second-tier elite unit of the Swamp Clan. Attack, 4 defense, 6 damage, 3 health, 6 talent. Endurance, Bloodthirsty Battle Howl, which temporarily boosts the werewolf's combat prowess. The werewolf strength, compared to other races at the same tier, remains uncertain. However, merely evaluating their attributes reveals them to be formidable warriors. At the very least, they far surpass first-tier human farmers. Despite Yan Xing's current advantage in numbers with dozens of farmers, in a confrontation, they would undoubtedly fall short against these 9 werewolves. Not to mention, among them stands a newly promoted second-tier elite howler. The howler was the one who first challenged Steel Tooth and ultimately helped slay him with the support of his companions. The werewolves are not an inherently swamp-dwelling race. Rather, they became part of the swamp tribe after separating from the orc clans. Although the werewolves have now adapted to their murky surroundings, a portion of them may still awaken the primal battle roars of their orc ancestry due to their bloodline. These werewolves are known as Tier 2 elite howlers. Upon advancing to the rank of howler, the one-eyed werewolf undergoes significant physical transformation. His stature becomes more imposing, his torso takes on an inverted triangular shape, and he possesses greater upper body strength. His appearance finally resembles that of the werewolves depicted in film and television. "What is your name?" Yan Xing inquired as he stood before the one-eyed werewolf, noticing that the kneeling figure was not much shorter than himself. "My lord, within the werewolf clan, only those warriors who have advanced are bestowed names," the one-eyed werewolf replied, bowing his head to avoid meeting Yan Xing's gaze. A gesture of his submission, Yan Xing declared, "You are now a Tier 2 howler and thus worthy of a resounding name. From this day forth, you shall be called Orfu." Overjoyed at receiving a name, Orfu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for granting me this name that I shall regard it as my highest honor and defend it with my life. I have noted your vow and believe you to be a warrior who values honor above all else. This weapon is not suited for me. It is meant for a warrior like you," Yan Xing remarked as he returned the werewolf's chain flail to Orfu's hands. "I hereby appoint you as the supreme commander of my werewolf forces, which represents the power I bestow upon you." Chapter 24. Fully armed. Though Yan Xing currently commanded only 9 werewolves, this did not deter him from placing a grand title upon Orfu, the title of Supreme Commander of the Werewolf Army. Regardless of the number of warriors under his command, sounded impressive. Orfu, visibly overwhelmed with emotion, even shed tears. He rose, gripping the werewolf chain flail, faced the newly allied werewolves, raised the flail high above his head, and howled at the full moon. All the werewolves stood and echoed his long howl. Yan Xing felt satisfaction at the morale displayed by the werewolves. He had feared that the death of Steel Fang would have a detrimental impact on them. It was now time to inquire about the intelligence from the infiltrating werewolves. "Enough now," Yan Xing commanded. Halting the howling, he instructed Eddie to bring over a few stools and a heavy chest. Turning to the werewolves, he continued, "Since you are all my warriors now, you cannot continue using those shabby weapons and armor from before. Come, and see the fine provisions I have prepared for you." With that, Yan Xing produced a full steel chain flail from the chest. One end of the steel pipe was welded to an iron chain, which in turn was affixed to a fist-sized iron ball, encircled with 1-inch-long steel spikes. This formidable weapon was far more lethal than the bone flails previously wielded by the werewolves, even surpassing the one used by the great werewolf Steel Fang. Although the divine weapon's attributes and skills far exceeded those of ordinary weapons, this set of steel chain flails had been crafted at the construction market, where Yan Xing had become well acquainted with various merchants through his extensive purchases. The components to weld the flails were readily available, and the merchants, eager to retain his business, willingly assembled them for him. The purpose for which Yan Xing intended to use these items was of no concern to them. After all, securing immediate payment was their priority. Upon seeing the steel chain flail in Yan Xing's hands, the werewolves' eyes sparkled with excitement. The humid swamp environment made iron both scarce and difficult to preserve. The chain flails used by Tier 2 great werewolves were merely wooden sticks with a lump of iron attached, which would rust and degrade over time. In contrast, Yan Xing's chain flail gleamed with a brilliant metallic sheen, and the spikes on the hammer head added to the weapon's imposing presence. One by one, the werewolves accepted the steel chain flails from Yan Xing's hands, the heavy grip reflecting the weapon's superior construction and appearance. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." The lower-ranking werewolves, lacking the vocabulary for grandiloquent praise, nonetheless conveyed their emotions through trembling voices, perfectly expressing their current sentiments. Orfu gazed at the steel chain flail, marveling at its full steel composition and spiked hammer, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy. However, upon recalling that the werewolf chain flail in his possession was a divine weapon bestowed by their lord, his envy transformed into sheer joy. The lord had declared, All of these are my soldiers. Every werewolf who joins us is my soldier." Orfu knelt alongside the others in gratitude to Yan Xing. Yan Xing bid them rise and said, "My preparations for you extend beyond mere weapons. Eddie, empty the contents of the chest." Eddie appended the chest, and its contents spilled forth. Rectangular steel plates measuring 10 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, and 2 millimeters thick, each with multiple small holes. If there are weapons, armor must surely follow, with only these 9 werewolf warriors in their territory. Ensuring their protection on the battlefield would enhance their combat capability. However, while searching for armor online, Yan Xing discovered that any finished armor with a reasonable level of protection was prohibitively expensive, and much of it was overly ornate. Ill-suited for the werewolf's physique, custom orders would undoubtedly cause delays in delivery. Thus, Yan Xing devised to create the armor himself. The armor would be constructed from individual iron plates woven together. This method was straightforward, provided decent protection, and could be tailored to the wearer's physique. The steel plates required for crafting the armor were readily available. They merely needed holes punched into them for lacing. Yan Xing demonstrated using a steel plate and weaving rope. Explaining to the curious werewolves, "These steel plates will be used to weave armor. As it is meant to protect your lives, I believe it is essential that you craft it yourselves, allowing you to understand its purpose and truly harness its potential." A noble rationale concealed Yan Xing's reluctance to spend more money. Yet the werewolves readily accepted this notion. After all, this was full metal armor, a privilege typically reserved for their former clan leader. Now that they could obtain their own set, they were eager to partake in the crafting process. Fully embracing the experience, all the werewolves eagerly grasped the steel plates and weaving ropes, their eyes fixated on Yan Xing's hands as they diligently learned the art of crafting armor. Yan Xing, meanwhile, opened his phone to reference the armor weaving techniques he had downloaded, learning and applying them on the spot. Since this armor would not be sold, aesthetics were not a concern. As long as it was woven layer by layer, it would suffice to expedite the werewolves' armor crafting. Yan Xing assigned each of them a farmer assistant to help with the fitting and adjustments. Should any issues arise, they were to be resolved immediately. For instance, when Yan Xing noticed that the inner side of the armor might harm the werewolf's fur, he quickly returned to the real world to purchase some cotton hoodies from the night market. Wearing the hoodies underneath would effectively prevent the sharp edges of the steel plates from causing injury and enhance the comfort of the armor. The armor was initially designed as a half-plate, focusing on protecting the vital areas of the upper body. Its design resembled a vest, primarily supported by the shoulders to bear the weight of the armor. Yan Xing and the werewolves also attempted to extend the armor's protection to the arms, but limitations in technique and materials made it impossible to achieve a snug fit, which would only hinder arm mobility and body coordination. The same constraints applied to leg protection, which they were forced to temporarily abandon. Fortunately, the half-plate armor represented a significant upgrade in defensive capability compared to the burlap garments previously worn by the werewolves. Moreover, Yan Xing had not merely prepared armor for their bodies. With armor comes the need for helmets. For the headgear, Yan Xing opted for safety helmets typically worn by construction workers. Although the protective capacity of safety helmets is limited, they can securely fit the head and provide effective protection through their flexible foam padding and structural rigidity. Additionally, he planned to weave another layer of armor around the helmet's exterior to further enhance its protective capabilities. If time permitted, he could extend the armor's length around the helmet to form a protective curtain, bolstering the defense of the neck. Chapter 25. The Broken Ear Clan. Yan Xing and the werewolves continued their laborious task of weaving armor. On the battlefield, where blades and swords are indiscriminate, safeguarding one's life is the primary consideration. While weaving the armor, Yan Xing finally learned from the werewolves about the adversaries he was soon to face. This group of werewolves hails from a clan known as the Red Mud Marsh, led by a chieftain named Broken Ear, and consists of approximately 200 werewolves. The Red Mud Marsh is situated on the outskirts of the Thunderous Swamp, an area lacking in abundant resources. Even a small stretch of marshland provides scant sustenance for the Broken Ear clan, let alone contend with other werewolf clans that frequently encroach upon their territory to pilfer food, gradually encroaching upon their land. Hunger has perpetually plagued the Broken Ear clan, as most werewolf clans struggle to satiate their hunger. The most fertile regions of the swamp have all been claimed by the lizard folk. As natural inhabitants of the swamp, the lizard folk are not only better adapted to the environment but also possess superior physical prowess compared to the werewolves. Adult lizard folk are Tier 3 beings. capable of advancing to Tier 4 as blood-crowned lizard folk, a race that migrated to the swamp. Werewolves have long been ostracized by the lizard folk. Their inherent racial disadvantages hinder their ability to compete for control of the swamp. Consequently, the werewolves find themselves in a state of severe internal strife, forcing some clans to venture beyond the swamp in search of sustenance. The patrol team led by Steelfang also undertook the task of hunting prey on the grasslands, inadvertently discovering a building for recruiting farmers, a shed. Yet, ultimately, the prey remained uncaptured, the shelter was lost, and the wolf pack fell victim to Yan Xing's cunning design, leading to their complete capture for a tribe with a mere 200 inhabitants. The disappearance of 10 formidable werewolves is an undeniably significant loss, particularly as these were all robust adults. Such a decline in combat strength cannot be easily compensated. The Broken Ear tribe would undoubtedly employ every possible means to rescue this batch of werewolves. Furthermore, there exists this farmer's shelter. According to Orf, within their territory lies a recruiting establishment for werewolves, a high-ranking wolf den, which can yield 8 werewolves for recruitment weekly, and can upgrade first-tier werewolves to second-tier greater werewolves. However, due to the meager divine gold produced in their territory, there is hardly enough to recruit the werewolves from the den, resulting in a waste of weekly recruitment slots. The sudden emergence of this farmer's shelter holds promise. Although human farmers possess low combat prowess, they can contribute a tax of 1 divine gold coin weekly. By securing this farmer's shelter, they could accumulate divine gold to recruit werewolves from the den, thereby rapidly strengthening their tribe. In time, the Broken Ear tribe would not only seize complete control of the Honi wetlands, but also usurp additional territories, whether it be rescuing captured werewolves or seizing the farmer's shelter. The Broken Ear tribe is resolute in claiming Yan Xing's domain, a matter that cannot be resolved through mere negotiation. Orf's tone shifted significantly when discussing Broken Ear. Moreover, Broken Ear possesses the authority to recruit werewolves from the den. Yan Xing inquired, "Is your chieftain, Broken Ear, a hero?" In response, "My lord, our chieftain is a beast tamer who has tamed 5 poisonous flies to guard our Honi wetlands." Much like the knights of humankind, beast tamers represent the heroic profession of the swamp tribe. Within the marshes dwell a myriad of magical beasts, some feeble, serving as prey for werewolves and lizardmen, while others, formidable in strength, can be subdued by the beast tamers. The human, elven, and orcish races fiercely contest every inch of land in their pursuit of control over the Gale Highlands. Yet they refrain from encroaching upon the thunderous marshes. This is not due to fear of the uncivilized werewolves and lizardmen, but rather trepidation towards their tamed magical beasts. The poisonous flies mentioned by Orf are such tamed beasts, capable of achieving 5th-tier strength. These flies possess elongated bodies, with tails reminiscent of dragonflies, and can grow to over a meter in length when fully mature. Their swift and agile flight makes them difficult to defend against during an assault. While their raw attack power may be modest, they can unleash paralyzing toxins, significantly diminishing the combat effectiveness of those afflicted for a period. The swamp tribe's tactics primarily revolve around the use of these poisonous flies, employing them to lie in ambush, striking at opportune moments and locations, exploiting their aerial and maneuverability advantages to infiltrate enemy ranks, where they unleash toxins and sow chaos. In the ensuing disorder, the remaining forces of the swamp tribe would then launch their assault, decimating the enemy. Upon learning that Broken Ear is a heroic unit, a beast tamer of the swamp tribe allied with poisonous flies, Yan Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having squandered time on this pack of werewolves. A tribe comprising nearly 200 werewolves did not instill fear in Yan Xing. Broken Ear's tribe, burdened with the defense of their territory, the Honi wetlands, could not possibly muster their entire population to assault this location. The existence of the farmer's shelter meant that Broken Ear, coveting divine gold, could not seek assistance from other werewolf tribes. Surrounding them were an estimated 100 lurking werewolves, which was Yan Xing's highest estimation. With a moat and protective walls in place, a mere 100 werewolves would find it impossible to breach. Yet, Broken Ear, being a hero, and his control over 5 poisonous flies represented the greatest variable in Yan Xing's defense system. The territory he constructed was designed for ground defense, leaving the open air a veritable no-man's land for the flies. If he could not suppress the airborne assaults of the poisonous flies, the very notion of defense would be moot. And what of Broken Ear? He is a hero, but how formidable is he? Orf did not know. All he could assert was that they were no match for a single werewolf patrol led by Broken Ear. Yan Xing pondered whether he could take on a werewolf patrol alone. Certainly not. This implied that in terms of peak combat capability, his side was at a disadvantage. In truth, every aspect lay in a state of inferiority. Without the urgently constructed defense system, the loss of merely one farmer would not be the simplest of matters. Long before nightfall, the wolf pack had already arrived at the forefront, by the time the armor was completed, and 9 werewolves, fully equipped, stood before Yan Xing. He turned to Orf and asked, "If I must wage war against your tribe, would you be willing to slay your kin for me?" Yan Xing's inquiry rendered the werewolves, who had previously been exhilarated by donning their armor, suddenly silent, the atmosphere growing somber. After a moment, Orf lifted his gaze to Yan Xing and said, "My lord, I implore you to allow me to speak with broken ear, that I do not wish for my chain flail to strike my kin. Nor do I desire to witness Chieftain Broken Ear lead his troops to ravage your territory." Yan Xing inquired, "How confident are you in persuading Broken Ear to withdraw his forces?" Under Yan Xing's scrutinizing gaze, Orf averted his eyes, muttering, I have no confidence." Yan Xing chuckled. "Not only do you lack confidence in persuading Broken Ear to withdraw, but you also doubt your own survival upon return." Orf continued with his head bowed, replying, "Indeed, I killed Steel Fong and betrayed my tribe. Chieftain Broken Ear will undoubtedly seek my life. But I am uncertain how to resolve this conflict." Chapter 26. Wastefulness. Yan Xing observed Orf and the other werewolves. His current pack of werewolves was unstable in morale and lacked spirit. "If you pledge allegiance to me, you would then be free of any burden in slaying your kin. I would be hesitant to place my trust in you." After a brief pause, Yan Xing addressed his werewolf warriors. "In truth, I have no intention of inflicting excessive casualties or fostering an irreparable enmity with Broken Ear." Orf raised a question, But Chieftain Broken Ear will never relinquish this farmer's shelter easily." Yan Xing replied, "Indeed, he will not yield easily, nor shall I. The confrontation is inevitable. However, as long as we can make Broken Ear aware that an assault on my territory will inflict insurmountable damages upon him, he will be compelled to negotiate. If he is willing to talk, then there is no conflict that cannot be resolved." Orf, perplexed, asked, "With only one farmer's shelter, how can we divide it? How do we resolve this?" Yan Xing smiled. "Even if there were 2 farmers' shelters, I would not divide them with Broken Ear. Ultimately, discussions must be founded upon strength. I possess means to compel Broken Ear to agree to a ceasefire. As for you, I will endeavor to avoid deploying you against your kin. However, should the need arise for you to engage in battle, you must emerge victorious. Can you accomplish this?" With Yan Xing's words hanging in the air, the werewolves collectively affirmed, "We can." "Excellent. You will be responsible for patrolling beyond the protective walls, ensuring the safety of the farmers working outside. Broken Ear and his troops are lurking nearby. Let them see you, particularly the armor and weapons you bear." "Yes, my lord." Orf led the armed werewolves beyond the protective walls, the clinking of their armored plates resounding with an imposing cadence. With the protection of the armored werewolves, Yan Xing was able to muster more farmers to Lohans. It was imperative to set more traps before dawn broke. Orf's werewolf warriors should be able to intimidate Broken Ear, deterring him from launching a night raid on the eastern slope of Yan Xing's territory. Several werewolves lay concealed in the grass, using the moonlight to observe the peculiar encampment. Positioned downwind during the night, this site was ideal for surveillance and ambush, as it had also been chosen by Yan Xing when he rescued the farmers from the shelter. Among these werewolves, one stood out for his remarkable physique. With a portion of his left ear severed. He was Broken Ear himself. At this moment, he gazed in bewilderment at the human territory before him. What manner of contraptions encircle this domain? Are those iron mesh walls? Broken Ear had seen human territories protected by stone walls, tall enough to allow soldiers to patrol, with wide paths, even accommodating carts. An iron mesh wall was a concept he had never encountered. Iron is not something that can be easily acquired. Even the most skilled hill dwarves in metallurgy would not indulge in such extravagant use of iron, let alone the swamp tribe, which had no knowledge of iron smelting whatsoever. Broken Ear understood that iron working was arduous and challenging. Observing how much iron was utilized here as a barrier filled him with envy and resentment, mouth-watering at the thought. All of it is mine. Should I breach this human territory, both the farmer's shelter and this iron shall belong to me. With human farmers at my disposal, I would have divine gold to recruit werewolves. With iron, I could forge weapons to arm my werewolf warriors. The Honey wetlands would truly be under my control, and the surrounding werewolf tribes would bow before me. Yet, Broken Ear did not allow himself to be blinded by the immediate allure that a human lord capable of constructing walls with such extravagant use of iron was undeniably a formidable character. And Broken Ear noted that the iron mesh walls were entangled with barbed wire. For werewolves lacking protection and siege weaponry, this seemingly simple wall would not be easily breached. To capture this territory with minimal casualties. Meticulous planning was required. Just as Broken Ear was keenly observing the defenses of the human territory in search of a breakthrough, one of the werewolf guards beside him suddenly remarked, "Chieftain, look, there are werewolves within the territory. And they appear to be protecting those human farmers." The human territory was not extensive, with flickering bonfires illuminating the area. Except for the spaces obscured by tents and structures, most of the territory was laid bare to the eyes of the lurking werewolves. Upon the guard's alert, Broken Ear also spotted the werewolf contingent emerging from within the iron mesh wall. Bathed in the glow of the flames, the armor worn by the werewolves shimmered with an orange-red hue. The sound of iron plates grinding against each other resonated clearly within the ears of Duaner. How extravagant! How lavish! A mere pack of first-tier werewolves, yet they all donned iron armor. Such an abundance of iron should not be squandered so recklessly. From whence did this pack of werewolves emerge? The captured farmer claimed that within the territory, apart from farmers and the Lord, there were no other forces. Suddenly, Duaner realized that the presence of werewolves in the opposing territory was the crucial factor he needed to contemplate. It seemed the farmer had concealed something. Continue the surveillance. After issuing his command, Duaner gradually descended from the slope. Below the slope, a throng of werewolf warriors sat on the ground. They perked up their ears, alert to the slightest sound, their hands gripping flails, ready to spring into battle at any moment. In the midst of the werewolves, a farmer crouched trembling on the ground. He bore no bindings, yet dared not entertain any thoughts of escape. Duaner approached the farmer. He spoke not a word, but instead picked up a shovel from the ground. Examining the blade intently, he was still astonished at the first sight of this shovel. The blade was not forged from ordinary iron, but from high-quality steel. The tool the farmer wielded for tilling the earth was crafted from such fine steel. What a waste! Duaner thrust the shovel into the ground, the entire blade sinking into the earth. That if all the farmers in the territory wielded such high-quality steel shovels, the loss of half of the 60 werewolves he brought would be worthwhile. "Hey, human, you are not being truthful." Duaner squatted before the farmer, his fangs nearly touching the man's face. "You claimed that your camp was comprised solely of farmers, with no warriors. Why did I just see 9 werewolves? If you continue to conceal or deceive me, I shall consume you piece by piece." The farmer's face turned ashen with fear, and he sank to the ground, attempting to retreat, but was restrained by the werewolves behind him. "I am not lying to you." The farmer stammered in terror. "I truly am not deceiving you. Aside from our lord, who is a knight, everyone else in the camp is merely a farmer. The werewolves you mentioned were captured by my lord. They are all confined in cages." Duaner remained unconvinced, continuing his threats. "If you persist in lying to me, believe me." At that moment, a werewolf hurriedly approached, whispering to Duaner, "Chieftain, the scout monitoring the human camp to the south reports that the Steelfang pack is not in the dungeon. They have allied themselves with that human lord." "What? How can this be?" Chapter 27. The chieftains gambled. Duaner and the main force of werewolves concealed on the slope could not see the dungeon, unaware of the events occurring nearby. Since they had come to rescue the captured werewolves, they naturally needed to discern where the Steelfang pack was held. Thus, Duaner dispatched scouts in other directions around the human camp to ascertain the location of the Steelfang pack and devise a plan for their rescue. However, Duaner could not have anticipated that the message from the scouts would convey that the Steelfang pack had defected to the human lord. Duaner was reluctant to believe that his loyal warriors would betray him. Yet the sight of the werewolf patrol within the human camp indicated that this might indeed be true. "Traitors, we must capture them all and tear them apart on the red muddy marsh. Let the man-eating fish devour their flesh and gnaw their bones." Feeling betrayed, Duaner ascended to the summit of the slope, his furious gaze fixed upon the werewolves patrolling within the enemy camp. He let out a long howl to the heavens. The werewolves hidden behind the slope echoed his call beneath the full moon, their howls shattering the tranquility of the night and resounding into Yan Xing's territory. The farmers toiling in the fields were thrown into disarray, some abandoning their tools to flee towards the protective walls. Ulf and his warriors halted their patrol, turning towards the direction of the wolf howls. This was both a warning and a signal from the pack. By responding with a similar howl, it would affirm their loyalty to the tribe. Dweoner promptly led the werewolves in an assault on the human territory. Intending to coordinate an overwhelming attack, Ulf did not hesitate in his response. He rallied his pack to howl back, warning the intruders not to encroach upon their territory. Damn traitors! Dweoner confirmed the betrayal of the Steelfang pack. His fury escalating. He yearned to launch an immediate attack on the human camp, unleashing his wrath through slaughter. Yet reason restrained him from acting impulsively. The defenses of the human camp appeared unusually formidable. And with an elite pack now allied with them, the limited visibility of night would hinder their offensive. Furthermore, Dweoner needed to assess the surrounding situation. After all, the humans wielded considerable power on the Gale Heights, and it was essential to determine if there were any other human camps or ambushes nearby. He resolved to await the return of the scouts dispatched at dawn before deciding how to assault the human camp. Standing atop the slope, he cast one last glance at the human camp encircled by iron nets, then descended to inform his werewolf kin. This position has been compromised. We must relocate. You return immediately to the Red Muddy Marsh and summon 50 werewolf warriors for reinforcement. The werewolf singled out exclaimed, Chieftain, if we call for 50 more warriors, our defense of the Red Muddy Marsh will become alarmingly vulnerable. If the surrounding werewolf tribes discover our elite warriors are absent, they will surely attack us. Dweoner had already let out 60 werewolf warriors, leaving their territory poorly defended. Summoning an additional 50 would leave only female werewolves and pups behind. Dweoner was acutely aware of the risks inherent in his decision. Yet the allure of the human camp was too great. He felt compelled to expend the full strength of his tribe to secure swift victory with minimal losses. Should he succeed in plundering the farmers, iron, and resources within the camp, his tribe would solidify its dominance over the surrounding area and assimilate the neighboring werewolf clans. Since it was a gamble, he was determined to stake all his chips to enhance the odds of victory in this war. I am the chieftain. My word is not to be defied. The tone of Dweoner compelled the summoned werewolf to turn and sprint into the night. The pack swiftly relocated under Dweoner's command, vacating the exposed encampment. Within the protective walls, Yan Xing listened as the howls of the wolves rose in intensity before abruptly ceasing. Observing the reactions of the human farmers and werewolf warriors amidst this sudden upheaval, one must not place excessive hope or demands on the farmers in battle. They are ultimately not combat units. To safeguard this territory, it was imperative to expedite the upgrade of the domain and construct the Tier 2 recruitment building for humans. Within the territory, Gauspa was urgently overseeing the construction of the village council hall with over 20 farmers. This core building for the development of the territory was nearing its final stages of completion. If they worked through the night, the village council hall would be fully finished by dawn. With the village council hall and farmer shanties completed, the militia dormitory and militia training ground would be unlocked. The militia dormitory would allow for the recruitment of a certain number of human militia each week. The militia, being Tier 2 combat units, formed the backbone of the human army. Farmers who met the criteria for militia promotion could spend a certain amount of divine coins to upgrade to militia status in the dormitory. The militia training ground would provide basic combat training for farmers. Those who met the promotion criteria could advance to militia status in the dormitory, while the militia might not seem like formidable warriors. Being Tier 2 combat units, they were certainly stronger than farmers and could contend with first-tier werewolves. The territory's growth could not rely solely on 9 werewolves. After the howl subsided, Yan Xing, seeing no signs of an impending werewolf attack, turned his attention to planning the construction sites for the militia dormitory and training ground, as well as residences for the farmers. Humans could not remain in tents indefinitely, and sturdy buildings would serve as excellent defenses. Through the entire night, Yan Xing's territory focused on fortifying its emerging defensive structure. At dawn, Ulf's pack ensured that all farmers working outside returned to the protective walls. After everyone had eaten, they rested in shifts to be fully prepared for any potential attacks. Meanwhile, Yan Xing, accompanied by Gauspa, entered the newly constructed village council hall. However, it could not yet be called a village council hall. Without recognition from the territorial system, it was merely a 3-meter-high ordinary hall, being newly built. The walls were bare bricks, the cement used for bonding still wet, and the floor was simply flattened earth. Gauspa was immensely pleased with this hall, excitedly telling Yan Xing, "My lord, the bricks and cement you provided for us to build are incredibly convenient. If we had used stone and wood, Merely polishing them would take more than a day. Now, with the materials you supplied, the construction is not only swift but also sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. With this experience, we can build even faster in the future. At this moment, Yan Xing was not concerned with how quickly the farmers could construct houses in the future. He was solely focused on whether this hall could gain the recognition of the territorial system. He opened the territorial system and selected the construction of the village council hall. A building meeting the standards of a village council hall has been discovered. Would you like to designate it as the village council hall? Note: once designated, the village council hall cannot be changed. Upon seeing the prompt, Yan Xing finally set aside his worries. He chose yes. Chapter 28. Alchemical Weapons. The construction of the village council hall was complete. Unlocking corresponding territorial buildings. Please name your territory. At last, it felt somewhat like being a lord. Yan Xing stroked his chin, tilting his head back slightly. He pondered the need to grant his territory a name that was both imposing and unique. One that would convey to all that the lord of this land was indeed a person of great caliber. Let it be called Eternity. The territory of this lord is named Eternity. The naming of Eternity has been successfully completed. Eternity is a level 1 territory, classified as a village-level administrative unit. Prosperity, 20. Public sentiment, 90. That the lord may obtain 20 pieces of divine gold each week. The security index of the territory is assessed to be low. Please upgrade the territory and enhance military structures as soon as possible. Yan Xing had no time to thoroughly examine the territory's introduction. He has now officially become a lord of the human race, possessing a domain recognized by the laws of this world, outside the territory. A pack of wolfmen lurks, eyeing his possessions, making the task of defending the territory quite heavy. Yan Xing exited the junior council hall and pointed to the area he had delineated the previous day. Addressing Gauspa, you must immediately lead a team to construct a militia dormitory and a training ground here. By tomorrow morning, I expect to recruit the first batch of militia. If manpower is lacking, seek assistance from Laoans. I will handle the transportation of building materials, ensuring it does not impede your progress. Yes, my lord, Gauspa replied promptly, setting off to organize his farmers and builders. Yan Xing then approached Eddie, instructing him to select courageous farmers to gather. Within the farmers' shanties, recruiting a single farmer requires 15 gold coins. Once the militia dormitory is constructed, the cost of recruiting militia members will undoubtedly be higher than that of farmers. With the limited funds in Yan Xing's possession, he could scarcely recruit a handful of militia, but training farmers to advance to militia status should save considerable expenses. Identifying suitable farmers for promotion and focusing on their cultivation would yield a valuable source of militia manpower. While Eddie was overseeing the wolfmen, he discovered 7 sturdy farmers to serve as guards for the prison. Thus, upon receiving Yan Xing's command, he promptly organized these 7 farmers, along with himself, to form a reserve of 8 militia members. Yan Xing instructed Eddie to have these 7 farmers use the remaining steel plates to craft armor for themselves and requested Orf to send over a wolfman to teach them some combat techniques. Last-minute preparations can still bear fruit. As Yan Xing organized the defense of the territory, Laoans arrived with 7 or 8 young boys. My lord, what shall we do? With all adult laborers dispatched by Gauspa to construct buildings. The remaining, less capable children were entirely under Laoan's charge. However, seeing everyone else laboring, Laoans did not wish to remain idle. Yan Xing pointed to the location of the cart and said to Laoans, "Bring the wolfmen from outside inside, and then take the children to seek me there." Yes, my lord. The vast grassland of the wilderness was open, with sunlight illuminating the surroundings. Anything approaching the territory could not conceal its movements. Thus there was no need for the wolfmen to patrol outside. Shortly thereafter, Laoans and Orf arrived with the children and wolfmen, finding Yan Xing beside the cart, having just unloaded a large package. This was a delivery he had collected while bringing supplies and breakfast earlier that morning. 100 slingshots. Upon opening the package, neatly arranged individual slingshot boxes were revealed. Each box contained a frame, rubber bands, a laser sight, and a small bag of iron marbles. Beneath the package lay an additional order of 1,000 rubber bands and 10,000 marbles. Yan Xing opened one slingshot box and took out the frame. The frame was made entirely of steel, ergonomically designed with a handle wrapped in a layer of bandage, providing an excellent grip and facilitating control. The rubber bands were flat, easily inserted into the notched slots of the frame, secured with a twist of a nut. Observing the width of the notched slots, Yanxing believed that 2 layers of rubber bands could fit inside, thereby increasing the slingshot's draw weight and the velocity of the marbles, thus enhancing its lethality. However, for the initial use of this slingshot, he decided to install only 1 rubber band. The frame featured several calibration marks, allowing beginners to learn precise shooting. Once they became proficient, the addition of the laser sight would enable them to hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy. The laser sight was the size of a standard AA battery and could be fitted into a specially designed slot on the frame. Once installed, pressing the activation button immediately projected a red, elevating the slingshot's appearance to one of sophistication. Drawing the rubber band felt somewhat light for Yanxing, but it should be just right for the farmers. After assembling the slingshot, Yanxing placed a marble into the pouch, gripping it to draw back and aiming at a nearby iron fence. With a loud bang, the marble struck the fence, sparking and leaving a white mark. Although he missed his intended target, the power startled the children and wolfmen who were watching. Is this a slingshot? But how can a slingshot be so powerful? The slingshot was indeed the primitive form of a crossbow. However, due to limitations in materials and craftsmanship, its lethality was quite limited, eventually relegating it to a mere toy for children and pups. Yet the slingshot in Yanxing's hands was far from the conventional understanding of slingshots by humans and wolfmen. The force with which the marble was fired had been witnessed by all at close range. Striking unprotected flesh would undoubtedly create a significant impact. Is this magic? Laohans exclaimed in awe. This must be alchemy. Given its appearance and power, it is undoubtedly a meticulously crafted alchemical weapon by an alchemist. The Great Lord, possessing such a formidable alchemical weapon, will surely instill terror in your enemies on the battlefield. The slingshot in Yanxing's hand possessed a unique aesthetic, granted by ergonomic design, while its industrial-grade production made it appear exceptionally refined, leading the observing farmers and wolfmen to perceive it as an alchemical weapon. The association with magic further rendered it rare. However, upon seeing the large box at Yanxing's feet, which seemed to contain nothing but these alchemical slingshots, Laohans wondered, could it be possible? Laohans, witnessing his lord casually toss the alchemical slingshot to him, hurriedly caught it with both hands, cradling it to his chest. And my lord, I don't understand. Yanxing looked at the stuttering Laohans and smiled. What is there to misunderstand? This is for you. Laohans felt a wave of dizziness, the sky and earth spinning around him. Is this really for me? This is an alchemical weapon, a weapon only heroes are qualified to wield, and I am merely a second-tier tax officer. Chapter 29. The power of the slingshot as Laohans remained bewildered. Yanxing could not comprehend why a slingshot worth less than 100 coins could evoke such excitement. He began tossing slingshot boxes from the package to the wolfmen and farmer children. The wolfmen caught them as if they were heavy lead balls, their legs trembling uncontrollably. While Laohans could only gauge the monetary value of the slingshots, the wolfmen recognized their worth on the battlefield. Though these alchemical slingshots may not rival the range and power of ordinary crossbows, their compact size made them easy to carry and utilize. The wolfmen, being melee combatants, typically had an attack range limited to the length of their flails. However, once equipped with these alchemical slingshots, their attack range could extend to at least 40 meters. Moreover, the rapid firing rate and small size of the marbles allowed for bulk carrying, unlike arrows, which required extensive training. The wolfmen could easily form a barrage of fire by all 9 of them using slingshots, launching the first wave of attacks against their enemies. Even in close-quarters combat, unexpectedly drawing a slingshot to fire a marble at an opponent's head could incapacitate them. In summary, these formidable alchemical slingshots held significant deterrent power against unarmored and lightly armored soldiers. When considering other races, the basic infantry units facing wolfmen lack heavy armor, making it exceedingly rare for a lord to equip low-tier soldiers with heavy armor. Iron, in any other context, is not used for constructing walls. Thus, the wolfmen swiftly established an advantage over their counterparts by enhancing their mid-range attack capabilities on the battlefield. The death of enemies equates to survival for oneself. No one wishes to perish. These slingshots weighed heavily in the hearts of the wolfmen, and being alchemical weapons, their cost must be exorbitant. As mere first-tier wolfmen, a single life certainly could not purchase such an alchemical slingshot. The Lord unexpectedly bestowed these precious alchemical weapons upon them. Orf, together with the wolfmen, knelt down, exclaiming, Lord Yanxing, generous and benevolent. In contrast to the reactions of the wolfmen and Laohans, the children, upon receiving these slingshots, were not burdened by such thoughts. While the wolfmen and Laohans were shocked, moved, and excited, the dexterous farmer children had already assembled their slingshots. They took out marbles and placed them in the pouches, shooting at the nearby iron fence with bang, bang, bang. Stop playing around. Stop playing around. Yan Xing gathered the children around him, emptying the remaining slingshot boxes from the package. I entrust you with an important task. You are responsible for assembling all these slingshots and distributing them to the elders who are working. Each person will receive 1 slingshot, 3 rubber bands, and 100 marbles. You must teach them how to use these slingshots. The remaining items will be under your care. If anyone's slingshot breaks, you are responsible for repairing it. If it cannot be repaired, you will replace it. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. The children were curious about and found great joy in the slingshots. The fact that their lord allowed them to take care of these slingshots merely added to their excitement. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Just awakened, Laohans was taken aback to discover that Yan Xing had entrusted a group of children with the care of these precious alchemical slingshots, nearly causing him to faint once more. He hurriedly interjected, "These costly alchemical weapons cannot be placed in their hands. If they were to break them, the loss to you, my lord, would be immeasurable." Yan Xing replied, "Haven't I already stated, if they break, we will repair them. If they cannot be repaired, we will replace them. Let them play freely. If they run out, they can come to me for more." Children, do you see those erected arrow towers? Once you've finished with the slingshots, each of you will climb one. Practice shooting at the outside. I will organize a competition at noon. Whoever shoots the most accurately will earn a generous reward from me. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The children, inherently playful, were thrilled by the prospect of fun and rewards. Promptly crouching down to tear open the packaging of the slingshots and assemble them, Laohans fell into a daze once again, murmuring, "Alchemical weapons should not be played with like this." The werewolves, holding their slingshot boxes, wore peculiar expressions. Their lord was truly too generous. Yan Xing, addressing the still-dazed werewolves, said, "Stop standing there foolishly. Quickly assemble your slingshots. Test the draw, check for accuracy, and see how they feel in your hands." Yan Xing held great regard for this, his only combat unit, and wished to ascertain the potential of these slingshots in their hands as soon as possible. "Yes, my lord." Orf and the werewolves sat cross-legged on the ground. Unlike the farmer children who forcibly tore open the packaging, they reverently opened the boxes, extracting the components one by one. That having already discerned the installation steps for the slingshots, which were quite simple, they attached a rubber band and tested the draw. "It feels a bit light. Then let us add another rubber band." Yan Xing, having leveled up to become a hero, also felt that a single rubber band was somewhat insufficient. He picked up a spare rubber band, layering 2 together and securing them in the clamp. After another pull, much better, placing a marble in the pouch, he drew back and aimed at the iron fence, firing the marble, which zipped through the air and struck the fence, causing it to vibrate violently. Not bad. Not bad. Yan Xing was increasingly satisfied with the enhanced power of the slingshot, confident that a well-aimed shot within 20 meters could be lethal. Even a hit to a non-vital area would significantly impair an enemy's mobility. Allowing the werewolves to swiftly resolve the situation. At this moment, the werewolves also followed suit, adding a rubber band to their slingshots. With marbles loaded, they fired in unison, creating a dazzling display of sparks as the projectiles struck the iron fence. Quite impressive, equipped with armor and steel chain whips. Yan Xing's werewolves possessed a distinct advantage over the ear-biting werewolf warriors, ensuring victory even in one-on-one confrontations with larger foes. Now, with slingshots added to their arsenal, any ordinary werewolf warrior, clad in mere burlap without protection, would have to incur some sacrifice to engage in close combat. According to Yan Xing's conservative estimates, Orf and his 9 armored werewolves should be able to secure a steady victory against 20 ordinary werewolves. But that was still not enough. Yan Xing rummaged through the truck for items to at that moment. Orf pointed to the laser sight on his slingshot and asked Yan Xing, "My lord, what is this?" Pressing it reveals a red dot in front. The slingshot's handle featured a switch for the laser sight, which projected a beam when pressed. Yan Xing casually responded while rummaging, "This is called a laser sight, used to assist in shooting. When you practice, aim at the red dot. Once you're skilled, you'll be able to hit your target precisely using the sight. I warn you, Do not shine the laser in the eyes of your comrades. It can blind them. Just as Lao Hans, having recently regained his senses, overheard this, he exclaimed, "My lord, you have even enchanted this alchemical slingshot with a blinding spell. My lord, this is a high-level enchanted weapon, far too costly. What merit do we lowly lives have to wield such arms? Only heroes are worthy of such privileges." Chapter 30. Continuing to equip and tremble, Lao Hans did not finish his sentence before he truly fainted. Collapsing to the ground, the werewolves, upon realizing that the slingshots in their hands were enchanted with a blinding spell, trembled with excitement. How could they possibly deserve this? They were merely first or second-tier werewolves. Wielding weapons of such caliber, was this not tormenting their spirits? At that moment, Yan Xing brought down another box from the truck and, turning around, noticed the collapsed Lao Hans. He curiously asked Dwarf, "What happened? Why is he on the ground? What are you all trembling for? Are you unwell?" Seeing his werewolf warriors shivering in place, Yan Xing was taken aback. "You cannot be ill." Tears streamed from Orf's eyes as he trembled. "My lord, Lao Hans has fainted from the weight of the high-level enchanted weapon you bestowed upon him." Orf felt as though the slingshot in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. He struggled to control his emotions. Adjusting his breathing before continuing, "We never imagined that we would have a day to wield magic. Receiving such a heavy reward from you, my lord, has left us overwhelmed and uncertain." Hearing that the werewolves were trembling over a mere laser light, and that Lao Hans had fainted, Yan Xing wore a peculiar expression, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Surely, this could not be the case. He patted the new box he had brought out and said to the werewolves, "I possess many delightful items. My good lord, if a slingshot has stirred you to such excitement, how shall I distribute the weapons within this box?" "More weapons for us," Orf exclaimed, mouth agape as if about to dislocate his jaw. Full steel armor, steel chain whips, high-level alchemical slingshots. Each was something the werewolves had only dared to dream of. "Given all this, my lord, you wish to bestow even more weapons upon us. Since you say so, we cannot help but continue trembling." Witnessing his werewolf warriors quaking as if afflicted by a canine plague, Yan Xing felt a pang of fear that further arming them might incapacitate his sole combat unit. "Shall I distribute the weapons? Or shall I not?" Yan Xing sought Orf's counsel. Orf's teeth chattered as he replied, "My lord, distribute. We can handle it. Then I shall proceed." Since the werewolves believed they could endure, Yan Xing decided to go all out. After all, they had already been acquired. They could not simply be left in storage. He opened the box and tossed tactical vests to the werewolves. The large tactical vests fit the werewolves perfectly, covering their armor. The military-grade quality was sturdy and durable, featuring numerous pockets for holding the distributed slingshots and marbles, as well as the equipment Yan Xing was about to distribute. After donning his own tactical vest, Yan Xing retrieved several spray cans, handing them out to the werewolves one by one. As the werewolves remained oblivious to the nature of the items they received, Yan Xing picked up one canister and said, "This is called wolf repellent." Suddenly, it dawned on Yan Xing that referring to this as wolf repellent in front of a pack of werewolves was somewhat disrespectful. After all, this wolf was not the same as that wolf. If they were to inquire why it was called wolf repellent, it would be difficult to explain that it could even be perceived as a form of racial discrimination, jeopardizing unity. Thus, Yan Xing swiftly corrected himself, saying, "This is called the lifeless pain potion. Do you see this protrusion that can be pressed? Aim the hole at the enemy's face and press down. Your foe will be struck by the magic of lifeless pain, rendering them unable to attack. Aiming for the eyes yields even better results." Wow! The pack of werewolves continued to tremble with excitement. Another item capable of unleashing magic, and one that could directly incapacitate their enemies. "My lord, our hearts can hardly bear this," Yan Xing instructed. "In a moment, you shall try to release the magic contained within, but remember not to aim at your comrades." Yan Xing did not intend to explain the contents of the canisters to the werewolves. After all, if they believed it to be magic, then it was indeed magic. He tucked the wolf repellent into the pocket of his vest, while the werewolves, with trembling hands, carefully stowed away the lifeless pain potion. Observing that the werewolves, though shaking violently, could still stand, Yan Xing retrieved a walkie-talkie from the box. This device is called a walkie-talkie. Within the same frequency band, communication can be achieved over a distance of 10 kilometers. Yan Xing attached the walkie-talkie to the right shoulder strap of his tactical vest, connected the earpiece, and continued addressing the werewolves. "This device should be kept here. The earpiece allows you to hear the messages from your comrades through the walkie-talkie, and it will also transmit your words to your companions. These are protective goggles. They will offer a degree of protection for your eyes and prevent any liquid from the lifeless pain potion from entering your eyes during use. This is a stun baton, used at close range. The high voltage can instantly incapacitate your enemy. This is a dagger. This is a sap. With war imminent, Yan Xing regarded his 9 werewolf warriors as precious treasures. His thoughts were solely focused on how to equip them with weapons and gear, enhancing their survival odds in battle and ensuring that none would perish before the conflict concluded. However, in his eagerness to arm them, he may have gone a bit overboard. One werewolf collapsed under the weight, followed by another. Orf, barely standing, cried, "My lord, even an ordinary hero may not possess such high-level alchemical gear. We are merely first and second-tier werewolves. How can you treat us in this manner?" Orf was uncertain whether other heroes possessed such equipment. But in any case, the chieftain of his tribe, Duaner, had none at all. The Duaner only owned a single suit of chainmail, which he meticulously maintained and rarely wore. That it was quite overwhelming for his low-tier swamp tribe combat units to be fully equipped with alchemical gear. Yan Xing finally tucked his slingshot into the pocket of his vest and filled a pouch with marbles. That moment, he truly exuded the aura of an elite special forces soldier. Looking at the 9 werewolf warriors in the territory, excluding one who had gone to train the militia reserves, 4 of the remaining 8 were sprawled on the ground, clearly lacking in resilience. Thankfully, none had fainted. Those collapsed were merely suffering from cramps. Unlike Leo Hansi, who remained unconscious, Yan Xing addressed the standing and seated werewolf warriors, saying, "In my eyes, my soldiers are more valuable than any equipment that you owe me. Your lives outweigh all the gear you possess combined. Remember, in the wars I intend to wage, your lives are the only thing worth fighting for when all equipment and means are rendered ineffective, and it is I who will command you to fight." Master, Orf and all the werewolves prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, their posteriors raised, tails wagging. Yet, Yan Xing continued, "Stand up, for I have yet to distribute all the equipment I have prepared for you." "Ah, Master, we cannot stand." Chapter 31. Fully armed to the teeth within the eternal territory. The werewolves experienced a bittersweet torment at the hands of the weapons being distributed to them. The farmers engaged in labor gradually received slingshots and underwent training in batches after allocating equipment to the werewolves. Yan Xing returned to the real world with a truckload of supplies. Multiple construction projects commenced simultaneously, significantly increasing the consumption of materials that he needed to quickly transport several more loads of bricks and cement to ensure the construction progress of the militia dormitories and training grounds. Fortunately, after a chorus of howls from the Duaner tribe last night, they had not seen any sign of their presence since, granting more time for the defensive arrangements of the eternal territory. Duaner was certainly aware that stalling was detrimental to his side, yet he patiently awaited news from all directions. By noon, the scouts he had dispatched began returning one by one, each bearing good tidings. The absence of human activity across the entire grassland indicated that the human camp was isolated. Without reinforcements, no matter how fortified the defenses, they would ultimately be breached. Duaner gazed toward the direction of the human encampment. Having left the vantage point of a hillside with a clear view from the previous night, he found it impossible to observe the human camp clearly from his current position. However, he had already perceived all he needed. The layout of the camp's defenses was etched in his mind. The human camp's defenses consisted of 2 layers. The outer trench was heavily fortified with barbed iron thorns, preventing werewolves from simply leaping over it. The best method of passage would be to lay down wooden planks and charge directly across the trench and iron netting. However, in this grassland, finding trees was an impossibility. Transporting materials from the red mud wetlands, the swamp tribe lacked the means to build vehicles, relying solely on the werewolves to carry supplies, a journey that took a day or 2. Duaner had mobilized all the capable members of his tribe for this endeavor, needing to return before other wolf packs discovered the emptiness of the red mud wetlands. Thus, this operation must be swift. Returning for wood was impractical. Fortunately, the trench was not impassable. Although the passage was winding and narrow, it could still be traversed with caution. After all, there were no archers within the human camp. Farmers throwing stones would hardly inflict significant harm on the werewolves. Duaner conservatively estimated that losing 10 werewolves would suffice to breach the trench. Optimistically, he hoped to pass through unscathed. Once through the trench, they would confront the human camp's iron mesh protective wall. The iron thorns covering it would also hinder easy traversal, necessitating a forceful assault to create an opening. This was the swamp tribe's lament. With a low level of civilization, many of their weapons were improvised from local materials. They could not construct vehicles or overly complex tools. The swamp's inhospitability to other races also confined the swamp tribe within. If Duaner were faced with a proper human fortress, he would have turned back immediately after a single glance. However, what lay before him was merely an exceedingly flimsy iron mesh wall, which he was confident could be smashed open as long as his pack could breach the human encampment. A group of farmers would be nothing more than fodder against 10 werewolves. Sustaining 30 werewolf casualties was Duaner's most pessimistic estimate for this battle. For a tribe of just over 200 werewolves, such losses were significant, yet the spoils would undoubtedly elevate the tribe's strength several tiers. Duaner recalled the gleaming armor he had seen on the trader and felt a pang of envy. He himself wore only a suit of chain mail, which, despite careful maintenance, had developed somewhere due to the swamp's humidity. I will personally strip those exquisite armors from the trader's corpse. Chieftain, reinforcements have arrived. 50 werewolves dispatched from the red mud wetlands arrived, and all scouts were recalled. Thus, Duaner had a total of 110 werewolves at his disposal, including 100 first-tier werewolves and 10 second-tier elite werewolves. Along with 5 poisonous flies lurking in the surrounding grass, the sun hung lower in the sky. Duaner commanded all werewolves to strike, launching the fiercest assault to breach the human camp in the shortest time possible. Here, I can already smell the scent of meat wafting from the human camp, and we have not eaten since last night. Hunger is the greatest motivator for werewolves in battle, on the battlefield. My food is the corpses of my enemies, werewolves of the red mud wetlands. I am your chieftain Duaner. Follow me, attack. Duaner raised his chain flail and roared, prompting a collective howl from the pack that reverberated across the grassland. The hidden werewolves sprang up, howling, shouting, and waving their chain flails as they charged toward the nearby human encampment. Within Yan Xing's eternal territory, the sound of the wolf pack alarmed everyone. The children stationed at the arrow tower shouted, directing the wolves toward their approaching target. Orf immediately led his subordinates, who were familiarizing themselves with their gear, toward the nearest defensive wall, simultaneously shouting into the intercom, Master, Duaner is attacking with the wolf pack. Yan Xing's voice quickly echoed through all the intercoms. Stay calm. I have already seen them. Orf, take your wolf pack to confront Duaner's main force while holding the defensive wall. Eddie, take your people to the arrow tower and relieve the children. Be vigilant of our flanks and rear. Do not let them encircle us. Gauspa, you split into 16, half to the arrow tower and half to assist Orf. Leo Hansi, organize the removed children to handle slingshots, rubber bands, and marbles. The others continue with their tasks. These werewolves don't even let us eat properly. All morning, Yan Xing had been busy transporting supplies to the territory, just as he finally managed to sit down for a meal. The Duaner wolf pack chose that moment to attack. Holding a boxed meal, Yan Xing climbed to an arrow tower constructed from scaffolding, surrounded by a ring of iron sheeting. From the 4-meter-high tower, he could clearly observe the approaching wolves. He issued a series of commands to his subordinates through the intercom while hastily eating, stuffing the remaining rice and vegetable juice into his mouth. He pulled out a bottle of mineral water and downed it to wash down the food in his mouth. At that moment, Eddie, clad in a tactical vest similar to Yan Xing's, climbed up with a farmer. Upon spotting the charging wolf pack, both of their faces paled slightly. Yan Xing gazed at the dust rising outside the territory and the werewolves striding forward, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, the werewolf warriors already positioned behind the defensive wall remained remarkably composed, clad in tactical vests, each pocket bulged with various equipment prepared by Yan Xing. They wore reinforced helmets and dust goggles, with earbuds in their ears, chain flails at their waists, and slingshots in hand. Their gleaming fangs, polished to a shine with canine chew toys, reflected cold light. They were truly armed to the teeth. Chapter 32. The trench. The performance of Orf's wolf pack significantly stabilized the morale of the territory's forces. Yan Xing appropriately employed his hero skill, inspiration, further boosting his army's spirits. After an initial panic, all the farmers, under the guidance of Leo Hansi, Gauspa, and Eddie, took their positions. The primary military force of the Eternal Territory was concentrated to confront the advancing Duaner wolf pack. However, the attacking wolves did not commit all their strength to a frontal breakthrough. While running, they automatically split into 11 teams, continuously spreading out toward the flanks. 4 teams of werewolves executed a flanking maneuver to the left and right of the Eternal Territory. They intentionally created greater commotion, stirring up more dust to draw the defenders' attention away from the other directions. The lack of available fighters was indeed the most pressing issue for Yan Xing, with only 9 werewolves at his disposal. He could not afford to divide his forces. He had no choice but to disregard the Duaner wolf pack's attacks on the territory's flanks, leaving those directions to the defensive system and several arrow towers. The territory was limited in size. Prioritizing the front was essential, and reinforcements could be dispatched to other crisis points later. Prepare to fire. Yan Xing retrieved a marble from his ammunition pouch and placed it in the sling's pouch, pulling back the rubber band as he aimed at the oncoming wolf pack. Upon receiving the command, the werewolves and farmers simultaneously drew back their slingshots. The pack of earless wolves advanced swiftly. Yet the trench before them compelled a reduction in speed. Spanning 2 meters in width, the trench posed little challenge to the werewolves' leaping prowess. However, on the opposite side loomed a 2-meter-high iron fence. Both the fence and the trench were ensnared with barbed wire, the irregularly shaped spikes evoking an unsettling dread, rendering even the bravest werewolves hesitant to approach. The attacking werewolves slowed as they approached the trench, diverting towards a nearby passage to at this juncture. They were a mere 30 meters from the protective wall, and the slingshots could inflict substantial damage upon them. Yet, Yan Xing refrained from issuing the order to fire. He awaited the werewolves' complete entry into the trench. Each of the 3 trench sections featured front and rear passages, albeit not direct routes. Once the werewolves entered the trench, lateral movement was requisite to reach the forward openings. All pathways within the trench permitted only a single werewolf to traverse at a time. On one side lay the second trench, thickly covered with barbed wire, while the other side was lined with the same treacherous fencing. Navigating these passages required utmost caution, as a single misstep could result in a tumble into the trench or entanglement in the barbed wire. Yan Xing watched patiently as the werewolves entered the trench one by one, observing them navigate the maze-like passages in search of a route through the second trench. Once the last werewolf had entered the trench, fire! Yan Xing bellowed, swiftly launching the first marble. Subsequently, from behind the protective wall and atop the arrow tower, the sound of pop, pop, pop resonated as a barrage of marbles was unleashed upon the werewolves within the trench. Some marbles struck the iron fence, sparking showers of light, while others pierced through the gaps of the fence. The werewolves, densely packed in the trench and arrayed horizontally before the defending troops, felt the sting of marbles striking their bodies. Though not fatal, the pain was considerable. The accompanying sparks and the whizzing marbles heightened the psychological strain upon the werewolves. In their panic, some stumbled into the adjacent trench, while others became ensnared by the barbed wire of the fence. Desperate to escape, the trapped werewolves found the barbed wire's chaotic orientation only intensified their suffering. The blood flowed, and the ensnared werewolves howled in agony. Some attempted to rescue their ensnared comrades, yet their efforts only exacerbated the wounds. Meanwhile, a relentless barrage of iron marbles continued to rain down, the shooting speed far surpassing that of bows or crossbows. The unceasing assault forced the werewolves, unable to advance or retreat, into a crouched position, protecting their heads. Though painful, the impact of the marbles was preferable to a fall into the trench. Move quickly. Do not linger here, rush forward. Duaner, also trapped within the trench, shouted as he witnessed his warriors being suppressed in this narrow and perilous zone. At that moment, he observed the weaponry employed by the human camp's defenders. Was that a slingshot? Duaner could not fathom how a slingshot could wield such power from such a distance. Yet, he understood that if his warriors did not evacuate the trench swiftly, casualties would only multiply. However, the sheer density of the marbles shooting forth from the human camp left the unprotected werewolves no choice but to shield their heads, unable to see the path clearly. They easily stumbled. If struck by a marble in the legs, they would fall directly into the trench in a matter of moments. Over 10 werewolves had plummeted into the trench, while many more were ensnared by the iron fence, obstructing the advance of their comrades behind them. The trench had become an insurmountable chasm, with the trapped werewolves transformed into living targets for the defenders from his vantage atop the arrow tower. Yan Xing was astonished by the efficacy of the trench he had designed. Observing the situation, it appeared that Duan-Er's pack might not even breach the first line of defense, risking total annihilation. How foolish I was to worry so much before the battle, preparing so many weapons. But where were Duan-Er's poison flies? If he did not deploy them soon, there would be no opportunity left. Yan Xing scanned the battlefield and the sky above his territory. This was not a marshland. The vast grasslands afforded clear sight lines. With little cover for stealth, the poison flies, being of considerable size, would find it challenging to approach under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Duan-Er's pack, ensnared within the trench, posed no threat. The only variable capable of turning the tide was the 5 poison flies. Yet, just as Yan Xing focused on the sky, several beams of yellow light suddenly erupted within the trench. He then witnessed several werewolves becoming enveloped in a layer of earth, which, upon the yellow light's infiltration, transformed into a suit of stony armor. What was this? Was it not said that werewolves functioned as lightly armored infantry units? How could they suddenly don armor? Could it be magic? Yan Xing recognized the existence of magic in this world. Some items he had brought were regarded by his subordinates as magical alchemical weapons. However, he understood well what they were. Nothing related to magic. Now, before his very eyes, the earth automatically cloaked the werewolves, solidifying into stone armor. Magic. Yan Xing's eyes gleamed with fervor. This was a phenomenon he must learn. Chapter 33. Stone Skin Protection. This marked Yan Xing's first encounter with magic in this world, revealing to him a power governed by an entirely different set of rules. Simultaneously, he observed the werewolves clad in stone armor surging over the trench, crashing against the iron fence beyond, with the stone armor to protect them. The barbed wire posed no threat. They grasped the fence, shaking it with all their might, toppling it over before leaping atop it. They executed the same maneuver with the next trench. Astonishingly, the trench had been breached by the werewolves. The werewolf warriors, once trapped, leaped forth in response to Duan-Er's call, rushing out of the trench atop the bodies of their comrades clad in stone armor. Yan Xing, leaning over the arrow tower, called down to Urfa below. What is this? Is it magic? Urfa replied loudly, My lord, this is the stone skin protection from the earth magic. Our swamp tribe's beast tamers possess some magical abilities. Beast tamers wield magic. Yan Xing was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Why did you not mention this sooner? My lord, you did not inquire. Moreover, the magic that Chief Duan-Er can wield is vastly different from what you can. Indeed, it was vastly different. I, your lord, cannot wield magic at all. How careless I had been in my focus on arming the werewolf warriors. I neglected to inquire about Duan-Er's capabilities, unaware that he possessed magical prowess. What use does a beast tamer have for magic? Yet, the present circumstances left Yan Xing no room for further contemplation. The attacking werewolves had breached the trench and were charging toward the territory's protective wall. Should Duan-Er cast a few more stone skin protections onto the werewolves, the barbed wire atop the protective wall would pose little threat to them. However, since Duan-Er was forced to release magic within the trench, it likely meant that such spells could not be cast arbitrarily. They must surely consume magical energy. The hesitance to use magic implied that Duan-Er's magical reserves were limited. Yan Xing felt a momentary sense of relief. If Duan-Er lacked the power to bestow stone skin protection upon each werewolf, this battle could potentially be avoided. Do not panic. Hold steady. Continue firing. Yan Xing again issued a rallying cry, stabilizing the farmers who were shaken by the sight of the oncoming werewolf horde. Urfu and his pack tirelessly unleashed a barrage of marbles upon the invading werewolves as the attackers approached. The impact of the marbles intensified. The layered rubber slingshots wielded by Urfu and his pack began to deliver lethal force. Fueled by their kinship, the werewolves who had defected to Yan Xing's side targeted the legs of their own kind. This action undoubtedly bolstered the morale of the invading werewolves. They accelerated their pace, hastily gathering stones to retaliate, and soon several farmers were struck. The iron sheeting encasing the arrow tower rang out under the assault. The farmers, now under attack, became increasingly anxious. Alas, they were never meant for battle. Merely surviving this long was commendable. To prevent further casualties among the farmers, Yan Xing ordered those behind the protective wall to retreat. Utilizing the arrow tower and Urfu's pack, they continued to employ slingshots to fend off the advancing werewolves. However, their firepower had noticeably diminished. The werewolves, believing victory was within their grasp, surged toward the protective wall at full speed. At this moment, Duan seized the opportunity to cast stone skin protection. Yan Xing, who had been closely observing Duan finally understood how magic was unleashed. It appeared that Duan recited a spell, and a yellowish light coalesced in his hands. He then directed it toward a charging werewolf, releasing the light from his hand. Upon striking the werewolf, the magical effect was immediately activated. The earth, resembling quicksand, rapidly enveloped the werewolf from its feet upward. Once the head was encased, the quicksand solidified into a sturdy suit of stone armor. In that instant, the weight of the armor reduced the werewolf's speed but significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. The werewolf, now fortified by the defensive magic, let out a fierce howl, preparing to leap over the trench before the protective wall and topple it once more. However, the armored werewolf stumbled, collapsing face-first into the ground. A comical fall as the other werewolves charged towards the nearby protective wall. Many fell victim to traps. Some were ensnared by hidden barbed wire, while others stepped directly onto iron spikes. Howling in agony as they clutched their injured feet, the sight was excruciating for Duan, who oversaw the battle from the rear, filled with both urgency and sorrow. After splitting his forces to the flanks, he led 70 werewolves in a frontal assault. He pessimistically estimated that 10 of his kind would be lost in the trench area, but as it turned out, a barrage from slingshots ensnared nearly 30 werewolves within the trench. Now, over 10 more were injured by traps. His forces, even before reaching the enemy's defensive wall, had sustained heavy losses. There was truly no thought of retreat. All the injured werewolves had become entangled, and to withdraw would mean abandoning them. Though unaware of the situation on the other two fronts, his own harrowing experience in the trenches suggested that the 40 werewolves attacking from the side fared no better, with over half of his elite warriors lost. How could he hope to defend the red mud wetlands? Other werewolf clans were poised to strike. Thus, for Duan, breaching this human encampment was imperative. Only through victory could he hope to rescue his trapped subordinates. With just 9 enemy werewolves remaining, we still held an advantage. Duan emitted a howl, urging his kin to press on with the assault, while preparing to unleash his final reserves of magic to cast additional stone skin spells. They had to break through the enemy's defenses swiftly. Once inside, victory would be theirs. Yan Xing crouched atop the arrow tower, his body shielded behind a metal wall, peering out to assess the situation. Spotting an opportunity, he quickly fired a marble before ducking down again. The metal wall rattled under the barrage of stones thrown by the werewolves, occasionally resulting in a direct hit on Yan Xing's exposed helmet. Duan began to cast spells, murmuring incantations as beams of magical light manifested and expanded in his hands. Yan Xing could not allow him to conjure any more stone skin werewolves. Thus, upon sensing Duan's intent, he stood and pulled back the elastic of his slingshot, activating the laser sight to fire a marble directly at Duan as the spellcaster was releasing his magic. He felt a flash of red light, and then received a heavy blow to his head. Pain, a buzzing agony radiated from his forehead throughout his body. The spell he was concentrating on instantly dissipated into a shower of starlight. Grasping at his head, he felt a large bump forming where he had been struck. How could I have been injured? Duan roared in frustration, but as he saw another red beam approaching, he quickly silenced himself and dodged. With a sharp crack, a marble struck the ground where he had just stood, sending up a small cloud of dust. Yan Xing had set his sights on Duan. Faced with this werewolf that constantly darted side to side to evade him, Yan Xing opted not to waste marbles but instead unleashed a relentless barrage of laser beams, preventing Duan from finishing his spells. Chapter 34. You have your strategies. I have my ladders. The large werewolf, now fortified with a layer of stone skin, rose from the ground as a flurry of marbles struck him, merely sparking and knocking off some stone chips. The traps posed little threat to him. Witnessing his comrades being battered and trapped outside the protective wall, the large werewolf leaped over the trench beyond the wall, grasping the barbed wire with both hands. He shook the wire desperately while bellowing to the werewolves behind the wall. Traitors, you traitors who have betrayed your kin. Once I enter, I will tear the flesh from your bodies piece by piece. Before he could finish his menacing proclamation, he saw a heavily armored traitor producing a small jar from his pocket. The jar promptly released a misty spray towards him. The stone skin that had fortified the large werewolf provided no protection for his eyes. The instant the mist entered his eyes, a searing agony overwhelmed all other sensations. He screamed as if enduring the most brutal of tortures. Pain forced him to release his grip on the barbed wire to cover his face, causing him to tumble into the trench below. The large werewolf's anguished cries disrupted the morale of the others. They were unaware of what had befallen their kin, but the stone skin-enhanced werewolves could not approach the barbed wire enclosed wall, while those clad in mere burlap found themselves helplessly ensnared. Additionally, their attempts to retaliate with thrown stones yielded little effect. The farmers in the arrow tower huddled within their metal enclosure, behind the protective wall. The werewolves were shielded by a mound of earth at their lower halves while their upper bodies were clad in armor, helmets atop their heads. Stones striking them elicited no response, but the marbles fired from the slingshots indeed caused pain. Moreover, the ever-present traps continued to claim victims. In a brief span, over 10 werewolves felt that if they could not breach the protective wall soon, Duan's elite would truly face annihilation here. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Cornered by Yan Xing's laser beams, Duan finally unleashed his most potent weapon. Although it was not the optimal time to deploy the 5 flies, there was no longer time to wait. The 5 flies descended from the sky, diving toward the werewolf warriors behind the protective wall. Their rapidly vibrating wings produced a sound akin to helicopter rotors. Growing louder as they swooped down, the flies targeted the werewolf traders within the human encampment, the sole military force in this territory, whose defenses had inflicted heavy losses on Duan's kin. Eliminating these werewolves would secure victory in the war. As they dove, the flies' tails curved forward, revealing sharp stingers imbued with paralyzing venom. Just a small dose could weaken a werewolf. Then, with their pincer-like jaws, they could easily slay their prey. Upon noticing the flies' arrival, Yan Xing felt a surge of anxiety. These were 5th-tier combat units of the Swamp Clan, while the werewolves were merely 1st-tier, and the Alfu were only 2nd-tier elite howlers. In a direct confrontation, these 9 werewolves stood no chance against the 5 flies. If the weapons he had prepared for the flies proved ineffective, then all his preparations for this battle would be in vain. Meanwhile, Alfu stood with his warriors behind the territorial wall, forming a line approximately 2 meters apart, swiftly using slingshots to prevent the advancing werewolves from drawing near. The werewolves' keen hearing detected the sound from above. Without needing to look up, Alpha knew that Duan had finally dispatched the 5 flies. These creatures represented Duan's greatest reliance in defending the red mud wetlands. It was their presence that deterred neighboring werewolf clans from overstepping into this territory. Flies are attacking. Prepare to counter. Alfu commanded his battling werewolves through the intercom. Yan Xing likewise issued orders. All farmers, take cover immediately. Prepare the arrow towers for anti-air defense. The farmers hastily sought refuge in the village assembly hall and nearby tents. While Yan Xing crouched down within the arrow tower, Eddie grabbed an iron can and aimed it skyward. Among the 9 werewolves, abandoned their assault on the enemies outside the protective wall to retrieve iron cans from the ground. The cans were prominently labeled as effective insecticide spray, highly effective against flies, mosquitoes, and cockroaches. This was the weapon Yan Xing had specifically prepared for the flies. Given their name, flies should have some connection to common flies. Even if there were no relation, they were still insects. This insecticide contained neurotoxins targeting insects. Even the resilient cockroach could be killed by it. Using it against the flies would at least disrupt their assault. After all, better to try something than nothing at all. If it could hinder the flies' mobility, they would pose no threat. Yan Xing gripped the fishing net he had placed inside the arrow tower. Cautiously peeking outside, the 5 flies abandoned the panicking farmers within the territory and charged towards Alfu's pack. Their wings beat faster, and as they sprinted, they displayed impressive agility, showcasing their insect-like maneuverability. As they soared over the werewolves, the flies executed sharp turns, extending their stingers toward the exposed pelts of the werewolves. The angles were so acute that they were nearly impossible to anticipate or evade. Truly, they exemplified the status of 5th-tier swamp creatures. However, this time, they faced foes unlike any they had encountered before, wielding weapons they had never faced. The potent insecticide sprayed forth from the cans. The high pressure within the cans propelled the liquid into the air swiftly and evenly. The werewolves and farmers within the arrow tower frantically sprayed the insecticide, quickly creating a dense fog. This fog was saturated with neurotoxins specifically designed for insects, developed through ongoing updates to counter insect resistance. While its toxicity to mammals was minimal, for the flies encountering such a targeted toxin for the first time, it felt like a heavy blow to their heads. The neurotoxin acted rapidly, the moment the flies were exposed to the insecticide mist. Their central nervous systems became poisoned, instantly robbing them of their sense of direction. The 5 flies flailed about drunkenly, the toxin spreading and paralyzing their movements. However, their size was such that the dosage of insecticide seemingly was insufficient to kill them outright. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the insecticide's effectiveness, Yan Xing seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Timing his move, he stood up from the arrow tower and vigorously cast the fishing net over the unsuspecting flies. The werewolves and farmers within the arrow tower joined in, casting their nets. The 5 flies, having inflicted no casualties, were ensnared in their entirety without a single escape. Outside, and the remaining werewolves stood in stunned silence. Chapter 35, surrenders. The werewolves were baffled. How could 5 fifth-tier flies be captured so easily in a fishing net? If flies could be subdued so effortlessly, how could they ever warrant their status as the tactical core of the Swamp Clan? Yet the undeniable reality before was precisely this. He was unaware of the tribulations the poison flies had faced within the human encampment. Yet he clearly witnessed how effortlessly those sprawling nets ensnared every single one of his poison flies. How could they possibly fight back now? Was rendered speechless, as were the werewolves. Soon, the pellets shot from the protective wall jolted them back to reality. At that moment, the morale of the Dunerer pack was utterly shattered. Though they did not comprehend the nature of the attack that had befallen the poison flies, the power that could so easily vanquish 5 of them was far beyond their means to resist. They could not even scale the very protective wall before them. Retreat. Where could they possibly flee to? Dunerer had wagered everything. A devastating defeat would surely bring ruin to the red mud wetlands and their kin. Yet to remain, was that merely to await death? In this moment of despair, Dunerer observed as the gates of the human settlement swung wide open, revealing traitorous werewolves rushing forth, clad in visibly superior armor. Their eyes shielded by crystalline visors, their teeth glimmering ominously. These fully armed werewolves brandished black cudgels as they charged, shouting, "Lord Yan Xing, show mercy to the captives, surrender and lay down your chains, and you shall not be harmed." At this juncture, the spirit of the Dunerer werewolves had been extinguished, leaving them in a dazed stupor. Some cast aside their chains and raised their hands in surrender, while others, still in shock, were prodded by the Ulf pack's werewolves wielding electric batons. Collapsing in convulsions, wherever they passed, no one could withstand them. Before long, Ulf and his subordinates had encircled the Dunerer. The werewolves bared their fangs in intimidation. The Ulf pack feared the might of Dunerer. Yet Dunerer was equally wary of the alchemical weapons sparking with electricity in the hands of the Ulf, who exactly was the master of this human territory. Not only had he bestowed upon them full steel armor, but he had also provided an alchemical weapon imbued with lightning magic to a single werewolf. Such extravagance, such waste. Traitors. Dunerer, surrounded, still endeavored to maintain the dignity of his clan. "You have betrayed your kin," Ulf retorted. "If we had betrayed our kin, we would be wielding steel chains, not these alchemical weapons that merely paralyze with electricity. Leader, you remain our respected leader, yet we have pledged our allegiance to my lord. We do not wish for war between you." But war has already commenced. Reflecting on the losses his clan had suffered, Dunerer could not help but feel despair. "The Dunerer clan of the red mud wetlands is on the brink of extinction because of you," Ulf replied. "Should the Dunerer clan be annihilated, it is also due to your avarice. This land does not belong to the marsh. The shanties and the farmers are not yours. You should be grateful for Lord Yan Xing's mercy. Though you have offended him, he still extends a hand of peace towards you. Look around you. We possess the power to eliminate all invaders. It is Lord Yan Xing's kindness that allows you and the other werewolves to remain alive." Dunerer surveyed his surroundings. Despite the brutal nature of the conflict, no werewolves had yet perished. Most were ensnared by iron thorns, rendered immobile, yet still breathing. However, if this stalemate continued, some would surely succumb to blood loss. "You wish for me to surrender, to yield to you traitors?" Upon witnessing Dunerer's stubbornness, Ulf bellowed, "It is not to us that you surrender, but to Lord Yan Xing, and we are not traitors. You are alive now because we serve Lord Yan Xing. Consider what he has equipped us with. He is a powerful hero with 100 ways to eliminate you. This is your final opportunity. Do you wish to witness the true demise of the Dunerer clan? Do you wish to see the red mud wetlands you have protected seized by other clans? Ulf's words struck a sensitive chord within Duner. The injured werewolves could still be saved if this human lord was willing to allow them to return to the marsh. There was hope for the red mud wetlands. What will Lord Yan Xing do with me? Duner inquired. Ulf responded, I do not know that it will depend on my lord's judgment regarding your transgressions. I believe the merciful Lord will render the most compassionate verdict. Duner found himself devoid of better options. The 9 werewolves equipped with alchemical weapons were not something he could easily contend with, let alone the formidable Lord Yan Xing within the human encampment, who could effortlessly subdue 5 poison flies. Today, he had truly met his match. Greed had blinded him. Reflecting on the situation, could a mere lowly werewolf clan on the fringes of a marsh truly contend with a human lord who could afford to lavishly construct iron nets as walls? To surrender was to grasp at a sliver of hope. To resist would surely lead to annihilation. Very well. Dunator cast aside his chains and stripped off his chainmail, casting it to the ground. I surrender. Please tend to my pack swiftly. Rest assured, leader, they are also our comrades, Ulf said, sheathing his electric baton and stepping forward to securely bind Dunator with ropes. Forgive me, leader. Dunator surrendered, and the remaining werewolves in the other 2 directions followed suit. Victorious, Lord Yan Xing immediately dispatched farmers to rescue the werewolves of the Dunator clan. Then, he changed out of his armor into ordinary clothing and drove a farm tricycle back to the real world. Soon, he hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the Sioux family tavern. Upon seeing Yan Xing arrive before mealtime, Antley greeted him warmly, saying, Xiao Yan Xing, you look so happy. You must have struck it rich. Coming here so early today, are you planning to treat your hardworking brothers? Having achieved a resounding victory, Yan Xing beamed with delight, replying, Antley, you truly have an eye for it, though I haven't struck it rich. I do have good news. Please prepare a feast for 150 people, and for the bread, make enough for 200. At the Sioux family tavern, Yan Xing always paid up front, and the more patrons there were, the greater the profits. Antley laughed heartily. No problem. I will prepare a scrumptious dinner for you, ensuring both quality and quantity. Xiao Yan Xing is truly expanding his business, suddenly acquiring so many workers. Yan Xing approached the counter, using chopsticks to grab a small piece of beef from the pot and popped it into his mouth. Antley, do you have time to whip up a few exquisite dishes? I wish to entertain their leaders. If not, I can order from a nearby hotel. I have time. Antley replied hurriedly. Our Sioux family tavern's culinary skills are second to none. Xiao Yan Xing, rest assured, I will ensure you have face in front of those leaders. Then I shall entrust today's dinner to you. Antley, Chapter 36. Sudden wealth. After arranging for dinner, Yan Xing departed from the Sioux family tavern. He first went to a pharmacy to purchase some Yunnan Baiyao and bandages, then found a pet hospital to acquire some antibiotics. Nearly every werewolf captured bore injuries, with wounds inflicted by the thorn nets differing from those made by ordinary blades. They must be treated with medicine to prevent minor injuries from escalating into grievous ones that could lead to fatalities. From the outset, Yan Xing had no desire to cultivate deep animosities with the marsh clans. After all, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, with his territory so proximate to the marsh. How could he develop his domain if he lived in constant fear of retaliation from the marsh clans? His aim in establishing the eternal domain was quite simple, to earn a living effortlessly in the future. As for the tribal disputes, loves, and hates of this world, what concern was it of his? Thus, ensuring a stable development environment for his newly acquired territory was of paramount importance to Yan Xing. The red mud wetlands, controlled by the Dunator clan, lay in close proximity to the eternal domain. Today, having decimated the Dunator clan, it was inevitable that other werewolf clans would fill the void left in the wetlands. In the war against the marsh, they could afford to lose countless times, but a single loss for Yan Xing could cost him everything. Therefore, in this conflict, he refrained from using gasoline, incendiary bottles, or other lethal weapons. Instead, striving to preserve the strength of the Dunator clan while achieving victory, by showcasing strength and demonstrating might, he ultimately sought to foster cooperation with the Dunator clan, with a friendly Dunator clan controlling the red mud wetlands. A buffer zone would exist between the eternal domain and the marsh. The threats from the marsh clan could be intercepted by the Dunator, and even if they could not be fully repelled, they could at least provide a warning, ensuring that the eternal domain would not be caught unawares by an impending attack. In summary, the Dunator clan could not suffer significant losses due to this conflict. All injured werewolves must be treated promptly. Nutritional replenishment and medicinal care were both essential. After purchasing the medicine, Yan Xing also acquired several hundred pounds of bulk dog food, along with water and other miscellaneous items, before driving the loaded tricycle back to the Eternal Domain. Upon his return, Ulf approached cautiously and inquired, "My lord, how do you intend to deal with the Dunerer leader?" Yan Xing jumped down from the tricycle, called over a few farmers to unload, and then replied to Ulf, "Have the Dunerer leader and the captured werewolves been settled?" Reporting to my lord, "The Dunerer leader is being held separately. The werewolves ensnared by the thorn nets have also been rescued. I did not allow them into the camp, but instead had Lohans and his men encircle them with a ring of barbed wire." The sheer number of werewolves captured this time was overwhelming. If they were all allowed into the camp, the risks would be too great. Yan Xing was pleased with Ulf's thorough considerations that he instructed, "Let the uninjured werewolves remain outside, while all the injured ones are brought into the camp. Go find Gauspa and have him set up all the spare tents to accommodate the injured werewolves. If that is insufficient, we can also arrange some space in the council hall. I have brought some medicines and water. See to it that their wounds are cleaned, treated, and bandaged promptly. These dogs, this sustenance is meticulously tailored for your kind, the werewolves, providing balanced and easily digestible nourishment, that I see their bellies are nearly flattened with hunger. Let us first appease their appetites before indulging in a grand feast later this evening." Orf had not anticipated that his master would utilize teleportation magic to depart following the conclusion of the war. Instead, he was gathering medicinal supplies and ready to eat provisions for his kin. Instantly, emotions surged within him like a relentless tide. "My lord is so benevolent. Quickly, go save your brethren. As for how to deal with Duaner, I shall contemplate that further. We will discuss it tonight." Yan Xing refrained from revealing to Orf his intentions regarding Duaner, allowing him time for reflection. "Yes, my lord." With supplies in hand, Orf set forth to tend to the wounded werewolves, while Yan Xing finally found the opportunity to assess his gains from this conflict. After a fierce battle, you have achieved a glorious victory. You have gained experience, 20,000. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have captured 1 werewolf beastmaster, 5 poison flies, 10 large werewolves, and 100 werewolves. You have gained reputation, 1. 200. Due to your exceptional performance with 0 casualties in battle, you are rewarded with experience, 20,000. Your level has increased. You have acquired a hero skill, intermediate air magic. You have received divine gold, 1. 200. Wow, the rewards from this war are truly bountiful. My hero level has soared 3 ranks, ascending from 5 to 8, and my overall attributes have experienced a significant leap. What excites Yan Xing the most is that among the additional rewards, he has acquired a hero skill evidently related to magic. Hastily, he opened his attribute panel. Yan Xing, human, level, 8 class, Night Lord attack, 10 defense, 15 intelligence, 10 knowledge, 10 hero specialization, People's Choice hero skills, basic training, basic leadership, basic offense, intermediate air magic skills magic, charge, tackle, prayer, passion, contempt, sky splitter, shield bash, equipment, none achievements, none reputation. 1401. The description of the intermediate air magic skill reveals, gain the ability to communicate with the air magic element, allowing one to learn and utilize air-type magic. After reading the introduction to intermediate air magic, Yan Xing could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. This hero skill merely enables him to learn and use air magic. It does not grant him the immediate ability to cast spells. As for how to learn magic or where to study, the skill description provides no information. It seems he must navigate this path through personal exploration. In contrast, the tangible reward of 1,200 divine gold seems far more practical than the somewhat lackluster intermediate air magic skill. Given the current valuation of 1 gold piece at 9,000, should he decide to sell all these coins? Goodness! Yan Xing realizes he has become a millionaire. Surprising, isn't it? Unanticipated. A beautiful life is already beckoning to this lord. At this moment, Yan Xing's mind is filled with thoughts of radiant gold coins fluttering around him. My lord, my territory holds great promise and wealth. With newfound enthusiasm for constructing his eternal territory, Yan Xing urged the farmers to labor diligently, while he himself tirelessly transported building materials in his truck. Meanwhile, Orf entered the tent where Duaner was held captive, carrying an iron bowl brimming with nutritional ready-to-eat provisions. Chieftain, Orf expressed profound respect towards Duaner. For it was Duaner who had steadfastly protected their kin. The brethren have all been rescued. My lord has brought alchemical medicines. The injured kin are receiving treatment. Bound hand and foot, Duaner sat on the ground, gazing at Orf and inquiring, "Who is this human, lord, you serve?" Chapter 37. Militia. Orf approached Duaner, squatting beside him, and replied, "My lord is a knight of both wisdom and strength, remarkably generous and compassionate. I believe he possesses a thriving domain among humans, his wealth surpassing our understanding of riches. He can construct walls of steel at will, providing us with steel armor and chain weapons. Moreover, within this very garment, I carry at least 5 types of alchemical weaponry. We are merely first-tier werewolves and second-tier howlers, and there is even more steel and alchemical weaponry stored in the warehouses. Anyone wishing to use them need only approach the responsible territorial officials." As Orf spoke, Duaner scrutinized him. The armor he wore was crafted from individual steel plates. Steel, forged steel, not mere iron. The steel used for this armor, if converted to iron, would suffice to equip every werewolf in his clan with iron chain weapons. Yet here it adorned a second-tier howler, while the first-tier werewolves on guard donned similar full-steel armor. Their all-steel chain weapons granted them defense and attack capabilities far exceeding their own ranks. The lizardmen would be utterly powerless before them. If his clan could also be equipped with such armor and weaponry, 100 steel-armored elite werewolves would easily sweep across the marsh's edge. In the slings, it was evident that the slings utilized by these werewolves were also alchemical weapons. Duaner had been struck on the head by a projectile from such a sling, leaving a large bump that had yet to subside. As a hero, he possessed a defense far surpassing that of ordinary werewolves. If a regular werewolf were struck, they would either perish or succumb to unconsciousness. Alchemical slings bestowed a certain range of attack power upon melee werewolves. Furthermore, in the marsh environment, where dense thickets obscured visibility, the distance at which adversaries could perceive one another barely spanned 20 to 30 meters. At such range, the effectiveness of bows and crossbows was wasted. Instead, the rapid fire and surprise nature of alchemical slings could deliver maximum range strikes in the shortest time. Even across an impassable mire, the power and marksmanship of the slings could suppress the opposing archers. The werewolves and lizardmen of the marsh tribe could hardly afford armor for the cost of these alchemical slings. Ordinary bows and crossbows pale in comparison, and even the price of such armor might not suffice to acquire a single sling. Alchemical weaponry is, after all, not something an average person can casually possess. Yet within this domain, even the farmers each had one. Ignoring the other alchemical weapons he could not even identify, Duaner felt overwhelmed by the palpable display of opulence before him. Reflecting on his own reckless decision to exhaust his resources attacking a human territory felt akin to being struck on the head by a marsh bull. "What does your lord intend to do with me?" After closely observing Orf's lavish equipment, Duaner's defiance dissipated entirely. Orf replied, "My lord has stated he will consider the matter carefully. Chieftain, please partake of some sustenance. By nightfall, my lord will render his decision. That I believe our benevolent lord will not impose undue hardship upon you." Saying this, Orf extended a bowl of nutritional ready-to-eat provisions towards Duaner's mouth. The aroma of beef and the fresh scent of fish oil assaulted Duaner's senses, causing his mouth to salivate uncontrollably. Before the battle commenced, he had stated that hunger could drive werewolves to greater feats of struggle. That was due to the dire lack of food. The marsh tribe lived by fishing and hunting. They consumed what they caught and starved when they did not. When heading into battle, they naturally did not prepare provisions. Since departing from the red mud swamp, Duaner had consumed nothing but a mouse he caught the previous night to stave off hunger. Thus, when Orf presented such delectable food before him, Duaner opened his mouth and took a hearty bite of the dog food. The kibble crunched audibly as he chewed. The flavor was a delicacy Duaner had never experienced before. After swallowing the kibble, he could not help but express envy to Orf. "Is this what you usually consume? It certainly surpasses anything we have in the red mud swamp." To his surprise, Orf chuckled and replied, "No, we do not typically eat this. I just sampled the nutritional ready-to-eat provisions. I can only say that they are suitable as emergency rations for the territory or military provisions during war. I would not willingly eat them on a regular basis." Duaner was left speechless. Such a delicious meal, and yet he feigned distaste. "What do you typically eat? You do not enjoy such a delightful meal. Compared to our regular fare, the nutritional ready-to-eat provisions are hardly considered gourmet. Chieftain, I advise you not to indulge too much. Save your appetite for the main meal tonight. Ah, Duaner gazed at the bowl of exquisite food before him, uncertain of how to proceed. Throughout the afternoon, Yan Xing had been tirelessly engaged in the construction of his territory, dedicating all available manpower to erecting the militia dormitories and training grounds. The number of captives within the territory was simply overwhelming. 110 werewolves, along with Duaner, the werewolf hero, were all under the watch of Orf and his 9 werewolves, leaving no opportunity for shifts or rest. Furthermore, he needed to negotiate with Duaner in the evening. As a human lord, it would not do for him to be solely accompanied by the marsh tribe's werewolves. A human lord must maintain a certain stature. This was yet another reason why Yan Xing had not hastened to meet Duaner. As the setting sun cast a crimson glow across the vast grasslands, the militia dormitories and training grounds of the Eternal Territory were finally completed in a rush, upon discovering a structure that meets the criteria for a militia barracks. Shall it be designated as such? Note: once established, the militia barracks cannot be altered. Confirm establishment as militia barracks. Militia barracks completed. The militia barracks can provide 8 militia for recruitment weekly, with a recruitment cost of 25 gold coins per individual. Heroes possessing training skills can upgrade eligible farmers to militia within the barracks, at a cost of 10 gold coins each. Is the recruitment fee for militia truly so exorbitant? It requires 25 divine gold coins to enlist a single militia member, and militia do not seem to be serious combat units. However, at this moment, Yan Xing is eager to muster a batch of militia for appearances. So despite the high cost, he must reluctantly acquiesce. Fortunately, a recent conflict has yielded over 1,000 divine gold coins. Otherwise, even if he were willing to be this Navi benefactor, he would lack the funds. Reluctantly, he pays 200 divine gold coins. 8 human militia materialize from the shadows, standing in orderly formation before Yan Xing. Having already spent 200 gold coins, he is indifferent to expending a few more dozen coins. The 7 robust farmers selected by Eddie have also reached the criteria for advancement through battle and are simultaneously upgraded to second-tier militia within the barracks. Investing in military strength proves effective in a brief period. Yan Xing possesses 16 human militia. Militia, human second-tier unit, the foundational soldier of the human faction, can be upgraded to third-tier combat unit archers or third-tier elite unit sergeants. Attack, 4 defense, 4 damage, 3 health, 10 talent. Group assault, when the militia outnumbers the enemy. They can unleash additional attack power. Chapter 38. Militia Training Grounds. The militia's attributes surpass those of mere farmers, significantly. In comparison to werewolves, they might not be much stronger than first-tier werewolves. Yet they are not far weaker than second-tier howlers either. In essence, as the most basic military unit of the human faction, the militia's strength does not reflect their name's insignificance. They are indeed capable of contending with werewolf forces. However, as a second-tier unit, their recruitment cost is certainly higher than that of first-tier units from other factions, serving as a balance for the farmer's taxation talent. Having successfully advanced to second-tier militia, Eddie is appointed by Yan Xing as the captain of the first militia unit of the Eternal Territory. The physical prowess of the militia surpasses that of farmers. During the recruitment and advancement process, the militia automatically acquires a set of cloth armor, a short sword, and a spear, standing in formation for Yan Xing's inspection. Their spirit and demeanor are markedly superior to those of farmers. Yan Xing is exceedingly pleased with his territory's inaugural human military force. Though their equipment is somewhat rudimentary, it hardly aligns with the contemporary standards of soldiers in the Eternal Territory. He instructs Eddie, immediately take the newly joined militia to seek equipment from Gauspa. Before dinner, I wish to see their gear matching yours. Prior to engaging in conflict with the ear-cutting tribe, Eddie and the selected farmers' equipment was on par with that of Ulf's werewolves. Featuring half-body armor, tactical vests, slingshots, electric batons, daggers, wolf repellent sprays, and walkie-talkies stashed in various pockets of the tactical vests, adorned with helmets and the military boots specifically procured by Yan Xing. Their attire far surpasses the initial cloth armor of the militia. Yan Xing, intending to make a grand impression with his troops, cannot allow the newly recruited militia to appear in mere cloth armor before the ear-cutting tribe. The equipment has been prepared in advance and is managed by Gauspa. Yes, my lord. Eddie leads the team to fetch equipment from Gauspa, while Yan Xing continues to convert another structure. Upon discovering a structure that meets the criteria for a militia training camp, shall it be established as such? Note: once established, the militia training camp cannot be altered. Confirm establishment of militia training camp. Militia training camp construction completed. Militia training camp allows heroes with training skills to train farmers within. Farmers meeting the advancement criteria can be upgraded to second-tier militia at the militia barracks. Note: the food consumption during farmers' training is doubled. The militia training camp is equipped with wooden stakes and various long weapons procured by Yan Xing, essential facilities for the camp. Heroes can select farmers to train within the militia training camp, enabling them to meet advancement criteria without engaging in battle. After all, the two skirmishes Yan Xing fought were quite extraordinary. In a real combat scenario, farmers would likely not survive intact. Such favorable circumstances may not occur frequently. With the establishment of the militia training camp, the human territory gains a convenient source of troop recruitment. As for the doubled food consumption during training, Yan Xing is uncertain if other human territories have sufficient food supplies. But in his own territory, there is not only enough to eat, but also an excess of nutrition. Order: all farmers in the Eternal Territory shall enter the militia training camp in batches for training. In future encounters with formidable foes, a substantial number of militia can be rapidly deployed. Now that both the militia barracks and training camp have been established, the construction of such recruitment facilities is limited. To create more, the council hall must be upgraded. However, the farmers' shanties within the territory are abundant, allowing the Eternal Territory to construct another shanty. Consequently, an additional 15 farmers can be recruited weekly, translating to an income of 15 gold coins. Thus, Yan Xing arranges for the construction team to commence building the farmer's shanty immediately. Another urgent construction project is the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop's function is to smelt iron and forge iron tools. As the population of the Eternal Territory gradually increases, so too will the scale of its military. Acquiring sensitive weapons through conventional procurement could lead to significant complications. However, procuring steel ingots is considerably simpler. First, have the steel vendor cut the steel into manageable lengths before delivering it to the blacksmith shop for shaping, thereby eliminating the need for smelting and forging processes, though not as rapid as an assembly line. The blacksmith shop has no limitations on quantity, provided the supply of steel meets demand. Constructing several additional blacksmith shops is feasible. Yan Xing has observed the equipment of the ear-cutting tribe. Weapon trade will undoubtedly be a focal point of the upcoming negotiations. The blacksmith shop must be constructed post-haste. Additionally, there are residences, dining halls, restrooms, water channels. The territory is devoid of any facilities. The list of constructions is extensive. Progress must be made step by step. While Yan Xing guides the farmers on the next stage of the construction plan, Eddie returns with the re-equipped militia, all assembled before him. Their imposing presence, complete with goggles, gives them a striking resemblance to American soldiers. Excellent, excellent. Yan Xing is quite pleased with his militia unit. Eddie, assign 8 individuals to rotate with Ulf's werewolves. The remainder shall prepare the banquet. I intend to give the ear-cutting chieftain a proper scolding. Yes, my lord. Yan Xing returns to the real world, bringing back tonight's dinner from Sue's old shop, along with a set of food boxes containing dishes meticulously prepared by Aunt Lee. Furthermore, Yan Xing has deliberately purchased several bottles of fine red wine and elegant wine glasses. Upon his return to the territory, night has fully enveloped the grasslands. Bonfires blaze both inside and outside the camp. Beyond the protective wire fence, uninjured and lightly injured werewolves are confined within a hastily constructed prison, guarded by 4 militia members. Other severely injured werewolves are concentrated in several tents receiving treatment. With 4 militia members patrolling, the pressure of managing captives cannot be understated. Other farmers gather around various bonfires, singing songs filled with happiness and bright prospects for the territory, some even dancing spontaneously by the fires. Despite the presence of werewolves, the farmers harbor no fear, bolstered by their confidence in their lord's strength. Some audacious children even lie outside the tents, peering in at the werewolf soldiers wrapped in bandages. Amidst these bonfires, a 4-cornered pavilion has been erected. Beneath the pavilion stands a long table, laden with an array of exquisitely prepared dishes. The fully equipped militia and the imposing werewolves stand around the pavilion. Clad in full steel armor and alchemical gear, they exude a confidence that permeates their very being. Yan Xing sits at one end of the long table, flanked by the territory's tax officer, Lohans, and the newly appointed interior officer. Gauspa, everything is in readiness. The main event can commence. Yan Xing addresses Eddie, the militia captain standing outside the tent. Go. Invite the ear-cutting chieftain in a courteous manner. Chapter 39. Defeat compensation. seeking recommendations and collections soon. The ear-cutting chieftain is escorted before Yan Xing by Eddie and Ulf. Yan Xing remains seated, observing the ropes binding the chieftain, contemplating whether he should untie him, should the chieftain suddenly rebel at the dining table. It could lead to complications. However, Yan Xing quickly notes the chieftain's demeanor. His spirits are low, and his gaze wanders, filled with fear and envy as he surveys the militia and werewolves around him. Yan Xing chuckles. Did I not say to courteously invite the ear-cutting chieftain? Why is he still bound? Quickly, untie him. The chieftain is our guest in the eternal territory. Although the manner of his arrival is rather unique, it is still a greeting familiar to us all. Please have a seat. Ulf loosens the ropes binding the chieftain and moves a chair for him to sit. The chieftain flexes his wrists, not daring to entertain any thoughts of violence. He perceives that his strength is no match for this human lord in every aspect. The opposing party possesses absolute superiority. Resorting to violence only invites self-deception, plunging oneself deeper into perilous circumstances. Preserving the tribe is the duty of a capable chieftain at this juncture. Esteemed Lord Yan Xing. Duanar addressed Yan Xing with a title of respect. I apologize for my previous transgressions, Orf aptly stated. Greed has blinded my eyes. I have also paid dearly for my folly. Lord Yan Xing is a magnanimous and benevolent leader, and I implore you to forgive my mistakes, allowing my kin and me to depart in safety. At this moment, Duanar yearned to hasten back to the red mud marsh with his people. Yet, Yan Xing interjected, since you are here, do not be in haste to leave as your host. It is my obligation to fulfill my duties. For the sake of honoring the chieftain, I have specially instructed my personal chef to prepare a sumptuous banquet. Indeed, and let us not forget the red wine. Gauspa, pour the wine. Yes, my lord. Gauspa dutifully filled Yan Xing's glass to the brim with the opened red wine, then approached Duanar to do the same. Yan Xing observed the cup brimming with wine. Contemplating. I must cultivate a few proper attendants in the future. Is it customary to pour wine in such a manner? How am I to elegantly swirl my cup? Across the table, Duanar felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This is red wine. He had only heard of it before, never tasted it, nor even laid eyes upon it. The color, a vivid crimson like blood. The aroma, rich and sweet. He had heard that fine red wine is exceedingly precious. Even the wealthiest human nobles can only afford a mere drop at a time. Yet here was Lord Yan Xing, pouring him a full glass, with plenty spilling over. Truly, he is a lord renowned for his generosity. Looking at the dishes on the table, the mere arrangement of colors was a feast for the eyes. The exquisite presentation of the dishes left even a werewolf accustomed only to roasting in awe. Observe the fish, its head and tail arching as if poised to leap. The roasted duck, its skin golden brown, the meat sliced thinly like delicate wings. It was all too luxurious, too grand. Duanar suddenly felt like a bumpkin. Unaccustomed to such sophistication, filled with envy and longing for high civilization, along with the anxiety that arose from these emotions. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Yan Xing. Duanar swallowed hard, striving to prevent his saliva from escaping, lest he embarrass himself in such an elegant setting. Yan Xing lifted his wine glass, inviting Duanar. Chieftain Duanar, in our meeting today, I bring with me sincere intentions and goodwill. Let us drink this toast, while we dine and discuss matters of importance. Duanar carefully cradled his wine glass with both hands, fearful of spilling more wine. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Yan Xing. At this moment, I too am filled with goodwill and respect for you. A large cup of red wine was downed in one go. Yan Xing then encouraged Duanar to partake of the dishes before he spoke again. Chieftain Duanar, during the battle today, I believe you have sensed, I have expended considerable resources and funds in preparation for this conflict. How do you propose we address these expenditures? As Duanar savored the exquisite food, he was taken aback by Yan Xing's sudden question, replying, the battle today has made me acutely aware of the immense wealth at your disposal. Lord Yan Xing, that I sincerely apologize once more for the troubles I have caused you. Yan Xing chuckled. Is merely apologizing sufficient? Duanar paused, replying, isn't an apology enough? Observing Duanar with his mouth agape, soup dripping from the corners, Yan Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. An apology alone is certainly not adequate. This banquet is on my account, and regardless of the expense, I am more than willing. However, the costs incurred from the battlefield are an entirely different matter. A defeat must be met with appropriate decorum. A victory, likewise. You cannot simply dine and drink here, then expect to depart with just an apology. That would be unreasonable. Duaner felt that Yan Xing's words held merit. He was indulging in food and drink, entirely contrary to the demeanor of one who had been defeated. Indeed, indeed. Duaner wiped his mouth, addressing Yan Xing. Your hospitality has left me somewhat befuddled. The defeated party must indeed present themselves as such. I am willing to compensate for the damages caused to your territory, Lord Yan Xing. However, in comparison to your wealth, I fear that even all the riches from the Red Mud Marsh could scarcely cover the cost of a full suit of armor for your subordinates. Yan Xing was thoroughly pleased with Duaner's attitude. The barbarian tribes possessed their own merits. They were straightforward, and what they had was openly stated. Yan Xing signaled to Gauspa to refill Duaner's glass, then said, I fully understand the impoverished nature of your marshlands. I have no interest in your possessions. Since you, Chieftain Duaner, are willing to compensate for my losses, I shall propose a plan for restitution. Duaner downed the freshly poured red wine in one gulp and then said to Yan Xing, Please. Lord Yan Xing, do go on. Yan Xing indicated for Gauspa to continue pouring and continued, Chieftain Duaner, you have seen the state of my territory. Resources are abundant. Yet there is a severe shortage of manpower. I hope you can provide me with a contingent of werewolf laborers to compensate for my losses during the war. I assure you, your people will receive ample food, clean water, and comfortable housing. Once the compensation period concludes, I will return your kin to you, whole and unharmed. Duaner was taken aback. Such an offer existed. He had observed the lavish provisions in the Eternal Territory. The peasants received ample rations, including meat and chicken legs. The white flour dumplings were freely available, and soup was in abundance. There were fruits he had never seen before, shared among all. What did his tribe consume in the Red Mud Marsh? When hunger struck, they gnawed on tree bark. Lord Yan Xing, Duaner could scarcely believe his ears. Can war reparations truly be settled in such a manner? Chapter 40. Arming the Duaner tribe, Yan Xing picked up a thin pancake, layered it with scallions, pickled vegetables, and duck meat dipped in sauce, rolled it up, and took a bite. As he savored the flavor, he remarked, I just stated that I have no interest in the items from your territory. You possess no other means to pay the war reparations, and labor is likely the only asset your tribe can offer. Working for me, you will certainly be well fed. Of course, if you have any alternative proposals for compensation, I would be willing to consider them. No, no, no. I have no other compensation proposal, Duaner hastily replied. Let it be as you say, Lord Yan Xing. We shall use our labor to make amends for your war damages. Such an opportunity to dine for free was too enticing for Duaner to propose any other form of compensation. In fact, Duaner felt he was gaining an immense advantage. What was merely work? His kin toiled in the Red Mud Marsh for a day, often failing to fill their stomachs, all while facing various dangers. Working for Lord Yan Xing, he did not even expect to receive the same rations as the territory's subjects. Even a nutritious and filling meal would be a dream come true. Upon Duaner agreeing to offer labor in compensation, Yan Xing inquired, Chieftain Duaner, how many werewolf laborers can your tribe provide? Duaner considered for a moment. While working in the Eternal Territory was indeed a boon, he could not abandon his lair in the Red Mud Marsh. It seemed unseemly to send the female werewolves and pups to the Eternal Territory, so he decided to send 30 werewolf warriors, leaving 80 to defend the Red Mud Marsh, without the burden of women and children. Leading 80 werewolf warriors would be sufficient to guard the lair. The food produced in the Red Mud Marsh would also suffice for the warriors remaining behind. In fact, the werewolves left behind could periodically rotate with those coming to work, allowing for rest and an improved diet. After careful consideration, Duaner addressed Yan Xing. My tribe can provide 130 werewolves as laborers. While the majority are female werewolves and pups, all of us werewolves take great pride in our labor. And I assure you our work will be no less diligent than that of your farmers. Yan Xing was surprised that Duaner was willing to offer such a large number of laborers, essentially sending half of his tribe. This significantly alleviated the labor shortage in the Eternal Territory. Yan Xing signaled Gauspa to refill Duaner's glass and raised his cup in camaraderie. Chieftain Duaner is both forthright and sincere. With 130 werewolves working for me for just 2 months, we can consider the war debt settled. Come, let us toast to our friendship. Upon reaching a consensus on the war reparations, Duaner was naturally elated and raised his cup in agreement. However, upon hearing the latter part of Yan Xing's statement, he froze in disbelief. Only 2 months, that's all. Yan Xing replied, after all, neither of us suffered significant casualties. So the reparations can be considered a mere formality. We are neighbors, after all. It is best to maintain harmony. We cannot dwell on this war forever. Drink, drink. At that moment, Duaner was hardly in the mood to drink. 2 months. How could war reparations be resolved in just 2 months? Surely, it was insufficient. The chieftain held his cup, earnestly addressing Yan Xing. Lord Yan Xing, could the duration for the war reparations be extended a bit? Yan Xing laughed heartily. Chieftain Duaner, even if I were to extend it by 2 months, ultimately, it must come to an end, wouldn't it? Duaner's expression shifted to one of despondency. Indeed, the reparations would eventually conclude. These more than 100 werewolves would inevitably return to the Red Mud Marsh. However, Yan Xing did not allow Duaner to linger in his melancholy for long and added, Chieftain, once the 2 months of labor reparations pass, it does not mean your kin cannot continue to stay here and work for me. The expression on Duaner's face suddenly trembled. Master Yan Xing, are you suggesting that my clansmen can continue to work for you after 2 months? Why can't they remain here? Yan Xing replied with a smile, my territory cannot be established in merely 2 months. Your clansmen can work for me indefinitely, and I shall compensate you appropriately for their labor. You can drink this wine with peace of mind. Now I can feel at ease, for you are truly generous and benevolent. Master Yan Xing. Duaner beamed with joy, draining his glass of red wine in one gulp before stating, as for working for Master Yan Xing, we desire no remuneration as long as my clansmen can have their fill. Let them work here as long as they wish. Encountering an opportunity to resolve his clan's food issue, Duaner displayed remarkable shrewdness. Who would have thought that Yan Xing would then say, so it turns out Chief Duaner does not desire compensation. I was planning to offer weapons, armor, and slingshots as payment to your clan, since the chief does not wish for those. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, Duaner wished he could slap himself. How could he be so foolish? Would he refuse such items? He had long coveted the equipment of the Eternal Territory's soldiers. If such gear could be donned by his clan's wolf warriors, they would stride confidently through the marshy regions. They could truly do as they pleased. Ha ha! Yan Xing laughed heartily. The Duaner clan of the Red Mud Marsh had effectively secured their future by sending his clan's women and children to work in the Eternal Territory. Duaner was subtly shifting his home here. Once they grew accustomed to life in the Eternal Territory, how could they wish to return to a life of hardship in the marsh? Gradually, they would come to see themselves as part of this land and fully integrate. As for arming the Duaner clan, Yan Xing had his own considerations. According to the strategy previously established, the Red Mud Marsh must remain under his control, with Duaner leading armed elite wolf warriors stationed there. It would be tantamount to establishing a base disguised as a wolf clan in the marsh for the Eternal Territory, creating a substantial buffer zone. Would arming the Duaner clan pose a threat to him? Yan Xing was not overly concerned. With food, supplies, and weaponry logistics firmly in his grasp, Duaner and his warriors, having become fully militarized and detached from production, would not dare to turn against him lightly. Subsequently, all tensions between Yan Xing and Duaner dissipated. Paving the way for deeper discussions on cooperation, the Eternal Territory would advance a portion of the remuneration to arm the Duaner clan. Initially, it would be the slingshots that Duaner had long coveted, and Yan Xing decided to equip all the wolves with them. However, currently, the Eternal Territory's storeroom lacked sufficient supplies, necessitating a return to the real world for procurement. Additionally, based on feedback from practical use of the slingshots, Yan Xing resolved to propose special requirements to the manufacturers to increase the size of the slingshots and the tension of the rubber bands, as well as to enhance the weight of the projectiles for greater lethality. An order for 1,000 sets would be placed, with any surplus stored for future needs. 20 steel chain flails would be provided. Steel pipes, iron chains, and iron balls could be sourced from different manufacturers, with connecting parts welded with locks for batch transport and assembly upon return. As for armor, Yan Xing only promised Duaner 1 set for now. Ancient prohibitions on armor did not extend to weaponry, underscoring the significance of armor in cold weapon warfare. The Eternal Territory must maintain its military advantage over the Duaner clan until they fully integrated into its fold. Listening to Yan Xing eloquently outline the weaponry for his clan, Duaner was brimming with excitement, his tail wagging unconsciously behind him. This time, the clan's combat power would indeed soar, and he was already devising a battle tactic infused with his clan's unique characteristics. When confronting enemies, he would first use slingshots for a barrage of fire. As the enemies struggled to lift their heads under the relentless barrage, he would launch a surprise attack, sowing chaos among their ranks. Finally, clad in steel armor, He would lead his forces to annihilate the enemy completely. He was thoroughly satisfied, truly satisfied. Little did he know, the gifts from Master Yan Xing included more than just these weapons. While Duaner was lost in his military fantasies, he heard Yan Xing declare, "Chief Duaner should have sampled the nutritional rations I prepared for your clan. These rations can be stored for up to 6 months. I will supply you with 1,000 kilograms of nutritional rations each month as sustenance for your clan. And you will provide food as well." Duaner was unaware of how much 1,000 kilograms of food entailed, but it certainly sounded substantial. Yan Xing smiled. "I lack for food here. What I seek is a friendly and cooperative neighbor." Upon hearing this, Duaner sprang to his feet, raising his glass of red wine in invitation to Yan Xing. Duaner, vow in the name of the Red Mud Marsh that the Duaner clan shall stand in mutual support with Master Yan Xing's eternal territory. Your enemies shall be my enemies. Your friends shall be my friends." Yan Xing also stood, clinking glasses with Duaner. To mutual support, cheers. Cheers. Just as the two of them drank from their cups and had yet to sit down, a militia member rushed in from outside. Master, a wolf has come to report. The Red Mud Marsh has been seized by another wolf clan." With a crash, Duaner's wine glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. All joy vanished, leaving him dumbfounded. The Red Mud Marsh had been taken. His home had been stolen. There was no going back. Yan Xing set down his cup and addressed the militia member who had brought the news. "Who came to report? Bring him in." Soon, a slender young wolf entered. Appearing extremely anxious, he warily surveyed the humans around him, his nose twitching at the aroma of food. Upon seeing Duaner, the young wolf burst into tears and leapt into Duaner's embrace. Chief, it was Steeltooth from Stinking Water Forest. He led many wolves into our home. They stole things, smashed things, and even attacked us." The young wolf incoherently recounted the tale to Duaner. Yan Xing quietly asked Alpha beside him, "How can there be another Steeltooth? Wasn't he killed by you?" Alpha bowed his head, whispering in Yan Xing's ear, "Back to you, my lord. We wolves do not have unique names. Among 10 named wolves, perhaps 3 are named Steeltooth, 3 are named Claw, and the rest are typically named after their distinctive physical features. Just like Chief Duaner." "I see." Yan Xing realized it was merely a case of sharing names, akin to our Zhang Wei, Wang Wei, and Li Wei. Alpha continued, "Stinking Water Forest is right next to our Red Mud Marsh. Previously, the wolf pack from Stinking Water Forest frequently crossed into our territory to hunt, leading to numerous conflicts between our two packs that I never expected that this time. The Stinking Water Forest wolves would directly seize our home." "My lord." Yan Xing understood what Alpha was hinting at and replied, "I understand. Just follow my lead." "Yes, my lord." Alpha bowed and stepped back. The young wolf continued to lament to Duaner, who fed him food from the table while inquiring about the situation in the Red Mud Marsh. Most of the wolf warriors from Duaner's clan had left with him, leaving the Red Mud Marsh considerably unguarded, when some female wolves, accompanied by young wolves, scoured the Red Mud Marsh for food. They encountered a group of wolves from Stinking Water Forest that had crossed the border. Previously, the wolves from Stinking Water Forest would typically retreat upon encountering the Red Mud Marsh wolves. But this time, they pressed on into the Red Mud Marsh, sensing that something significant had transpired. The invading wolves from Stinking Water Forest captured the Red Mud Marsh wolves they encountered and learned that Duaner had taken most of his warriors away. This was an unprecedented opportunity for the Stinking Water Forest wolves. Upon receiving this intelligence, they swiftly attacked Duaner's home, capturing several young wolves and coercing the remaining female wolves into surrendering, ultimately seizing the Red Mud Marsh. After the young wolf finished recounting his tale, he asked, "How many wolves from Stinking Water Forest are there in our home? Is Steeltooth leading them, or is it Claw?" "Steeltooth is leading the charge. I don't know how many Stinking Water Forest wolves came. I was afraid, so I ran. I'm sorry, Chief." The young wolf drooped his ears, ashamed of his cowardice. Yan Xing approached and patted the young wolf's head, then offered him a plate of chicken. "What I see is your bravery in traversing the grasslands to come here, even daring to venture into my territory at the most critical moment of danger. You made the right decision. When you grow up, you will surely become a formidable wolf warrior. Go over there and finish your meal that I need to discuss with your chief how to reclaim the Red Mud Marsh." Yan Xing instructed Lao Hans to take the young wolf aside to eat. He was truly exhausted from running. Duaner, however, was clouded with worry. The Red Mud Marsh was lost, and most of the wolf warriors he had brought out were injured. making it exceedingly difficult to reclaim the red mud marsh from the stinking water forest wolves. At this time, Yan Xing inquired of Duaner. Chief Duaner, the invading stinking water forest wolves should not be many, right? Duaner replied, there shouldn't be too many. The stinking water forest clan has over 400 wolves. Led by the brothers Steel Tooth and Claw. Steel Claw, being the chief, wouldn't he easily leave his territory, and Steel Tooth wouldn't he take all the warriors of the stinking water forest clan. I estimate that 100 werewolf warriors constitute the entirety of the werewolves invading the red mud marsh from stinking water forest, given the high frequency of the names Steel Tooth and Sharp Claw within the werewolf race. Some renowned individuals bearing these names prefix their titles with the name of their territory for distinction. For instance, the Steel Tooth slain by Orf is not entitled to such a prefix. The judgment of Broken Ear aligns with Yan Xing's estimation. After all, the fact that the Broken Ear clan once managed to defend the red mud marsh indicates that the stinking water werewolves do not possess an overwhelming advantage and cannot endure the losses of a fierce battle between the two clans. Furthermore, when the stinking water werewolves attacked the Broken Ear clan's homeland, they resorted to coercing the defenders into surrender by capturing young werewolves, further suggesting that their invading force is not substantial. After weighing both sides' strengths and the significance of the red mud marsh to the eternal territory, Yan Xing proclaimed loudly, Eddie, Orf, muster the troops and follow me into battle at once. Rohan, release the werewolves encircled outside and return their weapons. Gauspa, prepare the war supplies. Chapter 42. I have arrived. The four principal officials of the Eternal Territory received Yan Xing's orders and began their preparations. Broken Ear was profoundly moved that Yan Xing would take the initiative to send troops to help reclaim the red mud marsh. Yet he also expressed concern. Lord Yan Xing, even if Stinking Water Steel Tooth brings only 100 werewolf warriors, that still exceeds our numbers. If we hastily attack and suffer defeat, reclaiming the red mud marsh will be exceedingly difficult. The Broken Ear clan currently had merely over 30 werewolf warriors available for battle. He was uncertain about the Eternal Territory's troop strength, but it appeared to be around 20. Even if they combined their forces, they would still be outnumbered by the invading werewolves from Stinking Water Forest. And the human race is not adept at combat in marshy terrains, which would significantly diminish their military efficacy. Yan Xing replied, the Stinking Water werewolves likely intend to launch a night attack on the red mud marsh. At this moment, they are undoubtedly preoccupied with subduing the captured werewolves and lack the time to set up defenses. They would never anticipate our swift counterattack if we strike quickly and ferociously. The invading werewolves will feel uncertain about our numbers and will surely retreat. Conversely, if we delay our counteroffensive, not only will it allow the invaders to fortify their defenses, but the women and children you have captured may also be relocated into Stinking Water Forest. The losses would be too great. Yan Xing's analysis prompted Broken Ear to nod in agreement. Time was of the essence. A swift counterattack was indeed the best opportunity. I shall heed Lord Yan Xing's words. Let us strike back at once. At that moment, Eddie and Orf had already organized their respective teams. The werewolves previously encircled were released and entered the territory to reclaim their weapons. The 5 trapped flies were also freed. Gauspa brought forth a suit of armor, which included a steel chain flail and a slingshot. Yan Xing took the equipment and personally handed it to Broken Ear, saying, please don the armor now, as we must depart immediately. While Broken Ear changed into the armor, Yan Xing brought out the cargo vehicle. Eddie and Orf promptly climbed aboard, while the armored Broken Ear circled the vehicle in astonishment, exclaiming, what manner of magical beast is this? How can it be so docile? Even our swamp clan's finest beast tamers cannot achieve such stillness in a magical beast. Lord Yan Xing has even clad it in iron armor. How extravagant. Yan Xing opened the passenger door and ushered Broken Ear inside, saying, this magical beast is called a cargo vehicle, and it possesses an incredibly docile temperament. Once you grasp the technique, you can command it to move or remain still at your will. Sit tight. We shall drive over. In less than an hour, we shall reach the marsh. Time is of the essence. The werewolves from Stinking Water Forest would never expect us to return so swiftly. Without further ado, Yan Xing closed the passenger door. By this point, Eddie and Orf's men were already aboard, filling the cargo area to capacity. Yan Xing called out to Eddie, go, fetch my agricultural tricycle and bring those large werewolves aboard. Yes, my lord, Eddie replied, leaping from the vehicle. While working, Eddie often drove the agricultural tricycle to transport supplies within the territory, so he easily brought it over that he selected the larger and stronger werewolves to board, while Gauspa distributed slingshots and marbles among them. Yan Xing settled into the driver's seat of the cargo vehicle, with Broken Ear, now clad in armor, nervously crouched in the passenger seat. Hugging his legs, he observed the various devices and instruments in the cabin and whispered to Yan Xing, "Are we inside the brain of this magical beast?" Yan Xing chuckled, gripping the steering wheel. "In a sense, yes. No need to be anxious. It is very obedient." After that, Yan Xing started the cargo vehicle's engine, and the headlights illuminated the path ahead. He then pressed the horn, producing a thunderous sound that startled Broken Ear. Up ahead, Gauspa and Rohan, accompanied by several farmers, opened the gate of the defensive wall, while other farmers stood by with shovels, watching the departing convoy. Yan Xing opened the window, tapped on the door, and gestured to Eddie. Understanding the signal, Eddie drove the agricultural tricycle ahead, leading the frightened werewolf warriors who were shouting in excitement. In the rear, Yan Xing maneuvered the cargo vehicle, gradually departing the territory. Gauspa and Rohan leaned on their shovels, watching as the army of the territory vanished into the night on the grassland. Gauspa took the lead in shouting, "Lord Yan Xing, your word is your bond." Lord Yan Xing, invincible and heroic. Hearing the synchronized cheers from behind, Yan Xing could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known this was how the family motto would be invoked, he should have written 1,000 words for them to memorize from the start. Once they were away from the territory, Yan Xing focused intently on driving the cargo vehicle across the bumpy grassland. Ahead, Eddie piloted the agricultural tricycle, navigating at the edge of the cargo vehicle's headlights. The radio on Yan Xing's shoulder crackled with Eddie's reports on the road conditions ahead. Aside from the drone of the cargo vehicle's engine, the grassland was eerily silent, cautiously seated in the passenger seat. Broken Ear gradually overcame his initial trepidation toward the magical beast known as the cargo vehicle, instead becoming increasingly astonished. It was remarkably fast and could maintain high speeds for extended periods. The two large eyes atop the vehicle emitted light that could illuminate great distances. Incredible! The hero capable of taming such a formidable beast must be even more formidable. Broken Ear could not help but exclaim, "Lord Yan Xing, this magical beast's speed rivals that of the swiftest steed. Yet no horse could sustain such velocity for long. Moreover, it is even more obedient than the gentlest of horses. I am truly amazed that such wondrous magical beasts exist in this world." Yan Xing, observing the tail lights of the agricultural tricycle ahead, casually replied to Broken Ear's admiration, "This is not even the fastest speed of my cargo vehicle. The primary reason for the slower pace is the poor road conditions here. It cannot reach its full potential. Once we settle down, I shall construct a road between the Red Mud Marsh and the Eternal Territory at that time. When you ride in this vehicle, not even a horse, let alone a leopard with 4 additional legs, could keep up." Broken Ear gasped, "It can run even faster?" "Indeed, perhaps even faster than your flies," Yan Xing remarked, glancing outside and addressing Broken Ear. "By the way, clan leader, have your flies kept up? I do not see them." "They are following closely." At Broken Ear's call, the 5 flies that had been soaring above suddenly appeared on either side of the cargo vehicle. Their wings buzzed loudly as they accompanied the cargo vehicle, while Broken Ear envied Yan Xing for possessing such a powerful magical beast. Yan Xing gazed at the flies outside with longing. "Magic. This is a fantastical world. It has only revealed a small corner to me, and it is already so enchanting that I wonder what other marvelous wonders lie beyond." Thunderous Marsh, I have arrived. Chapter 43. Are you an enemy spy, seeking recommendations and collections? As they approached the Thunderous Marsh, the grass became increasingly lush. Next came vast expanses of thicket, which, illuminated by the moonlight, took on various sinister forms. The soil's moisture content increased, rendering the ground muddy and slippery. The tires began to skid, slowing the vehicle's pace, until finally, the agricultural tricycle became mired in a puddle. Yan Xing parked and jumped out of the driver's seat. Noticing the cargo vehicle's tires caked with mud, Eddie approached from the front and said to Yan Xing, "My lord, just ahead lies the Red Mud Marsh. Your steed's wheels are clogged with too much mud. It cannot move." At that moment, Broken Ear climbed over from the driver's seat and jumped out that he looked up at the stars and surveyed the surroundings, saying to Yan Xing, "Indeed, just ahead is the Red Mud Marsh. There is much silt and puddles in the swamp. We should proceed on foot." Yan Xing gestured for Orf to lead the way down. then instructed him, "Send one werewolf ahead to scout the red mud marsh. Broken Ear and I will follow with the main force shortly. Be sure to ascertain the number of werewolves invading from Stinking Water Forest and the situation within the clan's homeland. Do not expose yourselves recklessly. We will discuss everything once we arrive." "Yes, my lord," Orf replied, then selected a werewolf and swiftly made his way toward the red mud marsh. That moment, the militia of the Eternal Territory, the werewolves, and the werewolves of the Broken Ear clan all disembarked, including Orf. Yan Xing's total force for the night raid on the red mud marsh consisted of 8 first-tier steel-armored werewolves, 4 ordinary first-tier werewolves, 3 ordinary second-tier great werewolves, 1 steel-armored second-tier elite howler, 16 second-tier steel-armored militiamen, and 5 fifth-tier flies. Broken Ear was a beast tamer of the swamp werewolves, an elite unit, while Yan Xing himself was a human knight, also an elite unit. Although the number of invading werewolves from Stinking Water Forest remained unknown, it was evident that Yan Xing's forces were at a disadvantage. Regarding the advantages, the equipment of the Eternal Territory can compensate for the numerical disadvantage, and the element of surprise in night raids can also become a tremendous asset for the attacking side. After Orv departed, Yan Xing inquired of Duaner, "Are there any locations in the red mud wetlands that are close to your clan's homeland and suitable for concealment?" After pondering for a moment, Duaner replied, "To the east of our homeland lies a grove of deciduous trees, filled with puddles, some of which are obscured by duckweed and are practically invisible. Beneath these puddles, there are subterranean tunnels connected by dark currents, creating a perilous environment. Those unfamiliar with the area would find themselves on a dead end. And the werewolves from the Stinking Water Forest would certainly not dare to approach there. It is indeed an excellent place for concealment prior to a surprise attack. Let us head to that grove and await news from Orv. Please lead the way." "Chief Duaner, follow me." Duaner led the way, guiding the mixed forces of werewolves and humans as they trod upon the damp grass, entering the red mud wetlands. The vegetation in the wetlands was exceedingly lush. However, due to the moist and soft geological conditions, the trees were not tall but rather grew in a crooked manner. Some trees had branches that drooped to the ground, taking root and sprouting anew. The closely knit trees and branches formed a dense thicket, and navigating through it required caution, as one could easily trip over unseen obstacles. The marsh was interlaced with a complex network of waterways, where one moment one might be on solid ground, and the next, find oneself sinking into a treacherous mire, coupled with the omnipresent toxic flora and fauna, and the high-level magical beasts that might be lurking unseen. The wetlands effectively isolated themselves from the outside world. Even the creatures of the marshes refrained from wandering about, let alone other races. Yan Xing and his militia carefully followed the werewolves, stepping only on the path they had traversed. Even though the surrounding grass seemed more inviting, the group wove through the oddly shaped forest, occasionally startling luminescent butterflies. The croaking of frogs echoed from the mud pits, and dark shadows of elusive beasts would dart in and out of the underbrush. The entire atmosphere was one of palpable tension for the humans new to the marsh, while the werewolves, accustomed to the red mud wetlands, appeared remarkably at ease. They followed familiar trails from one thicket to another until they arrived at the grove of deciduous trees that Duano had mentioned as suitable for concealment. Here, the number of puddles increased, and traversable paths dwindled. In some places, there were only hand-sized patches of land to stand upon, necessitating careful leaps from one spot to another. This was the periphery of the Thunder Marsh, and the depths of the marsh remained shrouded in mystery. The inability of outside races to penetrate the marsh, coupled with the apparent backwardness of its inhabitants, indicated that this was an undeveloped virgin territory. Yan Xing, hailing from modern Earth, understood well what such a land represented. It undoubtedly harbored a wealth of undiscovered resources and riches. The east of the Eternal Territory lay cliffs separating land from sea. To the south was the domain of the Storm Marquis Ram Anderson, leaving no room for the Eternal Territory to expand. The west lay a battleground between humans, beastmen, and elves, where any attempt by Yan Xing to interfere would result in dire consequences, given the barren resources of the Eternal Territory. Yan Xing naturally turned his gaze towards the northern neighbor, the Thunder Marsh. Thus, whether for defensive needs or as a forward base for deeper incursions into the Thunder Marsh, the red mud wetlands held greater significance in Yan Xing's mind. He contemplated how to approach the development of the marsh's potential, and just as they had recently entered the grove, the wolf pack ahead erupted into chaos. All the werewolves suddenly quickened their pace, filling the grove with the sharp barks of the pack. While Yanxing was still trying to ascertain what had transpired, the voice of his armored werewolf came through the radio on his shoulder. "My lord, we have captured several werewolves from the stinking water forest." Yanxing was taken aback. Was Duaner really this unreliable? He had claimed that the werewolves from the stinking water forest would never venture into this grove. Yet, they had traversed numerous forests without encountering a single one, only to find them here. Could it be that they were sent by the enemy? Yanxing urged his militia to hasten their pace and inquired, "How many werewolves did you capture? Did any escape?" "Reporting to my lord, we have captured all 4 werewolves from the stinking water forest. They were here collecting rotten wood. I truly don't understand the purpose of gathering such heavy, waterlogged timber. My lord, it is safe now. You may come over." At this point, Yanxing had already spotted the halted wolf pack. The werewolves were scattered, on alert, and among them lay 4 bound werewolves, covered in mud. After Duaner and the others approached Yanxing, he awkwardly remarked, "I never anticipated that werewolves from the stinking water forest would come here. Fortunately, they fell into the mud while trying to escape, and we captured them all." Chapter 44. The Thieves of the Stinking Water Forest. Yanxing first surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, this was the treacherous grove Duaner had described, and the environment was uniquely captivating. Between each small puddle lay narrow patches of land, which were densely populated with foliage, leaving few places to stand. The branches overhead obscured the starry sky, and the water's surface was illuminated by the green glow of some floating organisms, creating an ethereal ambience in this relatively enclosed waterway. Taking a deep breath. Even the air carried a subtle, elegant fragrance, yet beneath this beautiful facade lay dangers lurking everywhere. It is truly strange for the werewolves from the stinking water forest to venture into such a perilous area at night, Yanxing mused internally, lamenting the encounter with enemy werewolves. However, he acknowledged that Duaner had chosen this location for its inherent danger and concealment. The arrival of these 4 werewolves at night could not be as simple as it appeared. Approaching the captured werewolves, Yanxing was given a clear path by the surrounding pack. The 4 werewolves from the stinking water forest had evidently endured a beating. Their limbs were bound and tossed onto the ground. Their mouths gagged to prevent them from howling for help. Scattered around them were pieces of rotten wood, some as large as tires, others the size of cups. The surfaces of these decayed logs were pockmarked and eroded by the water, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Yet why had the werewolves from the stinking water forest hurriedly dispatched members to salvage these items right after seizing the red mud wetlands? Filled with bewilderment, Yanxing squatted down and picked up a piece of wood from the ground. The weight in his hand sent a jolt of surprise through him. Why is it so heavy? At this moment, Yanxing recalled what his subordinate had reported over the radio. "I truly don't understand the purpose of gathering such heavy, waterlogged timber." He then examined the wood's texture and brought it close to his nose, discerning its scent, enabling him to make an educated guess about its nature. Yet he remained puzzled. This wood was inedible and unsuitable for construction. What could possibly compel the werewolves from the stinking water forest to scavenge for it at night? Yanxing tossed the piece of wood to the ground and drew the steel pipe from his waist, striking one of the captured werewolves on the head. "Now I will loosen your gag. But should you dare to cry out, my men will promptly see you dispatched." With that, he gestured for his militia to encircle the werewolf, their spears poised at vital points. Then, Eddie produced a dagger and severed the ropes binding the werewolf's mouth. Faced with the menacing spears, the werewolf refrained from making a sound. Fearful, he gazed at Yanxing and Duaner, his face etched with concern for his fate. He had not expected Duaner to arrive so swiftly. Moreover, he noticed that Duaner was clad in steel armor, while most of the werewolves and all the humans were similarly equipped. Hadn't Duaner taken a contingent of werewolf warriors to assault the human camp? Why was he here with humans, and how had he acquired so much steel equipment? Yanxing rapped the distracted werewolf's head with the steel pipe again, saying, "Look here, I have questions for you." Duaner brandished his steel chain flail, exclaiming, "This esteemed Night Lord has inquiries for you that if you do not answer truthfully, I shall toss you into the water to drown." "What do you want me to say?" The werewolf leaned back, narrowly avoiding a blow from the iron ball, seemingly compliant. Yanxing kicked at the rotten wood on the ground and asked, "What are you doing here gathering this wood?" "Recently, some human merchants have come to the marsh. They offer a high price for this type of wood that sinks in water. That we knew that this grove in the red mud wetlands had such wood, so Steelfang sent us to collect it." Yanxing was taken aback to learn of human activity in this area. Yet, upon realizing the purpose of the wood, he found it understandable. Indeed, In a place rich with resources, regardless of the dangers, there are those willing to venture forth. Yan Xing continued. How much are the human merchants paying for this wood? 10 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of this rotten wood. Some of better quality can be exchanged for up to 20 kilograms of grain. Recently, we pilfered some of this wood, and those human merchants exchanged it at the rate of 1 kilogram for 20 kilograms of grain. When discussing the grain exchange, the werewolf's tone was unexpectedly smug, as if obtaining such a large quantity of grain for something so useless was a tremendous windfall. The werewolves of the red mud wetlands could not help but express their astonishment. This waterlogged wood was indeed abundant in the marsh's thickets, and while it could typically be exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 10 for grain, the wood from this grove could fetch an astonishing 1 to 20. Reflecting on the past, it is infuriating to think that one could possess such vast wealth, yet still endure the pangs of hunger each day. This only intensifies the ire toward the actions of the foul-water forest werewolves, who brazenly pilfer timber. Duaner, filled with indignation, exclaimed, No wonder the foul-water forest tribe frequently trespasses into our territory. When we drive them away, some of those werewolves are seen clutching such timber. You are stealing the provisions of our red mud wetlands tribe, robbing us of our riches. Thieves of the foul-water forest, I shall make you pay dearly. After venting his anger, Duaner was about to strike the captured werewolves when Yan Xing intervened. Chief, wait a moment, I still have some questions to ask. Duaner felt grateful to Yan Xing. Had it not been for Yan Xing's inquiries about the timber, they would have neglected the wood scattered on the ground, missing the revelation of their unexpected wealth. Yan Xing, please. Duaner stepped aside. Yan Xing wasted no time on the matter of the timber. Reclaiming the red mud wetlands was paramount. How many werewolf warriors invaded the red mud wetlands this time? What kind of magical beasts did Ganya bring, and how many? If I tell you, will you let me go? The werewolf, sensing the wrath of Duaner and the warriors of the red mud wetlands, feared that revealing the information would lead to his demise. Yan Xing reassured him. As long as you speak the truth, I promise that the werewolves of the red mud wetlands won't harm you. If you fear returning to the foul water forest, you may come to my territory. I will provide you with a job, a home, and daily sustenance. The werewolf remained skeptical. You mustn't deceive me. At that moment, Eddie whispered, Lord Yan Xing, a promise is a promise. The militiamen and armored werewolves echoed, Lord Yan Xing, a promise is a promise. Duaner, somewhat envious, remarked, Lord Yan Xing is willing to shelter you. Your good fortune has arrived. Just answer whatever Lord Yan Xing asks, and we won't make it difficult for you. After the inquiries, Yan Xing learned the strength of their adversaries. This time, the werewolves from the foul-water forest numbered 90 in total, 9 second-tier werewolves and 81 first-tier werewolves, led by Ganya. Furthermore, as a werewolf hero and beast tamer, Ganya had brought along 6 venomous flies. The invading forces from the foul-water forest were fewer than Duaner had anticipated. The intelligence gathered by the foul-water forest indicated that Duaner had led an elite faction to attack a human encampment. The outcome of that confrontation remained uncertain. Should Duaner suffer significant losses at the human encampment, the foul-water forest would seize the opportunity to capture the red mud wetlands. Conversely, if Duaner emerged victorious with minimal losses and confiscated a cache of weapons, the invading werewolves from the foul-water forest would certainly be unable to match Duaner's desperation to defend his territory. The foul-water forest had plans to retreat from the red mud wetlands at any moment, but they intended to take all captured women and children with them. Without new blood to replenish their ranks, the werewolf tribe of the red mud wetlands would inevitably disband, allowing the foul-water forest tribe to easily lay claim to the red mud wetlands. Thus, they aimed to carry away as much timber as they could exchange for provisions, prioritizing the finest wood. This was the very reason why the 4 werewolves were here, salvaging timber. Had it not been for the need to suppress and escort the captured werewolf women and children from their homeland, even more werewolves would have come to gather timber. Upon hearing that the foul-water forest werewolves planned to take away their tribe's women and children, Duaner was grateful he had heeded Yan Xing's advice and arrived at the fastest pace possible in a cargo truck. Otherwise, if all their women and children were taken, the red mud wetlands tribe would be utterly doomed. Lord Yan Xing, we must launch an immediate assault on our homeland, driving the invaders away and rescuing our tribe's women and children. With the intelligence acquired, Yan Xing instructed Eddie to rebind the werewolf's mouth. He then addressed the anxious Duaner. The invading werewolves from the foul water forest will first assess the damage inflicted on your tribe before deciding whether to retreat or seize control. Therefore, they will not withdraw just yet. They are merely preparing for a potential retreat. However, once they consider retreating, they will undoubtedly send someone to transport the salvaged timber. We can set an ambush here to eliminate all werewolves coming to collect the timber, thereby diminishing the enemy's fighting strength. This way, our assault on the homeland will be significantly easier. An immediate assault would not only lead to substantial losses on our side, but could also endanger more women and children. Although Duaner was unfamiliar with the phrase diminishing the enemy's fighting strength, he understood the importance of setting an ambush. As Yan Xing had articulated, a direct assault on the homeland would entail considerable risk, even if they were victorious. I shall heed Lord Yan Xing's advice. Since the thieves of the foul water forest place such value on this timber, we shall ambush them here. The werewolves of the red mud wetlands were very familiar with the terrain of this coniferous forest. They swiftly identified the likely paths the werewolves from the foul water forest would take to transport the timber and pinpointed suitable locations for hiding and ambushing. Yan Xing then picked up a piece of rotten wood from the ground and scraped some powder from it with a dagger. After inhaling the fragrance, he found it matched the aroma of the entire forest. Thus, he scraped off more powder for the militiamen and werewolves to apply on themselves. The scent of the powder masked the human and werewolf odors, allowing the ambushers to blend seamlessly into their surroundings. Yan Xing also sprinkled some powder on himself and climbed up a sturdy branch. He then contacted Orf, who was scouting the homeland. Yan Xing shared the intelligence he had gathered and the ambush plan, instructing Orf to monitor the movements of the invading werewolves from the foul water forest and to ascertain their defensive arrangements in the homeland. Eddie stood on the same branch and, once Yan Xing concluded his conversation with Orf, inquired, "My lord, what exactly is this timber? Why does the powder scraped from it smell so fragrant? And why do people exchange such a hefty amount of provisions for it? 20 kilograms of provisions for a kilogram of wood. Are those people mad?" "Mad? It is the human merchants who consider the werewolves of the foul water forest to be foolish." Yan Xing gazed at the disheveled timber strewn about and couldn't help but smile, raising his voice intentionally. This timber, even if it were exchanged at 200 kilograms of provisions for a kilogram, would still be considered a swindle. With a thud, Duaner fell from a nearby tree, unbothered by the pain of his fall. He clutched a piece of wood and scrambled up to the branch where Yan Xing was perched, beaming as he approached. "Lord Yan Xing, did you just say this timber could be exchanged for 200 kilograms of provisions? What treasure is this?" Yan Xing had already noticed Duaner eavesdropping from the nearby tree. Since he intended for Duaner to hear, he chose not to conceal the truth, taking the piece of wood from Duaner's hands and explaining, "This substance, while appearing as wood, is largely a type of resin known as agarwood, a highly valuable aromatic material. I am uncertain of its worth in other human territories, but I would willingly exchange 200 kilograms of provisions for a kilogram of agarwood." "Is it truly 200 kilograms of provisions?" Duaner felt dizzy, as if the ground beneath him had vanished. Hearing that this timber could be exchanged at a ratio of 20-1 had already been a staggering revelation, but now, with Yan Xing asserting it could be 200-1, Duaner felt as if he had become the wealthiest werewolf in the world. The red mud wetlands were abundant with agarwood. Yan Xing hastily steadied Duaner, who almost toppled again, dousing him with cold water. "Chief, the formation of agarwood is exceedingly challenging. High-quality agarwood often requires hundreds or even thousands of years to develop. While there may be a significant quantity of agarwood in the red mud wetlands, it certainly isn't as abundant as you might think. Otherwise, those 4 werewolves would not have taken so long to salvage only a small amount of agarwood. Moreover, once this precious resource is fully harvested, it will not reappear for quite some time." Yan Xing's words jolted Duaner back to reality. Indeed, 200 kilograms of provisions would not even suffice for his entire tribe's daily sustenance. Even if he excavated all the agarwood from the red mud wetlands, how long could it last? At that moment, Yan Xing added, "The agarwood in the red mud wetlands is limited, but the agarwood throughout the entire Thunder Marsh is undoubtedly beyond our imagination. Even the agarwood along the marsh's edges, which is yet to be discovered, is an immeasurable fortune. Chief Duaner, do you not think the red mud wetlands is too small for your tribe? To merely use the precious agarwood for exchanging provisions is a tremendous waste." Yan Xing's words seemed to open a door that Duaner had never contemplated before. If agarwood could be exchanged for such vast quantities of provisions, It could also be traded for weapons. The werewolves of the foul water forest sought to seize his red mud wetlands, yet he could just as easily conquer the foul water forest and surrounding werewolf territories. Previously, Duaner had only dreamed of instilling fear in the nearby werewolf tribes, but now he envisioned so much more. Chapter 46. A clean and decisive ambush, Lord Yanxing. Duaner, somewhat agitated, rubbed his hands together and asked, "Are you suggesting that I can exchange the agarwood from the red mud wetlands for weapons from you? Then, I could arm my warriors with these weapons to attack other werewolf territories, conquer their lands, and seize their werewolf warriors. Subsequently, I could continue to exchange the agarwood from their territories for more weapons, arming my newly acquired forces and perpetually expanding outward." Yanxing widened his eyes, gazing intently at the exuberant and animated Duaner as he spoke. Only after he finished did Yanxing inquire, "Tribe leader, the thunderous marsh is vast. Even the peripheral areas are considerable. How long do you intend to consume it bite by bite? Moreover, since we are all werewolves, why must we resort to mutual destruction?" Duaner, pulled back from his reverie by Yanxing, responded in confusion, "Master Yanxing, what you just said is not the intention. Did you not advise me to expand our territory?" Yanxing replied, "I did indeed encourage you to expand your territory, and I even wished to assist you in unifying the werewolf clans on the outskirts of the Thunderous Marsh. But I never suggested you engage in constant warfare, consuming a bite and taking half a day to digest it. You won't be able to annex many clans, and the other werewolf factions will grow wary. The marsh's terrain is intricate. Even if you were to equip your warriors with the same full set of gear as those from the Eternal Territory, seizing other werewolf territories would not be an easy feat." Duaner finally calmed down. Indeed, the marsh's terrain was excessively complex. Natural traps lay hidden everywhere, and even the werewolves of the territory dared not recklessly roam, let alone engage in battle as intruders, should they fall into a quagmire. The full steel armor would only hasten their demise. But how can we expand our territory without fighting? Duaner pondered, unable to conceive an alternative method. Yanxing smiled and said, "With this agarwood, we can compel them to willingly relinquish their territory. If you trust me in this matter, simply follow my lead." Having known Yanxing for less than a day, Duaner was already profoundly impressed, now that Yanxing had painted a grand vision for him. Duaner promptly declared, "I will heed your counsel, Master Yanxing." However, regarding his own plans, Yanxing had only just formed a nascent idea and refrained from divulging too much to Duaner. Just then, Orfu relayed intelligence through the intercom. The invading werewolves from the Stinking Water Forest had already subdued the werewolves stationed at the Red Mud Wetlands. 10 werewolves were sent to scout towards the grasslands, while another 20 were heading towards the woodland. Yanxing immediately informed Duaner, 20 werewolves from the Stinking Water Forest are approaching. Prepare an ambush and ensure none escape." Duaner replied, "Rest assured, Master Yanxing. Once they enter this woodland, not a single one shall escape." Duaner slipped down from the tree and climbed back up to his concealed position. A series of woo-woo sounds echoed through the forest, followed by an enveloping silence. The croaking of frogs resumed. The glimmering surface of the water illuminated the woods like a fantastical realm from an animation. The woodland was not far from Duaner's clan's home, and soon the rustling of underbrush announced the arrival of a pack of werewolves entering the woodland. They called out woo-woo to their companions who were foraging for agarwood, yet received no reply. This lack of response did not alert the werewolves, for none could anticipate that Duaner would return so swiftly. Perhaps their companions were hidden beneath the water, searching for valuable timber. The werewolves continued deeper into the woods, soon spotting scattered pieces of wood that could be exchanged for food laid out on a flat ground. As they approached, they remained oblivious to the fact that they had entered an ambush zone. Yanxing stood above them, hidden by the dense foliage of the tree canopy, the fragrance of agarwood naturally blending him into the environment. The ambushing warriors lay concealed nearby, among the branches, in the underbrush. And even submerged in the water, with only their nostrils peeking out from beneath the lotus leaves, the nearest Stinking Water Forest werewolves were less than 2 meters away, yet they could not be seen. This once again underscored for Yanxing the difficulty of repelling external races' incursions into the marsh. Ambushes were all too simple. Gently tapping the intercom with his fingers, Yanxing signaled the armored werewolves and militia, who slowly readied their slingshots, placing marbles into the pouches, with the elastic fully drawn back. As Yanxing shouted fire, a rain of marbles flew toward the werewolves who were perilously close in the face of the invading enemy. The werewolves of the Red Mud Wetlands showed no mercy, directing all their marbles at the heads of the werewolves. The sudden onslaught left the surrounded werewolves dazed, with several collapsing, blood streaming from their heads. Before they could comprehend the situation, a second wave of projectiles soared toward their heads, accompanied by the buzzing of hornets. The werewolves from the stinking water forest, bombarded by the relentless marbles, scrambled in disarray, clutching their heads, while the hornets drew closer in a frantic panic. The land within the woodland was limited, and some werewolves fell into puddles, while others were incapacitated by hornet stings. The ambushing werewolves and militia from the red mud wetlands seized the opportunity to spring forth from their hiding spots. Flails shattered bones, and spears pierced flesh. The massacre commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly, leaving the woodland once more in silence. The ground and water were strewn with the bodies of the stinking water werewolves, the blood staining the surface crimson. You have achieved a glorious victory after an intense battle. You have gained experience, 4,000. Your level has increased. You have gained prestige, 300, due to your outstanding performance in battle with 0 casualties. You are rewarded with an additional experience, 4,000. You have received a construction blueprint. Wolf Den, no construction restrictions. You have received divine gold, 1,200, as Duaner and the werewolves tidied the battlefield. Yan Xing examined the rewards from the battle. His level had risen to 9, and his strength had improved slightly. Theoretically, Yan Xing could handle several werewolves with a steel pipe without issue. However, attribute data and practical combat differed significantly. What Yan Xing lacked was combat experience and the bloodthirsty ferocity exhibited by werewolves in battle to end this skirmish. Even the militia displayed greater prowess than Yan Xing, thrusting their spears at werewolves without flinching. Meanwhile, Yan Xing had merely stood atop the tree. Shooting away at a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. One must protect oneself to save her life. Thus, Yan Xing continued to stand atop the tree, contentedly examining the awarded blueprint. The unrestricted wolf den construction blueprint indicated that Yan Xing could erect a wolf den anywhere. The wolf den served as a level 1 recruitment building for the Marsh clan, with a batch of level 1 werewolves available for recruitment each week. A splendid asset. In his interactions with werewolves over the past few days, Yan Xing increasingly recognized their prowess as formidable warriors. Their astonishing running and leaping abilities, coupled with innate endurance and resilience against hunger, enabled them to execute long-distance assault tactics. Moreover, as level 1 beings, they were economical to recruit in large numbers, yet their combat strength approached that of level 2 human militia. When armed, their combat capabilities could surpass level 2. Orfu had mentioned that the level 1 armored werewolf clan of the Eternal Territory could contend with the level 3 lizardmen of the marsh, holding the wolf den blueprint and gazing at the agarwood below. Yan Xing's mind began to devise a new strategy for equipping the werewolves. Chapter 47. New objectives. Duaner and the werewolves swiftly finished cleaning the battlefield. They stripped the werewolves of their clothing and equipment, tossing the bodies into the water where they would soon become mere bones. Once it was safe, Yan Xing finally descended from the tree. Duaner approached immediately, inquiring about the next course of action. Yan Xing pondered briefly before stating, "Steeltooth is sending people here to transport the agarwood, likely intending to relocate your clan's women and children. The remaining werewolves under his command can act with greater freedom, whether to fight or retreat. Now that we have slain 21 werewolves from the stinking water forest and captured 3. Orfu mentioned that 10 more werewolves have been dispatched to scout your movements, indicating Steeltooth possesses 57 werewolves. If we can further divide and eliminate them, Steeltooth will be trapped." Duaner asked, "How do we further divide them?" Yan Xing crouched down, handing Duaner a branch to sketch a map of the red mud wetlands that he marked the location of their home, the woodland, and the potential routes Steeltooth might take to retreat. Once Duaner completed the drawing, Yan Xing circled and pointed at various spots on the map. It is now clear that Steeltooth, who harbors thoughts of retreat at any moment, will not fight to the death for the red mud wetlands. He has 2 options, but whether he fights or retreats, his priority will be to ensure the safety of your clan's women and children. Therefore, as long as you reveal your whereabouts in the red mud wetlands, regardless of how many troops you returned with, Steeltooth will undoubtedly dispatch some of his werewolves to escort the women and children away before the werewolves from the woodland can retrieve the agarwood. He will then remain behind to buy time. If you appear weak, he will attack. If you seem strong, he will flee. Regardless, by removing the roots of your clan, the stinking water forest will secure an unbeatable position. I shall take a portion of our forces towards the direction of the stinking water forest to set an ambush and seize your clan's women and children. Then we can launch a two-pronged assault on your homeland. Without any reservations. Duanar nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the safety of his women and children in Steeltooth's hands indeed rendered him somewhat hesitant, fearing that in the midst of battle, the werewolves from the stinking water forest might harm them. If he could reclaim his women and children within his territory, he could fight as he pleased. The invading forces would not escape. We shall proceed as you suggest, Master Yan Xing. With the plan established, Yan Xing and Duanar divided their forces for action. Duanar sought a location to reveal his presence, while Yan Xing prepared the ambush. As anticipated, when the werewolves from the stinking water forest observed Duanar appearing in the red mud wetlands, they dispatched some werewolves to the woodland to recover those gathering agarwood while sending 15 werewolves to escort the captured women and children of the red mud wetlands toward the stinking water forest. These werewolves were particularly fierce, readily resorting to blows against those who lagged behind. Duanar's arrival took them somewhat by surprise. They were eager to hasten the escort of the women and children. In their haste, they naturally neglected to scout the path ahead, unwittingly drawing closer to the ambush Yan Xing had set. Drawing upon his previous ambush experience, Yan Xing executed his strategy once more, albeit without the assistance of the hornets. The eternally armed werewolves and militia possess an overwhelming advantage over the 15 werewolves. The armored werewolves and armored militia launch a surprise assault from either side of the path, in a single charge. They bring down the werewolves of stinking water forest, escorting women and children, stabbing them to the ground. The women and children of the red mud wetlands are thus rescued, and they are immediately armed with seized weapons and wooden clubs, causing the forces under Yan Xing's command to swell to over 100 in an instant. Consequently, only 40 stinking water forest werewolves remain, their retreat completely severed. Once Duanar and Yan Xing encircle the home of the red mud wetlands tribe, the stinking water Steeltooth has no choice but to surrender with his men. After a fierce battle, you have achieved a glorious victory. You gain experience, 16,000. You gain prestige, 1,000. Due to your outstanding performance in battle with 0 losses, you are rewarded with experience, 16,000. Your level increases. You acquire blueprints for a special building, fountain, which can increase territorial prosperity. You receive divine gold, 1,000. Your hero level rises to level 10. Please promptly visit the Knight Guild to seek out the Knight Mentor and learn new knight combat techniques. Tip: possessing a noble steed, sturdy armor, and standard knightly etiquette can leave a favorable first impression on the Knight Mentor. What exactly is the Knight Guild? Where is it located? Yan Xing is invited by Duanar to enter the abode of the red mud wetlands werewolves. This so-called home is a humble shelter constructed from branches and leaves on relatively elevated terrain. The Steeltooth of stinking water and the invading werewolves are bound and surrounded by the furious werewolves of the red mud wetlands in the center of their home. It seems that with a mere command, they could be executed en masse. Duanar then inquires of Yan Xing how to deal with these captives, entirely oblivious to the fact that as long as Yan Xing is present, he is devoid of a guiding force. Since they have surrendered, they certainly cannot be killed. Otherwise, such a reputation would spread, bringing no benefit to the red mud wetlands, Yan Xing declares, ensuring the captives' lives are spared. However, he further adds, yet they cannot be easily let go, for that would fail to deter the surrounding werewolf territories. Duanar perceives that Yan Xing's gaze has shifted towards the werewolf territories surrounding the red mud wetlands. Recalling his earlier words spoken in the Arbor Grove, unify the werewolf clans on the periphery of Thunderous Marsh. The heart of this middle-aged werewolf clan leader ignites with fervor. Whatever Lord Yan Xing decides regarding their fate, I shall abide by it. I heed your every word. Let them all be sent to work in my eternal domain. Duanar gasps in astonishment. This is far too lenient. In Duanar's understanding, sending them to work in the eternal domain is not a punishment, but a reward. Yet for Yan Xing, the eternal domain lacks nothing except laborers that he reassures Duanar. Though the stinking water werewolves invaded the red mud wetlands, they did not inflict significant casualties on your tribe. Moreover, let us adopt a long-term perspective. We are currently focused on the entire perimeter of Thunderous Marsh, rather than lingering on grievances with the stinking water clan. Duanar concedes that Yan Xing speaks wisely. His own kin have indeed suffered minimal losses. While the stinking water clan has lost over 30 werewolves, he is irked by the theft of his precious agarwood, pondering how much has been pilfered over time. However, with Yan Xing's words, Duaner calms his ire, stating, Lord Yan Xing's wisdom shines as brightly as the stars in the sky. I am but a simple creature. I need only to follow your guidance. You may take these captives. What shall I do next? Yan Xing takes a piece of agarwood from Idi's hands, smiling. Of course, we must let all the werewolf clans on the edge of Thunderous Marsh know that Lord Yan Xing of the Eternal Domain is willing to trade food for agarwood at an exchange rate of 200 kilograms for 1 kilogram. Ensure that the messenger werewolf warriors carry steel chains and slingshots. Inform those werewolf chieftains how you managed to defeat over 100 invading stinking water werewolves with just 30 men. Chapter 48. Taxation at Dawn. Duaner issues a decree for the tribe to relocate women and children to the Eternal Domain, accompanied by 30 werewolf warriors, beginning a 2-month labor to repay war debts, the steel tooth of stinking water. Along with captured stinking water werewolf warriors, is escorted toward the Eternal Domain. Thus concludes Yan Xing's series of battles concerning the Red Mud Wetlands. The Eternal Domain gains a loyal ally from the northern side of Thunderous Marsh. Duaner's tribe of the Red Mud Wetlands will establish a stronghold on the periphery of Thunderous Marsh, providing a shield for the Eternal Domain. Simultaneously, the Red Mud Wetlands will soon assume a more strategic role. Yan Xing's plans for the conquest of Thunderous Marsh are rapidly unfolding alongside the footsteps of the Red Mud Wetlands werewolves dispatched to deliver messages. Driving a truck, Yan Xing gazes through the rearview mirror at the receding marshlands. Surrounding the truck are the walking werewolves, most of whom are venturing to the Eternal Domain for the first time, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion about the unknown future and reverence for the armored giant beasts by their side. The stinking water werewolves dare not entertain any rebellious thoughts. Even the heroically esteemed Steel Tooth obediently follows the procession. The presence of those wielding steel chains and clad in half-armor exerts immense pressure on them. The marshland tribe, lacking steel, holds a greater reverence for it. As Yan Xing drives the truck, he follows the convoy's progress. Within the truck bed, militia members guard dozens of pieces of agarwood, salvaged from the waterholes of the Red Mud Wetlands Arbor Grove, representing the most significant spoils of war he has obtained. Agarwood is an exceedingly precious spice in the real world, and due to prolonged harvesting, its natural occurrence in the wild has diminished significantly. Making high-quality agarwood as rare as a treasure, its price is naturally exorbitant, steadily rising. Ordinary wild agarwood can fetch prices comparable to gold, while premium agarwood may be valued at tens of thousands per gram. Although Yan Xing lacks expertise in agarwood, he trusts the merchants who claim that the quality from the Red Mud Wetlands Arbor Grove is exceptional. In any case, considering that 200 kilograms of food in the real world could be exchanged for merely 1,000 yuan. Acquiring 1 kilogram of agarwood for 1,000 yuan is undoubtedly profitable. Hence, Yan Xing does not hesitate to take several hundred kilograms of agarwood from the Arbor Grove. During the farewell, Yan Xing generously tells Duaner, I shall take this agarwood. If you are not in urgent need of food or weapons, simply keep a record and come to my domain whenever you are in need. With a bright future ahead, Duaner feels invigorated, replying to Yan Xing, as expected. Lord Yan Xing is thorough in his considerations. The marsh is damp, and food spoils quickly, while weapons rust easily. Lord Yan Xing, your word is your bond. I kindly ask you to store these supplies for me. Indeed, Lord Yan Xing, your word is your bond. Ha. The thought of the wealth he could acquire from the agarwood fills Yan Xing with a sense of triumph as he drives, unable to suppress his glee. He has truly struck it rich this time. Upon returning to the Eternal Domain, the triumphant convoy is met with a warm welcome from the inhabitants of the territory. Yet, amid the welcoming crowd, Yan Xing spots some emaciated, ragged farmers leaning on pitchforks. He is certain these individuals do not belong to his domain, for the provisions in the Eternal Domain are exceptionally generous, even with the demanding workload. The subjects flourish, appearing robust and spirited. Even their attire consists of durable work uniforms, each equipped with gloves and shovels, exuding an air of vigor. Seeing these farmers, Yan Xing recalls his initial encounter with Gauspa and Idi. He steadies the truck, allowing Gauspa to lead the werewolves who are to serve as laborers in the territory. Then, he beckons Laoans over, pointing to the unfamiliar farmers gathering around, asking, Who are these people? Where do they come from? Laoans bows to Yan Xing, responding, Reporting to my lord. These are all refugees. They admire the prosperity of our eternal domain and your esteemed reputation, humbly requesting to join our territory. Since you were away on the expedition to the red mud wetlands, I dared not take it upon myself to allow them to join, but I offered them some food. Refugees? Yan Xing recalls his conversation with Gauspa over hot pot. Human territories can attract refugees not only through shanty recruitment, but also due to high territorial prosperity and the Lord's reputation. Although the prosperity of the eternal domain is not high, Yan Xing's personal prestige has notably increased after several battles. His heroic trait naturally draws the attention of refugees. With the threat of war in the vicinity alleviated, refugees are now arriving. It truly is a case of a timely opportunity. What the eternal domain currently lacks is laborers. As for werewolves, having witnessed the abject condition of the werewolf homes in the red mud wetlands, Yan Xing harbors little hope for the werewolves to perform meticulous tasks. They are merely capable of brute strength. For genuine territorial development, reliance on human farmers remains essential. How many refugees have arrived? Yan Xing inquires. Lao Hans replies, 24 have come. They are all here. Wow, so many. A single farmer's hut can typically recruit around 15 farmers. Yet this time, 24 have arrived directly. Although the farmers from the hut are all young adults, this group of refugees includes both the elderly and the young. Nevertheless, the eternal domain currently offers ample work opportunities, regardless of age. There is a suitable position for everyone. Yan Xing surveys the gathering refugees. Their expressions were filled with uncertainty, seemingly fearful that this lord would not take them in. Shouldn't they utter a few words befitting their lord's status? However, after much contemplation, Yan Xing could not conjure up a speech of any substance. He could only wave his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Hans, collect the taxes. The lord collecting taxes signified the acknowledgement of these wandering peasants as subjects of the eternal territory. It was a blessing. All the refugees joyfully knelt, presenting the week's taxes with both hands, and chanted alongside Hans, Lord Yan Xing, your word is your bond. Observing the glimmering gold coins in their palms, Yan Xing could not help but smile. Hans, serving as the tax officer, swiftly gathered the taxes from this batch of new subjects and presented them to Yan Xing. Yan Xing stored these divine gold coins in his designated space for divine gifts, then addressed Hans, saying, In the future, should any such refugees seek to join our territory, you need not consult me. Simply collect their taxes directly. Our eternal territory has ample food and clothing, regardless of how many refugees arrive. Your lord can provide for them. Yes, my lord. While the tax-paying farmers were agreeable, not every human domain dared to indiscriminately gather peasants. After all, divine gold coins cannot be consumed as sustenance that a shortage of food could lead to famine, adversely affecting the prosperity of the territory and the goodwill of its people, thus inciting various territorial crises. Yet, Yan Xing, who dared to exchange 200 kilograms of grain for a kilogram of agarwood, never worried about food shortages. Thinking of agarwood, a smile crept across Yan Xing's face. Hans, take these newly admitted subjects and move the agarwood from the cart into the warehouse. Then find Gauspa and Eddie for clothing and shovels. Once the taxes are settled, it's time to get to work. Your lord will fetch you breakfast. Chapter 49. I admire you. While Hans was unloading the cargo with the new subjects, Yan Xing did not immediately return to the real world with breakfast. Instead, he first went to the gazebo where he had invited the one-eared wolf last night. The table beneath the gazebo still held the unfinished food from last night. After taking a seat, Eddie and Orf brought over Steel Tooth, the stinking water forest wolf, and had him sit in the spot previously occupied by the one-eared wolf. This time, Yan Xing did not allow his subordinates to untie Steel Tooth. He gnawed on a chicken foot, silently observing Steel Tooth, a heroic unit. Steel Tooth was significantly larger than other wolfmen, appearing even stronger than the one-eared wolf. He wore a hard leather armor that was tattered in several places, and his head bore the swellings from the blows of the red mud swamp wolves. After finishing a chicken foot, Yan Xing took a sip of red wine and then addressed Steel Tooth. I once knew a wolfman named Steel Tooth, whom I greatly admired and wished to recruit as my subordinate. Yet in the end, he perished, a victim of his own folly. But you are different. You possess a keen intellect. All the decisions you made in the red mud swamp were correct. You merely encountered me. Although you were defeated and captured, I still hold you in high regard. You have the mind to become a great wolfman hero. The stinking water forest, even combined with the red mud swamp, is far too small for you. You deserve a grander stage. Steeltooth was taken aback by the words of this human lord. Honestly, the sights he had witnessed from the swamp to this human territory had left him profoundly astonished. Particularly, the amount of steel used in the territory's trenches and protective walls surpassed all the iron he had seen in his lifetime. Steeltooth inquired, "Esteemed lord, are you attempting to recruit me?" "Indeed," Yan Xing replied confidently, "but I also understand that you will not easily agree. I merely hope that during your period of servitude, you can restrain your subordinates and diligently work for me. I guarantee your safety and sustenance, like the wolfmen from the Red Mud Swamp who came to serve. You will be free in 2 months. However, if you cause trouble or attempt to escape during this time, I shall join forces with the one-eared wolf and invade the stinking water forest." Yan Xing indeed admired Steeltooth. He possessed a rare intellect among wolfmen. During the conquest of the Red Mud Swamp, he first utilized smaller wolfmen to force the defenders of the Red Mud Swamp home to surrender, thus minimizing his own casualties. In defense, he also considered various potential scenarios and devised effective countermeasures. It could be said that without Yan Xing's assistance, the Red Mud Swamp would eventually fall to the stinking water forest tribe. However, Steeltooth also revealed certain shortcomings. Despite his name, Steeltooth lacked the fierce vigor typical of wolfmen. When surrounded, he did not lead his troops in a battle to break free, but chose to surrender instead. Therefore, in Yan Xing's eyes, Steeltooth was not suitable for commanding troops independently, but rather for providing strategic counsel. In the campaign against the Wolfman tribes on the edge of the Thunderous Marsh, Yan Xing required a cunning individual familiar with the customs and habits of the marsh tribes to aid him. By extending an olive branch to Steeltooth, Yan Xing did not expect him to pledge fealty immediately. For the wolfmen of the stinking water forest, without a life-threatening situation, serving 2 months in the Eternal Territory seemed entirely reasonable. As for whether this human lord would release him after 2 months, Steeltooth had little doubt. After all, humans placed immense value on their family honor. "Lord Yan Xing, your word is your bond." The resounding affirmation within the territory suggested that the likelihood of his failing to uphold his promises was slim. Steeltooth remarked, "Esteemed lord, if we work here for you, can you assure that the one-eared wolf will not attack the stinking water forest?" After Steeltooth's defeat, the stinking water forest wolf tribe had suffered significant losses. The Red Mud Swamp tribe had received material support from the Eternal Territory, and their weaponry and equipment posed an advantage over the stinking water forest tribe. As per custom, the one-eared wolf would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade the stinking water forest. Yan Xing replied, "I can restrain the one-eared chieftain from invading the stinking water forest. You may also send a wolfman back to inform your kin of your safety, even if the clawed wolves come to visit you. I shall guarantee their freedom of entry and exit. Of course, all of this hinges on your lack of hostility towards me." Steeltooth stated, "Both the one-eared wolf and I have been defeated by your hand. The stinking water forest tribe will certainly not wish to become your enemies. I will send a wolfman back to inform my brother of our situation here and your generous kindness." With Steeltooth's assurance, Yan Xing finally felt secure enough to leave the territory. After all, the situation of the stinking water forest wolves differed greatly from that of the Red Mud Swamp wolves. If they were to incite a riot, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage on the Eternal Territory. Yan Xing instructed Orf to untie Steeltooth, then stood up and pointed at the food on the table, saying, "Eat. A well-fed worker is a productive worker." As he departed the territory and drove back to the real world, Yan Xing first visited Su's old shop to procure breakfast. Due to the unexpected influx of wolfmen and farmers into the Eternal Territory without prior notice, Antley had not prepared sufficient provisions. However, the territory's warehouse still contained a fair amount of dog food, enough to resolve the breakfast dilemma for the day. Observing the cart brimming with food, Yan Xing realized that certain issues could no longer be overlooked. After all, he was but one person. He could not afford to squander his time on the repeated transportation of goods, while he might manage for now as the population of the territory grew. So too would the demand for resources. How much could one person, with a single cart, transport in a day, 24 hours? Particularly, the exchange of grain for agarwood would soon spread through the Thunderous Marsh. The Eternal Territory must stockpile hundreds of tons of grain in advance to ensure the smooth execution of upcoming plans. Given that this cart could carry only 5 tons, even with overloading, it would take a considerable amount of time. Should he still transport building materials? Could he attend to other matters? It seemed necessary to rent a warehouse. He could place orders and have merchants deliver the required goods directly to the warehouse. This way, he could transport bulk items to the Eternal Territory in one go. However, warehouse management and inventory would require personnel. Thus, he needed to establish a company. In the future, when he wished to procure items, placing orders through the company would save him considerable time. Running a company, hiring employees, renting warehouses, and procuring supplies all required funding. Yan Xing had already spent a significant portion of the gold he had sold, and divine gold was an irreplaceable resource for the construction of the territory. It would be a pity to exchange it for cash. Fortunately, he had discovered agarwood in the thunderous marsh. Yan Xing's curiosity about the marsh was also spurred by this discovery. Money was essential for implementing all his plans. The most secure and convenient method to convert agarwood into cash was through auction. From the numerous pieces of agarwood he had brought back from the red mud swamp, Yan Xing selected a relatively well-shaped piece weighing about 1 kilogram to test the waters. He wanted to ascertain its true value. Chapter 50. Resource Shortage. Zhujiang City, as an international metropolis, naturally boasted numerous world-renowned auction houses. Yan Xing took the agarwood to a reputable auction house with a solid reputation for appraisal. The experts at the auction house regarded the piece of agarwood he brought as an exceptional rarity. Estimating its value between 5 million and 7 million. If auctioned, it could potentially exceed 10 million. However, the auction house personnel advised Yan Xing to seek out a renowned sculptor to carve the agarwood into an art piece based on its unique patterns, significantly enhancing its value. Yet, employing a master sculptor would undoubtedly require considerable time, and with various processing steps, it could take a year or two. Yan Xing had no time to wait. A million was already making his head spin with possibilities. This was just 1 kilogram of agarwood. He had hundreds of kilograms of this grade stashed in the Eternal Territory's warehouse. How much agarwood lay within the red mud swamp? How much was there throughout the thunderous marsh? If all were sold without depreciation, what would 2 ma be worth? What would gates amount to? This lord would hardly cast them a glance that, of course, the high value of agarwood stemmed from its rarity. If Yan Xing truly decides to liquidate the agarwood he has acquired into the real world, even the finest items could plummet to the price of cabbage. As for becoming a tycoon, that is something best kept to oneself. There is no need for ostentation. One must maintain a low profile and exercise discretion over the quantity of agarwood that flows into the tangible realm. I am in urgent need of money. Yan Xing expressed his pressing financial situation, his face reflecting considerable reluctance as he said, "There is no need to engage renowned artisans for carving. That I kindly request that your esteemed auction house expedite the arrangement of this agarwood's auction, seeking a new owner who will truly appreciate it." Given the client's request, the auction house refrained from offering excessive suggestions. The procedures for consignment were swiftly completed. After leaving the auction house, Yan Xing sought an appropriate warehouse, simultaneously commissioning an agency to assist with the company registration process. He rented an office within a commercial building and also sought out several recent graduates on a talent website, sending out invitations for interviews. After a day filled with bustling activity, which included multiple trips to procure supplies for Eternal Territory, Yan Xing finally returned to his weary abode by nightfall. That a lord is exhausted as he was must be a rare sight in this world. The development of Eternal Territory did not stall in the absence of its lord. Gaospa, Eddie, Lohan, and Orf had become well acquainted with their respective duties. The steel-armored wolfmen, under Giospa's leadership, conducted reconnaissance around the periphery of Eternal Territory. Their primary task was to ascertain the boundaries that the territory could encompass. To the south, they confirmed the proximity of human territories. To the east, they discovered the ocean, and to the west, they established sentries to prevent orcs and elves from circumventing their defenses. Eddie commanded the human militia responsible for safeguarding the territory, while Lohan oversaw tax collection, ensuring the presence of farmers and laborers to work. Gaospa was tasked with the meticulous counting and distribution of supplies. Each individual performed their role diligently. The provision of good food and soup kept the subjects, laborers, and captives content and motivated, creating a vibrant atmosphere within the territory. Shanties were erected, and the population of farmers increased by 15. The wolf den was established, allowing for the recruitment of 10 werewolves each week at the price of 20 gold coins per werewolf. Although this was 5 gold coins cheaper than the second-tier militia, it was still quite an expense. Yan Xing reluctantly handed over the gold coins to recruit all the werewolves from the den. At present, Eternal Territory's standing military forces consisted of 16 second-tier steel-armored militia, 18 first-tier steel-armored werewolves, and 1 second-tier elite howler. While not overwhelmingly strong, Yan Xing felt confident that he could engage in a skirmish with a pack of werewolves numbering under 100 with his current forces. He instructed Lohan to take the newly recruited farmers and entrusted the management of the werewolves to Andy. The flickering campfires illuminated the territory as Yan Xing, accompanied by Gaospa, continued his inspection. All encountered humans, and werewolves respectfully stepped to the side. Bowing reverently to their lord, Yan Xing amiably greeted his subjects. He inquired of Gaospa, "What does the territory currently lack?" Gaospa, walking alongside Yan Xing, replied, "My lord, aside from food, we are in short supply of everything else. The bricks and cement ran out this afternoon, and we have also exhausted our stock of barbed wire and spiked ropes. The blacksmith's workshop you requested has been completed, but without timber, we cannot produce charcoal. And without charcoal, we cannot smelt iron. Furthermore, with the sudden influx of werewolves, we have depleted our reserves of tents and soap. Soap has run out. How is that possible? Did I not provide each of you with a bar? You could wash 8 times a day and still not use it all." Upon his arrival in this world, Yan Xing had been significantly troubled by the foul odors emanating from Gaospa and Eddie. The pungent scent of hot pot was utterly eclipsed by their malodorous presence. The werewolves, too, bore an offensive odor. Thus, when Yan Xing returned to the real world for a large procurement, he made sure to purchase several boxes of soap, one for each individual, urging them to wash promptly. Soap became a standard provision for the subjects of Eternal Territory. However, regarding the other urgently needed supplies mentioned by Gaospa, Yan Xing could understand. After all, they were consumables, and the demands of territory construction were considerable. How could a single bar of soap be consumed so swiftly? It had only been a few days. Even if they were to drink the soap water, it would hardly be depleted. Surely they hadn't eaten it all. Gaospa quickly clarified, "My lord, the soap in stock was taken by Orf and his steel-armored werewolves. After using the soap to wash, these werewolf warriors have become quite appealing to the female werewolves from the red mud wetlands." Yan Xing comprehended. The limited quantity of soap he had procured was allocated solely to the subjects of Eternal Territory. Werewolf laborers and captives from the red mud wetlands and stinking water forest were not afforded such privileges. The transformation in appearance of the werewolves after washing with soap was remarkable. What had Orf looked like upon capture? He truly resembled a mire-dwelling creature, having rolled in the mud, not only foul-smelling but with matted fur and a dull coat. What about Orf after washing with soap? He now sported soft, fluffy, and lustrous fur that was irresistibly inviting to touch. The stench was gone, replaced by a delicate floral fragrance. His physique appeared significantly larger and stronger. Could such a magnificent male werewolf be resisted by the female werewolves? A soap that could rejuvenate a werewolf. Could it be resisted by the female werewolves? It turned out, Orf and his companions were using my soap to pursue their romantic endeavors. This bodes well for increasing the population of the territory. Tomorrow, I shall bring back another batch of soap for Orf and the others. Let us strive to ensure that all the female werewolves conceive. Yes, my lord. Chapter 51. Competitors. The funds for soap are a trivial matter. However, concerning the other scarce supplies, Yan Xing glanced at his balance and felt truly overwhelmed. The deposits for renting the warehouse and office had already been made, with the sudden increase in mouths to feed. The cost of provisions would also rise. Additionally, there were expenses for company registration, and he had to reserve a portion for emergencies. Currently, Yan Xing found himself in a state of financial constraint, although there were some divine coins available for cash exchange. After recruiting militia and werewolves, he realized that every divine coin must be utilized judiciously. If not for the 1,000 divine coins received as a reward, he would have been left coveting the soldiers within the recruitment building. Furthermore, the costs associated with the development of the territory required substantial building materials and supplies, not something that could be resolved by selling a few coins. Therefore, until the funds from the sale of Agarwood were received, every expenditure must be meticulously calculated. While new buildings could not be constructed, excavation was still an option. They would first dig a trench for a moat, a standard feature for a city. The soil excavated could be utilized for the future construction of walls, and the waterway would facilitate the territory's development by providing a convenient water source, as for the source of water for the moat. Having visited the Thunder Marsh once, Yan Xing had already devised a plan. He intended to excavate a canal between Eternal Territory and the red mud wetlands, allowing the abundant water from the marsh to flow directly into Eternal Territory. This canal would not only supply water to the territory, but also facilitate the transportation of goods between Eternal Territory and the Thunder Marsh, such as timber. The stone materials for the territory's development could be substituted with bricks, but steel could not entirely replace wood. Since there were no timber resources surrounding Eternal Territory, the Thunder Marsh was rich in them. With a canal, timber from the marsh could be swiftly and conveniently transported to Eternal Territory. Of course, with the current manpower, they could not excavate the canal, but preliminary planning could be undertaken. After discussions with Gausba and Lohan, Yan Xing decided to initiate the moat excavation project. Centered around the existing territory, they would extend outward 100 meters to dig the moat. The area within the moat would serve as the central district of the territory, designated for the future construction of the Lord's Castle. The regions beyond the moat could be reasonably planned once the population of the territory increased, expanding outward, layer by layer, second ring, third ring, fourth ring, fifth ring. The next day, the laborers of Eternal Territory began excavating the moat, while Yan Xing busied himself with his company in the real world. The registration process for the company was remarkably smooth. Facilitated by ample funds, Yan Xing soon obtained all necessary certificates and licenses for the Eternal Lands Trading Company. Within the company office, he arranged several desks, equipped with computers and essential office supplies. After casually interviewing a few recent graduates, he promptly placed them on duty. Since the company's operations were not in the real world, there was no need for skilled employees to be on site, as long as someone was present in the office to place orders online based on the boss's requirements. That sufficed. When goods arrived, they would simply open the warehouse door, verify the quantities, and there was no need for anyone to remain on guard at the warehouse. They would work regular hours, and Yan Xing would oversee the transportation of supplies at night, ensuring everything was secured. A few days later, the exquisite agarwood placed in the auction house was sold for a staggering price of 12 million to a collector whose identity remains undisclosed. With ample funds now at his disposal, the Eternal Lands Company began to operate smoothly. Yan Xing was finally able to extricate himself from the myriad of mundane affairs in reality and devote himself entirely to the impending transformations awaiting his territory. Would the human merchants who had acquired agarwood at a low price from the werewolves in the Thunder Marsh easily relinquish their inexpensive source of spices in the face of immense profits? Yan Xing would not, and neither would they. Stephen Eden was a merchant from the Golden Oak Chamber of Commerce. Each month, he traversed the fringes of the Thunder Marsh under the protection of mercenaries. His caravan transported carts laden with food, halting just outside the territories of familiar werewolf clans. The werewolves would await their arrival at designated trading points, exchanging some of the marsh's specialties with Eden for the provisions. There were herbs, animal hides, scales, and also spices. The transactions proceeded in an orderly fashion. Few dared to enter the marsh, and even fewer would engage in trade with the savage marsh tribes, uncertain on how to engage with the wolfmen. There are times when one may not even realize how they have met their demise at their hands. Eden expended considerable time and resources to establish this trade route, enduring significant sacrifices along the way. Initially, he painstakingly forged connections and trust with the wolf clans, gradually embarking on trade that opened this path, which others dared not tread. The absence of competition heralded high profits, particularly after Eden discovered that the Thunder Marsh concealed the exquisite agarwood, a rare and luxurious commodity. His profits soared, elevating his standing within the merchant guild. Eden's newfound wealth inevitably attracted the covetous gaze of other human traders towards the Thunder Marsh. However, Eden was resolute in safeguarding the source of his riches from prying eyes. Numerous human merchants had perished in the vicinity of the Thunder Marsh. Until now, Eden's dominion over this trade route had remained unchallenged. Yet, during his recent dealings on the outskirts of the Thunder Marsh, he swiftly sensed something amiss. The agarwood received by his caravan from the wolf clan was alarmingly scant. Eden recognized that this rare commodity tends to diminish in availability with excessive harvesting. However, the reserves within the Thunder Marsh could not possibly account for such a drastic reduction. Furthermore, some wolves engaging in trade with him had inquired whether the purchase price for agarwood could be raised. Someone was attempting to acquire agarwood from the wolf men. This was Eden's conclusion, and it was precisely the scenario he dreaded most. The profits from spices were exceedingly high. Competition would necessitate a price war, a situation that would lead to mutual destruction. The best way to eliminate competition, of course, was to eliminate the rival. Eden had resorted to such measures in the past. Yet, he remained oblivious to the origin of his current competitor. Clarity was imperative. Upon reaching the outer territory of another wolf clan, a group of wolves approached, laden with goods for trade. Recognizing the leading wolf, Eden promptly dismounted from his cart. He greeted the wolf chief with fervor, embracing him and inquiring, "Leader of the Claw, I usually trade with Steel Fong. What brings you here this time?" The leader of the Claw surveyed Eden's caravan and the mercenaries stationed around for protection before replying. "Steel Fong is unable to attend." "Eden, my friend, concerning the timber we previously sold you, what is its true value in terms of grain?" Sensing a hint of hostility in the leader of the Claw's tone, Eden swiftly responded, "Leader of the Claw, please do not be swayed by falsehoods. My offer was exceedingly fair. Do you not recall that some of the timber you provided was of exceptional quality? I could have easily continued trading 10 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram. But as an honest merchant, I chose to offer you an additional 10 kilograms. Regardless of what promises others may make, their benefits are fleeting. Once I depart from this trade route, I assure you that your timber will yield no more than a 1-to-1 exchange for grain." Chapter 52. The mysterious Lord Eden's eloquent words not only cast doubt upon the veracity of the rumors, but also instilled caution among the other wolf clans regarding their dealings with him. The clans that engaged in trade with Eden had become reliant on his caravan, exchanging items they typically deemed unnecessary for grain, thus alleviating their food scarcity. Consequently, the wolf clans valued their relationship with Eden, even willing to eliminate those who ventured too close to the marsh in exchange for grain as recompense. The rumor of a 200-to-1 exchange rate for agarwood spread among the wolves of the Red Mud Wetlands. Yet the other clans could not discern the truth of the claims. The allure of such a conversion rate dissuaded them from hastily selling Eden their agarwood. The leader of the Claw, with sincerity in his demeanor, stated, "I certainly believe you, my friend, that it is your grain that has spared us from the need to abandon some of our young. However, the wolves of the Red Mud Wetlands are proclaiming that Lord Yan Xing of the Eternal Territory is willing to exchange timber for agarwood at a rate of 200-to-1. This price far exceeds what you have offered us." "What? Someone is offering a 200-to-1 price for agarwood? Has he lost his mind?" Upon hearing this figure, Eden was taken aback. The spice merchants within the Golden Oak Guild offered a rate that equated to merely 300 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood. After deducting the expenses incurred traveling to the Thunder Marsh, the cost of grain, and the fees for hiring mercenaries, Eden would only net a profit of about 200 kilograms of grain for each kilogram of agarwood sourced from the Thunder Marsh. Eden could not fathom how a newcomer, engaging in trade with the wolf clans, could extract greater profits from agarwood. What was his intention? The leader of the Claw remarked. "As for whether this human lord is mad, I cannot say, but I do know he is a powerful and affluent lord. In any case, the wolf clans on the fringes of the Thunder Marsh are well aware of this news. You must have received very little agarwood on your journey. This is a ruse." "Undoubtedly a ruse." Eden vehemently disparaged his rival. A 200-to-1 exchange for agarwood would lead to ruin. No sane merchant would act so foolishly. "You mentioned he is a human lord?" The leader of the Claw affirmed. "Indeed, he is a human lord. His domain lies not far from here, known as the Eternal Territory. Had I not awaited your caravan, I would have already visited this neighbor." The leader of the Claw was the chieftain of the Stinking Water Forest Wolf clan, and brother to Steel Fong. That he had already received word regarding Steel Fong and gleaned information about the Eternal Territory through messages relayed by other wolves. Mysterious, wealthy, and powerful. Such were the traits the leader of the Claw associated with the Eternal Territory at that moment. He anticipated witnessing the iron walls and savoring the delicacies of the Eternal Territory, hoping to ease the tensions between the Stinking Water Forest and the Eternal Territory. The wolves of the Red Mud Wetlands had become arrogant. Emboldened by the support of the Eternal Territory, although they had refrained from attacking the Stinking Water Forest as promised, the one-eared wolf and his warriors had persistently roamed the borders of both clans' territories. Clad in gleaming steel armor, the one-eared wolf and his warriors wielded steel chain maces, occasionally crossing into the lands of the Stinking Water Forest to wreak havoc with their remarkable slingshots. Leaving the Stinking Water Forest clan in a constant state of anxiety, fearing an assault from the one-eared wolf and his warriors, the leader of the Claw had previously dispatched wolves to the Eternal Territory, hoping that Lord Yan Xing could reign in the one-eared wolf. However, Lord Yan Xing had not provided a definitive response. Steel Fong had suggested that the leader of the Claw personally visit the Eternal Territory, a notion he found prudent, The one-eared wolf was proving to be a significant nuisance. Upon learning of the leader of the Claw's intention to visit this human lord, Eden felt an even greater sense of urgency. The wolfman's heightened vigilance towards humans was the foundation of Eden's monopoly over this trade route. Should the wolfman forge connections with this lord named Yan Xing, his lucrative dealings could soon come under scrutiny. Eden addressed the leader of the Claw. Since when has a human territory appeared near the marsh? Marquis Anderson explicitly stated that humans should not disturb the tranquility of the Thunder Marsh. Leader of the Claw, I implore you to consider carefully whether to visit this unidentified human. I sense hostility emanating from him towards the marsh wolves. The leader of the Claw responded, Eden, your concerns are indeed valid. Yet I have compelling reasons to visit the Eternal Territory. Lord Yinhong's family creed is to honor their word. I doubt he would trouble the leader of a minor wolf clan. The trade has concluded. Until our next trading day, my old friend. The leader of the Claw refrained from disclosing that his resolve to visit the Eternal Territory stemmed from Steelfang's suggestion and his own fascination with the affluent realm. After completing the trade with Eden, he departed with his wolves, bearing the exchanged grain back to the marsh. Eden, watching the wolves retreat, gradually revealed a menacing expression. Everyone, return to the caravan. We shall pay a visit to Lord Yan Xing of the Eternal Territory. The caravan began to depart the marshlands, heading in the direction indicated by the leader of the Claw. With the agarwood in short supply, continuing along this trade route held little value. The furs and herbs were but trifles in this venture. With profits insufficient to cover the mercenaries' wages, seated comfortably in his carriage, Eden summoned the head of the mercenaries. In a hushed tone, he instructed, ensure your men remain vigilant. Upon reaching the Eternal Territory, follow my commands. If this lord named Yan Xing proves weak, you know what to do. The mercenary leader, clad in knightly armor, with flowing flaxen hair and several scars adorning his face, replied with a forced smile, Eden, that man is a lord, a hero. The leader of the Claw has spoken of him as wealthy and powerful. He is undoubtedly a formidable individual. He will likely have a garrison to protect him. Furthermore, this task does not fall within the scope of our agreement. You will need to increase the payment. Eden smirked coldly. I am well aware of your customs. The remuneration will not be lacking. But do not let me down. Rest assured, Eden. Upon hearing Eden's promise of payment, the mercenary leader bellowed to his subordinates, brothers, Lord Eden has bestowed upon us a grand opportunity. When we arrive at the Eternal Territory, all must be prepared for battle. Let us execute this task with precision. The mercenaries responded in unison. Eden closed the window, leaning back against the plush cushion. He had brought along formidable mercenaries to safeguard himself while trading in the Thunder Marsh. Having successfully repelled wolf attacks on multiple occasions, the mercenary leader, Yalan, is a knightly hero. Within his mercenary company, there are 2 6th-tier guards, 6 5th-tier infantry, 15 3rd-tier archers, and 22nd-tier militia. Their weapons and armor are of exceptional quality, and they possess ample arrows to in the face of a small-scale assault by a pack of werewolves. This mercenary force is more than capable of handling the threat for the Eternal Territory. A month ago, Eden had heard no news of any human settlements near the marshes. Among the vassals of Marquis Anderson, there was no noble by the name of Yan Xing in the Gale Heights. If one is not a vassal of Marquis Anderson, there is little to fear. Yan Xing appears to be a minor lord who has emerged from obscurity in just a month. His territory consists of nothing more than a dilapidated village, and it would be fortunate if he has a handful of militia under his command. Yalan shares this sentiment. The prospect of earning such easy money is irresistible. Chapter 53. New armor, new steed in the direction of the Eternal Territory. With funds secured, the company is now operational. A steady flow of supplies has brought the construction of the Eternal Territory back on track. During this period, several waves of refugees have arrived, resulting in a population surge as 2 farmers' shelters, a militia dormitory, and a wolf den were erected within a week. Currently, the population of those dining within Yinhong's territory has exceeded 300, with farmers in the territory providing a weekly tax of 167 coins. Although expenditures still surpass income, the previous divine grant of gold coins allows for full recruitment and population refresh for a time. Cash is abundant, enabling purchases of any desired items. Thus, Yan Xing commissioned a suit of armor for himself. The armor is crafted from titanium alloy. Though costly, Yan Xing is not short on funds. The plates are uniformly 2 millimeters thick, With critical areas reinforced to 5 millimeters. The design features a Western Gothic retro style. The armor envelopes the entire body, its surface polished to a mirror finish and adorned with gilded accents and intricate patterns. Combined with some modern cinematic embellishments and silk decorations, it exudes an extraordinary splendor. Setting aside the armor's defensive capabilities, its appearance alone is sufficient to make it instantly recognizable amidst throngs of soldiers. Yan Xing ordered this suit not out of a desire to become the focus of attention, but solely for the advancement of his heroic profession. Upon reaching level 10 as a hero, the system prompted him to seek a profession mentor to learn vocational skills, kindly providing some essential notes. A warhorse of noble lineage. Sturdy armor and adherence to knightly etiquette can leave a favorable first impression on the knight mentor. As for the warhorse, Yan Xing has already acquired one, a purebred Akeltech. Its advantages include great strength, rapid speed, and remarkable endurance. It possesses a slender physique, long neck, and delicate skin and hair, moving with grace. When Yan Xing visited the horse farm, despite the owner employing various technical jargon to extol the breed's virtues, it was a single pivotal statement that solidified Yan Xing's decision. The Akeltech is also known as the Heavenly Blood Horse. Why didn't you mention it was a Heavenly Blood Horse earlier? We Chinese are familiar with that name. This horse is clearly a divine steed. Beautiful. Yan Xing promptly decided to purchase the Akeltech and requested to try riding the white-coated Heavenly Blood Horse. Its sweat glistened red. A white horse in silver armor is indeed impressive. As a knightly hero, although Yan Xing had never ridden a horse before, he quickly discerned the characteristics and temperament of the steed upon mounting, thanks to his professional aptitude. After selecting the horse, he adorned it with a splendid saddle. Paying a hefty sum of 6 million in one go, Yan Xing departed the farm amidst the owner's enthusiastic farewells. With the horse chosen, Yan Xing's standards for armor were equally focused on functionality and appearance. Though the latter was prioritized, after all, he was to meet a profession mentor. It is unlikely the mentor would test the armor's defensive capabilities by striking it with a sword upon their first encounter. The mentor, too, has a reputation to uphold. Therefore, the visual impact of the armor plays a significant role in shaping first impressions, which is why Yan Xing ensured his armor would be so strikingly ornate. The armor features leather and fabric linings, as well as built-in fans for ventilation and cooling. The manufacturer assumed that the client ordered this suit for a convention and thoughtfully included hidden ambient lights at the connection points of the armor. When donned, the ambient lights illuminate, and the internal fans activate, causing the decorative silks to flutter, creating a sensation of a war god descending in his lordly chamber. Yan Xing admired himself in the mirror, turning this way and that. Feeling that the several tens of thousands spent were truly worthwhile, he then grasped a double-handed greatsword crafted by the territory's blacksmith. I am now the most splendid figure in the entire Eternal Territory. Just as Yan Xing was engrossed in taking selfies with his phone, Gaspard called from outside. My lord, a merchant claiming to be from the Golden Oak Trading Company seeks an audience. Pausing his selfies, Yan Xing inquired, what is the merchant's name? How many have arrived? What business does he have with me? Reporting to my lord. The merchant identifies himself as Stephen Eden, accompanied by a merchant caravan and a contingent of mercenaries, totaling 63 individuals. Merchant Eden states he has come to Eternal Territory to engage in business with you. Finally, he has arrived. From Steel Tooth, Yan Xing learned that Eden is the human merchant who has been purchasing agarwood at low prices from the werewolves of the Thunder Marsh, having raised the purchase price of agarwood to 200 to 1. It is no surprise that this fellow has come knocking. Moreover, he has brought mercenaries. His intentions may not be benign. Set up a tent in the center of the territory. Have Eddie and Orf don the new armor I provided for them. Equip their weapons, and wait at the tent to showcase the might and armament of our Eternal Territory. After a moment's thought, Yan Xing added, let Steel Tooth join as well. Arrange a seat for him near me. Yes, my lord. The merchant Stephen Eden, along with his caravan and mercenaries, was granted entry into the Eternal Territory. As they traversed the land, they were met with astonishment. The first thing that struck them was the ironclad walls fortified by barbed wire. They had assumed that the region, lacking in stone and timber, would feature little more than a low earthen barrier. The existence of iron walls was utterly beyond their expectations. Such extravagance! How many armies could be armed with this much iron? Gazing upon the modest iron walls, the impact on Eden and the mercenaries was greater than if they had encountered a stone fortress. Their earlier ambitions were quickly diminished. Next, they beheld numerous human farmers and werewolves laboring, wielding steel shovels. Similar tools existed in this world, typically made of wood, with the better ones merely having ironclad shovel heads. Yet, the laborers of Eternal Territory utilized shovels entirely forged from steel. Indeed, steel. As a seasoned merchant who had traveled far and wide, Eden recognized at a glance that these shovels were crafted from steel. Steel is far more challenging to smelt and acquire than iron, primarily reserved for weaponry. Even some knight's armor is not entirely fashioned from steel. Here, a simple farming tool is constructed from such abundant steel. This is no longer mere extravagance or waste. It is a sacrilege against steel, observing the farmers and werewolves wielding steel shovels with sharp precision. Eden and the mercenaries were left wide-eyed. These tools were meant to pierce the chests of foes. Who exactly is this Lord Yan Xing of the Eternal Territory? Steel Tooth claimed he was wealthy. But this is wealth beyond measure. This is not merely affluence. It is wealth coupled with prodigality. Yet, the surprises for the visitors were far from over as Eden and his mercenaries were ushered deeper into the territory. They were suddenly blinded by dazzling light. What manner of custom is this? Why have they erected so many mirrors to reflect the sunlight upon us? When Eden and the mercenaries finally discerned what was reflecting the sunlight, they were left speechless, their feet seemingly enchanted, unable to move. Steel armor. It was steel plate armor. The Lord here has equipped his army with full steel plate armor, and the wearers are none other than first-tier werewolves and second-tier militia. Is this the doing of a human being? Where are we? Chapter 54. The steel-armored army. Initially, Yan Xing had equipped the militia and werewolves with leather armor as a stopgap measure, a solution born from a lack of time and resources. Now that funds are plentiful, he naturally sought to replace such rudimentary armor. Leather armor may offer reasonable protection against arrows and blades, but when faced with the chain flails wielded by werewolves, it is only marginally superior to cloth armor and may even fall short of good hardened leather. Such standards are unacceptable for Yan Xing, who, after all, is the invisible tycoon of Earth. Could he furnish his troops with such meager gear? Besides, with so few soldiers in the territory, each injury or loss represents a significant setback. Thus, while ordering his own armor, Yan Xing also procured armor for the militia and werewolves, although not crafted from titanium alloy. They were nonetheless made from high-quality steel. The militia received full suits of retro Gothic armor, their helmets designed with only a narrow slit for the eyes. The armor's surface was polished to ensure a reflection could be seen. With such armor donned, shields became unnecessary. Each militia member was outfitted with a 3-meter-long spear and provided with a steel short sword for close combat. The responsibilities of the militia on the battlefield were thus made clear through this equipment. Heavy infantry armed with long spears, tasked with fortifying the front lines and forming an ironclad defense. In defense, they would halt enemy advances. In offense, they would press forward as a cohesive unit against the enemy ranks. However, the militia's visibility was compromised when encased in heavy armor. To ensure these heavily armored spearmen could accurately execute commands on the battlefield, Yan Xing also acquired a set of military drums. Currently, the heavy infantry are engaged in marching drills to the rhythm of the drums. Due to their unique physiology, werewolf warriors cannot wear full human armor, and their characteristics render them unsuitable for heavy infantry roles. The werewolves excel in running and leaping, endowed with a natural gift for endurance. They are inherently a light offensive unit. Consequently, Yan Xing equips his werewolf warriors with half-plate armor, small round shields, and steel chain flails, striving to enhance their defensive capabilities while ensuring their mobility. The battlefield role of the armored werewolves is undoubtedly offensive, adeptly utilizing their innate endurance to execute grand flanking maneuvers. However, given the current tactical proficiency of the werewolves in the Eternal Territory, they are yet unable to master such complex strategies. Nonetheless, they can competently protect their flanks and launch attacks against the enemy's side. Other skills can be honed gradually. In any case, the appearance of the Eternal Territory's army today has transformed remarkably from its former state. Moreover, to ensure the soldiers' armor gleams with brilliance, Yan Xing has replaced their tactical vests with a combination of straps and belts, complemented by canvas bags. The items required for battle are tucked into the pockets of the straps and belts, while rations and first aid kits are stored in the backpacks. Thus, the soldiers of the Eternal Territory resemble mirrors reflecting light. This also explains Yan Xing's decision to welcome visitors outdoors, dazzling them and prompting Eden to carefully assess his own worth. Indeed, Eden is taken aback, transitioning from an arrogant demeanor upon entering the territory to now bending low. Unable to confront the blinding sunlight reflected from the armor, he has shifted from preparing to demand an explanation to contemplating how to engage in a cordial discussion with the lord of this land. The mercenaries, too, shrink back, concealing their weapons behind them. How curious it is that among this mercenary band, only Yan possesses a complete suit of armor, granted to him upon his promotion to an 11th tier knight. Now, many years have passed, and Yan has ascended to the rank of knight hero, yet he still wears that same armor, reluctant to part with it despite the repairs. The 6th tier guards don half iron and half leather armor, while the 5th tier infantry are clad in chainmail. Yet, the armor worn by the 1st and 2nd tier soldiers matches that of the 11th tier knights, and even the materials used exceed those of the knightly armor. The disparity is disheartening. Once war is declared, how will they fight? The militia and archers stand no chance against them. Even the 5th and 6th tier soldiers may struggle to fell a mere 2nd tier militiaman. The mercenaries have lost their former bravado, each resembling a wilted eggplant. Even Yan, a hero, stands obediently to the side, dutifully fulfilling the role of a guard. Gasper, who brings Eden into the territory, invites the guest into a tent guarded by heavy soldiers. Please wait here. Mr. Eden, my lord will be with you shortly. Gasper then pours a glass of red wine for Eden and has a peasant bring over some uneaten apples. Unlike the werewolves and peasants, Eden recognizes quality that he first notices the elegant goblet holding the red wine and the ceramic fruit dish containing the apples that he picks up the goblet, inhales the wine's aroma, and takes a sip. It is a rather low-quality vintage. How could such an inferior red wine be served in such an exquisite glass? Eden finishes the wine in one gulp and stops Gasper from refilling it. He inspects the glass closely, marveling at its flawless clarity, devoid of any imperfections or bubbles. The thickness of the goblet's walls is remarkably even, and the base is perfectly straight with no bends or curves. A light tap produces a crisp, melodious sound. Such a treasure, worthy of any noble's collection in a human city, is shockingly used to hold this inferior wine. What message is the Lord trying to convey? Then there is the dish of apples, whiter than the snow on the highest peak, rounder than the finest jade, with a sheen more delicate than milk, and more inviting to the touch than a maiden's skin. Eden carefully sets down the glass, shares the apples with his mercenaries, and examines the ceramic dish with both hands. It is not metal. It resembles stone, but is certainly not stone, for the patterns on it are neither naturally formed nor painted. What could it be? An alchemical creation. While Eden has encountered good glass before, he has never seen such colorless, bubble-free glass. As for porcelain, this is his first encounter. A traveling merchant who cannot even name this item speaks volumes about its value, surpassing even that of the glass goblet. Yet, this precious tableware is used to hold apples. What could be the Lord's intent in this display? Eden is perplexed, and the mystery surrounding this eternal territory deepens. Along with the enigmatic nature of its Lord, despite his wealth, why has he established a domain on the edge of the Thunder Marsh? With such advanced glass-making skills and exquisite tableware, he should not covet the value of agarwood. So why does he pay such a high price to acquire the agarwood from the werewolves? Regardless, the sudden appearance of Lord Yan Xing here is undoubtedly not for mere profit. He must have ulterior motives. At that moment, Gasper calls out, Lord Yan Xing has arrived. Lord Yan Xing, a man of his word. The members of the territory echo, Lord Yan Xing, a man of his word. Chapter 55. If you dare to gift, I dare to compensate. Under the watchful eyes of the territory's subjects and visitors, Yan Xing, clad in newly forged armor, approaches the tent alongside his similarly armored guards, Eddie and Orf. The armor clinks with a resonant metallic sound, each step heavy, showcasing the quality of the materials. The silver armor gleams brilliantly, adorned with exquisite golden patterns, while the red silken ribbons that serve as decoration flutter gracefully. Even in the absence of wind, has this lord's presence grown so formidable that it disrupts the very air around him? What astonishes Eden and the mercenaries even more is the glimmer of light emanating from the seams of the armor. Could this be the overflow of magical energy? From where does this lord hail? A being of such incredible power, only a superlative powerhouse could explain the abundance of seemingly free steel, as well as the glass goblets and mysterious tableware. In that instant, Eden comprehends the significance of the goblet and the tableware. The glass goblet and the mysterious dish symbolize rarity and value, denoting status and power, a reflection of the noble identity of the territory's lord. The inferior red wine and the apples served within. The wine has been consumed, the apples devoured by the mercenaries, yet the goblet and dish have been carefully returned to the table, Is this a portent of his own fate? Eden feels a flicker of fear. Before Yanxing approaches, he immediately stands and bows respectfully. Stephen Eden of the Golden Oak Merchants greets Lord Yanxing. Yanxing hands his helmet to Eddie and strides past Eden. Only after taking his seat does he speak. My eternal territory is newly established. I strive to extend my utmost hospitality to visiting guests. Please, Steel Tooth, take a seat as well. Thank you, Lord Yanxing. Only then does Eden notice that Steel Tooth from the Stinking Marsh is present. Having overlooked him due to the dazzling armor, wasn't it said that Claw was preparing to visit the Eternal Territory? How has Steel Tooth arrived here first? Moreover, he seems to share a close rapport with the Lord. And those werewolves laboring within the territory, recalling some of them, they are indeed from the Stinking Marsh. This is bad. I have fallen into a trap. Claw's words, indicating the direction of the Eternal Territory, were merely a ploy to lead me into a snare. Once Steel Tooth is seated, Yanxing instructs Gasper to pour wine and turns to Eden, saying, I rarely indulge in this wine, with distant guests visiting. I had a servant open a bottle just for you to as a merchant. You must have a discerning palate. Do let me know how you find it. This wine was procured by Yanxing in the real world and costs several hundred per bottle. Typically, he only drinks beer, but now that a competitor from the Thunder Marsh has arrived, he decides to open a fine bottle of wine to intimidate these unsophisticated bumpkins. The red wine, poured into the glass goblet, is vividly red, its appearance exquisite. Eden takes a sip, contemplating how to respond to Lord Yanxing's inquiry. To be frank, this wine is rather unimpressive. That it is better than what one might find in a tavern. But when compared to truly noble vintages aged for decades in cellars, the taste pales significantly. Yet, in this context, would it be wise to say, Lord Yanxing, your wine is poorly made and too diluted with water? That would be inviting disaster. Oh, this is truly a rare wine. As a merchant, I have traveled to many places and tasted numerous red wines, yet few have left a lasting impression. My lord, this wine is undoubtedly top tier. Hearing Eden's praise for the wine fills Yanxing with delight. He recalls that the wine had previously been tasted by Doomsday, but Yanxing knows precisely what Doomsday's standards are. Even if he diluted the wine with water, Doomsday would still call it good. Eden's endorsement, however, carries weight. As a merchant, he has surely encountered countless fine wines. If he declares it good, it is indeed good. Moreover, a bottle costing several hundred is surely of decent quality. As for those that sell for thousands, they are merely scams targeting fools. Ha! Yanxing laughs. Mr. Eden, you truly possess a discerning eye and taste. This wine is not something just anyone can easily enjoy. I find myself somewhat fond of you. Now tell me, what brings you to the Eternal Territory? Indeed, I am grateful for your generous hospitality, Lord Yanxing. Eden wipes the sweat from his brow, relieved to have passed one hurdle. However, the next challenge looms daunting ahead. The esteemed Lord Yanxing possesses a remarkably prominent background. His use of alcohol as a metaphor is clearly an attempt to signal his intention to withdraw gracefully from the situation. However, having painstakingly secured his position within the Merchant Guild through the acquisition of Agarwood, he is acutely aware that a disruption in supply would jeopardize his standing. Without the status and the accompanying wealth, how could he expect to escape the wrath of those families of merchants he has wronged in the tumultuous realm of Thunder Marsh? With his very livelihood at stake, Eden steeled himself and remarked, Lord Yanxing, I have heard that you intend to exchange grain for Agarwood at an exorbitant rate of 200 to 1. At long last, the matter of business was broached. Lord Yanxing elegantly swirled half a glass of red wine and replied, Indeed, the Agarwood found within Thunder Marsh is of exceptional quality, and I have a profound appreciation for it. I am not a miserly merchant. The price I have set, 200 kilograms of grain for a kilogram of Agarwood, ensures my profit. Eden countered, Lord Yanxing, your noble lineage may shield you from understanding just how substantial 200 kilograms of grain truly is. The annual sustenance for a single adult commoner is approximately 200 kilograms, and their labor for an entire year yields around 400 to 500 kilograms of grain. While grain is a daily necessity for all, spices are a luxury afforded only by the affluent nobility and wealthy merchants. My proposal of a 10 to 1 exchange rate for Agarwood is exceedingly fair, should you insist on a 200 to 1 exchange. The Agarwood delivered by the werewolves will soon inundate your territory, and you will find that selling it occurs at a painfully slow pace. If at all, that I advise you to reconsider your acquisition price. A 20-to-1 exchange would still provide substantial benefits to the werewolves of Thunder Marsh. Ha ha. Lord Yan Xing laughed heartily, retrieving a cigar to place between his lips, then producing a lighter with a decisive snap to ignite it. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled a thick plume of smoke towards Eden, stating, "My dear subordinates, tell my guest what the family motto of your lord is." The inhabitants of the Eternal Territory, both human and werewolf, shouted in unison, "Lord Yan Xing, words must be followed by action." With an air of camaraderie, Lord Yan Xing continued to savor his cigar, and once his followers had completed their chant, he addressed Eden. "Did you hear that? I have pledged to the werewolves of the marsh an unlimited acquisition of agarwood at a rate of 200 kilograms of grain for 1 kilogram of agarwood. I am a man of my word. If they dare to deliver, I shall dare to compensate, even to the point of losing everything. So long as the werewolves continue to supply, I shall continue to receive." The subjects of the territory echoed, "Lord Yan Xing, words must be followed by action. Lord Yan Xing, generous and benevolent."